And we're off. Day one, SVB versus Fedor Gorst. Racing to 120 10 ball with the magic rack. This is Jason Sword, joined by Scott, the Freezer Frost. How are you, Scott?
Good, Jason. I'm excited to be here. Excited to witness this match with the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a show. The match that everybody's been talking about.
Yeah, and these guys are both prepared. We had a little dinner last night. I don't think they ever looked at each other throughout the entire dinner. I was sitting in between them. The tension was palpable.
Oh, I'll tell you this right now. I'm surprised they got Fedor to dinner. Eating with the enemy?
Yeah, you could really feel the tension. It was interesting, but the food distracted everybody. I think Shane ate about 32 pounds of meat. This guy can eat.
Full of protein, and he needs it. He's been here practicing all day. Both of them spent, I would say, 90% of their practice time was on the break.
Yeah, and as we all know, that's probably the most important part of this game, and I think that's going to rely on what's to come. I think there's going to be some big shift swings in this match, probably some momentum changes that occur more towards day 2 and 3, but these guys are fresh. I think the adrenaline will be high here early.
And just to kind of give you a little bit of lay of the land here, this is at the Railyard Billiards in Louisville, Kentucky. This is a 4 1/4 inch diamond 9-foot table. They are playing 10 ball with the magic rack. Racing to 120 overall, so each day it'll be who gets to 40 first. So whoever gets to 40 in day 1 will stop. Then whenever somebody reaches 80 in day 2, we will stop. And then obviously the first person to get to 120 will claim the prize of $100,000, Scott.
Yeah, it's pretty special prize money, and that break that we just saw is pretty special. And that's something that Gorst is going to have to control. He's going to have to take that break away from Van Boening. Shane right now weighing up whether he can go forward or not. I think the lower left corner's impeding the cue ball, so now he's looking to the lower right, now to the lower left, but the 8 and 9 could be a problem.
Yeah, and you're going to see both of these guys. Neither one of them are going to want to do anything defensive after their break because they know holding the table is a huge part of this match. So if there is anything offensive, you definitely will see them take chances.
Yeah, like Jason said, neither one of them want to relinquish control of the table. So it would be surprising to see him play something defensive out of the gate, but that just shows the discipline of Captain America, SVB. And it looks to me like he's playing a defensive shot here using the 8 and 9. He's going to call the right middle, basically a two-way play.
And you got to be feeling really, really good there if you're Fedor. First rack out of the gate, might get a jump shot.
Yeah, and this
is tough.
This is what we've talked about, though. If the jump cue comes into play, I think it will over this match, Jason. I think it'll, let's just say 10 times. That's a 20-game swing if Fedor wins off the jump cue 10 times, whether it's a defensive play or an offensive play. If he wins the game off that jump cue, well, that's a huge swing in the match.
And this is a situation here, Scott. If he's sizing up the kick, if he does take on the kick of the 1 ball here, he's going to have to do it with some pace because he's going to have to get position on the deuce. This isn't the easiest thing to look at, but it was much better for Gorst to have an opportunity to even play in this rack.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's not entertaining the jump due to the position of the 8 and 9. They're so far away from the cue ball. You can't control the cue ball mid-air from that distance. So he's looking to a 1-rail kick. I don't believe Shane wanted that 1 to end up over the side.
No doubt about it. This isn't a bargain, though. He's really close to that long rail. This isn't the easiest kick. And like I said, he had to hit it with a little pace in order to give himself an opportunity to get back to the deuce.
Yeah, he wanted to shorten that up a little bit, and that's what Jason's talking about with the pace, kind of digging down to the cue ball to bend it a little bit. Just quite didn't get it on it Pretty good opener here for SVB.
And I'll tell you what, the conditions, we'll be talking about it. The conditions will obviously change because we have a ton of people in the crowd here. The table is pretty close to the door, and it does have an air conditioner unit or air conditioner duct above it. So you're going to see the table change throughout the 3 days. Obviously, these two guys are unbelievable at making adjustments, but when the rails become bouncy, it becomes very, very tricky, even for the top-level players to adjust.
Yeah, and that's correct, Jason. I've played a pretty big match on this table with Fedor a couple of years ago, and the table will change. They have to make the adjustment literally on the fly. It will change right before their very eyes, and it will change quickly. But these two, the best in the world at making those adjustments, like Jason just said. And I like the way he played that coming in towards the 2. Knew he was always going to get a good line on it.
And it is fairly new cloth. I think the table got recovered 2 weeks ago. It has not seen a ton of play, Scott. There's some locals here that play a bank ring game, and I think they're the only ones that have been on the table other than the 2 players here today. So it's very new, but it is kind of wet. It is definitely sticky. I think the players agreed to clean the balls after every 20 racks.
Makes sense. I think it should be done often in almost every tournament due to the fan base and humidity and how things change in the room. There's nothing wrong with that. Just wants to come back an inch or 2. Four 4.25-inch pockets, playing with aramith balls, best ball in the business, like Jason just mentioned. Fairly new cloth, a couple weeks old, is the Simonis 860, also the best in the business.
Yeah, really the best conditions here, honestly. If you think about putting up 50,000 and you were going to pick the conditions to play on, you definitely want the aramith balls. You want to play on the diamond table, and you want the Simonis cloth. I think all top-level pros would agree with that. And SVB looking like he's cruising to the first rack here. Take his first lead of the match.
Yeah, and something we did notice, I'm sure everybody at home noticed this, Shane breaking from the back rail. He's feeling good with it, got a good pop, and he does take game number 1. Like Jason said. And Jason, forgive me, and folks at home, forgive me, but Kyle, the owner, Kyle Ferguson, the owner of the pool room, has done me a great favor in allowing me to get a few sponsors. And throughout this match, I'll be promoting these sponsors because their businesses have something to do with pool, and driving some traffic to their sites is a great way to generate business in the industry. It also is how I'm getting paid, saving the owner a little room to spend money in other places.
That's no fair, Scott. I didn't get any sponsors, man.
Well, you don't need them, Jason.
I might.
You don't
Depends on the outcome of the match.
You play too good.
Oh, man, I don't play good enough.
And there you notice the rack generator, right? The 139 up top, the 4 and 5 on the corners. Pretty cool. That's going to be a completely different pattern every game. What's interesting to me is Shane's found this spot back here off the back rail. I would bet that at some point throughout this match, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that he doesn't break more from the center of the table somewhere, but he's got great accuracy from here.
Well, you know, the key is this, and this is what's going to determine the match right here, is who has the ability to make the ball in the side pocket and then stop the one in the corner. Neither one of them want to make the one in the corner. They both want to lay it up, just like SVB did there. And I'll tell you this is the reason why I don't like breaking from the rail the way that Shane is. You will see most top pros will break from the rail like that on a bar table because they're closer to the balls. It's tougher to control the cue ball at that distance. The reason why SVB's doing it is because it allows him to get a bigger pop on the cue ball.
Yeah, he's coming down on the cue ball a little bit more,
right.
So he's getting more leverage there. But I also think he's losing a little bit of accuracy.
And control.
The first time he broke, he had great success with the ball on the side. This time, it got kissed. So big opener for Fedor. Nothing easy to get on this two. You got to catch the one real thin. He wants to get below it. He's done about as good as you can do.
It's a pretty good position right there. What do you see on the 3-ball here? Does it go clean in the side?
Yeah, I believe it does pass the 5 in the left middle.
Yeah, I think you're right, Freezer.
I think all the work is really the 3 to the 4 here, and everything kind of opens up after that.
Yeah, you're gonna see him come forward here.
He needs that to settle.
That's pretty good. He may have to use the short rail. He may have to come in between the 7-10 here. I don't think so, though. I think he's okay just to pull it over to the long rail. He's calling the 3.
Yeah, I believe he's got a full pocket here. So he can afford to come above the right middle if he'd like and just draw one rail over, or below it, or just roll it. He's got all sorts of options.
Yeah, he could just roll it. I don't mind that play, Scott, actually. Just rolling it and playing for the gap in between the 7-10. Obviously no problems getting back to the 5-ball with it laying over the side. But he went below the side there.
Well, he's feeling good. That's a sign for Fedor that he's feeling pretty good with the speed and the control. Looked to me like he was flirting with the right middle, but he knew exactly where it was going all along. Out towards the center of the table here. He gets on the green 6. Everything should be good.
Needs this one to go. He's okay. Might be a little closer to his work than he wanted to be here. He would have liked to come another couple revolutions. So the cue ball was working toward the 8 there, though, Scott.
Yeah, and that's why he's falling steep here. Like Jason said, he wanted a couple more rotations out of the cue ball there.
Nonetheless, very manageable here. Not the easiest of layouts, though, for a starter for Fedor. He's still got some work to do here. He's got to go back and forth to get back to the 8 from the 7 as well.
Yeah, he'd be happy to be anywhere out in the middle of the table after this shot.
I think we'll see him use 2 cushions here. Like you said, just back to the middle. Just doesn't want to land straight. And I think he's kind of got a goofy angle here, Scott. This is not ideal.
I don't think it's the worst thing, Jason. I think it actually is one of those shots that might get him going, feeling good. Or it could do the opposite. But
does he draw it all the way back to the short rail here?
I believe he does. Depending on the line, though, it's hard for us to tell the exact line.
He might have just enough angle to where he can just kind of punch over. He came all the way back, so that tells me he was dead straight.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about, right? I think that makes him feel good. He got nice and tight on the 8, so that's a good sign for Gorst.
Yeah, but the issue is, Scott, and we've talked about this in all the long races that me and you do, we've talked about this. He took a situation right there. He controlled it. He got out of it. He made the ball. But that's a missable ball, shooting it at that pace with low English. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like if he gets
absolutely.
on the right angle, he can shoot it at a pace where he's never going to miss it, and he can get position easier. So he just...
Yeah, but going back to that, he can't afford to miss the 6, right? So he knows anywhere out, and it kind of goes back to the 6 ball. He wanted to ensure the make there. I think he handled it well, Jason.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it becomes... In a race to 120, if you put yourself in situations where you have missable balls, it adds up.
Absolutely.
And 1-1. The first of many ties, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Omega Billiards. If you guys get a chance, I've played or used an Acme case for probably about 7 years now. I've only had 2. I had one break on me, but it was the Airlines. And the second one still looks like it's brand new. If you get a chance, check them out, omegabilliards.com. They've got all sorts of products. Mike Hong, owner of that company. We all know who Mike is. He's done a great job in the industry. And in my opinion, the Acme case is as good as it gets.
Yeah, I also have an Acme case.
Do you? It's a nice case, right?
It is nice.
Lightweight, durable. In my case, it looks like it's brand new. It's literally 3.5 years old. It does not have a mark on it, and I'm rough on my equipment.
And just like that, we're going to get to take a peek at Fedor's break here. And you notice the random rack generator on the screen behind him. Told him where to put the balls. You're going to see Fedor come out to the middle of the table here. And his goal is for the 7 and the 8 ball to both travel toward the side pockets and for the 1 ball to go in the top right and settle, not go down. So he's trying to deposit the 7 and an 8 in the sides. We'll talk a little bit more about the rack here in a bit, about what else they're trying to accomplish, because there's a lot going on there if you're new to the game of 10 ball.
Yeah, and so with Fedor breaking from that break position, I think you've got a little bit more control of what's going on. He's not hitting him near the speed, and we already knew that SVB's hitting him. But, boy, he really just wants to get that ball down and have control of the table. And that's what he's done in game number 3.
Yeah, and this isn't the easiest of looks for a starter. Cue ball got kicked over there, but he'll take it. See him come 2 rails, I would imagine. He may go 1 at it. Don't you see him wrapping 2 here?
Yeah, I actually think he's pretty happy with this. I know it wasn't ideal. He wanted to play the 1 in the top right, but I think he'll be pretty pleased with it. He gets this down. The 3's a little awkward, but he gets on the 3, and I think he's a heavy favorite to get out.
Yeah, you're right. The key is the first 2 shots here, the 1 to the 2, 2 to the 3. It's perfect 1 rail right at it.
Yeah,
so it wasn't as steep as the TV appeared.
Right. I think we were a little misled there. He just put a little pinch of inside or check English on it. Now he will come 2 rails out. This is where the speed's pretty vital. Doesn't want to get too steep like he did last game on the 6. Probably actually rather be a little more flat than too much angle here, because you want to deal with the 7 and 9.
And for all you folks out there tuning in on Facebook or YouTube, after this rack, we are going to xpool.live only. Make sure you get out there and support the players. They both get a large percentage of the stream money for their efforts here.
Yeah, and they both deserve it.
Absolutely, a ton of pressure. You got to really commend SVB. I mean, SVB, if we look at it and we talk about kind of where they've been, right? Like, SVB has been known as the king of 10 ball for, 20 years? Ever since 10 ball really became a thing, he's been the king of it.
Absolutely, due to that punishing break of his.
And really, Fedor Gorst, ever since he has been on the scene, he's been chasing after him, wanting to play. They were both sponsored by Q-Tech, which... Oh, he almost missed that ball, Scott.
Yeah, it almost looked like it kicked or turned a little bit on him, to be honest, or to be fair.
But, yeah, so SVB putting the title of King of 10 Ball up for grabs.
Yeah, you got to give him a lot of credit. 40 years old. I'll tell you what, you and I talked about it at dinner last night. I personally think Shane's striking the object ball as good as he's ever struck it. I don't know about his break. I don't get to see him break 10 ball a lot anymore, but he sure seems to be playing well. The competition has just really raised up thanks to the WNT and Emily Frazier.
Yeah, just a ton of unbelievable players out there. But SVB, I'm with you. I've been saying it for the last 3 years. He's in top form. He's as good, if not better, than he's ever been right now.
And got to give a shout out to a friend of ours, the best in the business, Mr. Carl Boys, tuning in.
Boise.
Yeah, of course. He wants a free code.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that guy, don't ever go to the bar with him.
Tell him to go make a video, YouTube video. What's in the bag, Boise? Monetize that thing. Fedor making quick work here.
Yeah,
he's really nice on the 7.
Yeah, absolutely. He's handled this rack well.
Yeah, but he ain't going to like this. Now he's going to have to work the cue ball. If he would have rolled forward just a little bit, he could have drifted into position. Now he's going to have to work some cushions.
Yeah, I think he was almost okay with it due to the line that the cue ball was on, heading towards that long rail or the short rail up top on the left end. So I think he was okay with this, actually.
Yeah,
He's
but
gonna have to swing around, right?
Yeah, but if he rolls up another two, he tried to just stun forward through it. And he just came a couple inches short. If he rolls another couple inches there, he can just follow the ball and doesn't have to touch a cushion. Now he's going to have to work it around 3 rails, I think. Watch outside pocket. Boing.
Perfect.
Well done there. So it did become pretty awkward, right?
Yeah, it was, but I actually really think that's where he ended up wanting to be, not where he is right now. I think he flirted a little close with the left middle, but I think he just kind of took his medicine there with what he had.
Fedor Gorst, 24 years of age, missing his 10 ball. And that will not do well for his confidence right there, Scott.
Wow. Massive miss. Unexpectedly, we never expect a player like Gorst to miss a ball like that. SVB quickly to the table.
Unbelievable. 2-1 SVB claims his second lead of the match. And you see SVB reaching back there. He's going to touch the rack generator. See how he needs to put them on the template. Yeah, so, you know, big miss there. I mean, it could end up costing him quite a bit, Scott. You know, we've seen both of these players. I expect there to be some serious packages in this match. I really do.
Yeah, I think we all do most of the time, but it never really pans out that way. I think they're going to be long days. I think they're going to be a lot of grind games, a lot more than we think. And going back to the 10 ball, yeah, he clearly missed it, but it wasn't even close. These pockets are 4 1/4. There's a lot of people in here breathing on the table. It's a pretty tight room. The humidity is real. Conditions are not exactly perfect for these guys, and that's the way we want it.
All right, rack number 4, SVB to break. He's sticking with the break from the end rail, and what I mean by that, if you notice, his bridge hand is on the rail, which is not something that you typically see at the pro level playing 10 ball. It's more of a bar table thing. And he got cue ball kicked there. He's not in love with this break. Doesn't have a good look at the 1. Obviously can see the full ball, but nothing really offensive here, Scott.
No, a lot of power there. I don't think the 1 goes past the 9. Even if it does, the future and position on the pink 4 isn't really there. He's going to have to do something defensively here.
I would imagine he's probably going to try to utilize that 5 ball in some kind of way.
Yeah, he could, to your point, he could play the 1 below the 4 and maybe down here 1, 2 rails below the 10 and 7 and maybe try and just draw or suck down towards the back of the 5 and kind of use all the cover he can there. But he'd have to miss the 4 with the 1, so he'd have to cut the 1 quite a bit to bank it past the 4 and get it down here on this bottom rail.
I mean, it's tough to do anything else with the cue ball just because the 1's so close to the rail.
Yeah, let's see what he's thinking.
Really feels like that's the smart play here.
Yeah, well, he's looking to level out. I don't know that you get behind the 5 that way unless he just wants to chip the 1 and use the 9. He's got some options. None of them ideal. Yeah, now he's leveling down a little bit more.
Is he going offensive? Is he playing the bank here, Scott?
I don't believe so.
He went the other way. He's going to leave a window here. He's not going to like how he gets back to the table here, I don't believe, Scott.
Yeah, still a little tricky. I think you use the 7 here, but still a little tricky.
We'll use the 7-10, right, and go side to side.
Yeah, it's just easy to find that gap if you're Gorst. A lot of these guys will play this ball differently, though. They'll come off a thin edge of it.
At that range?
Not saying he will, I'm just saying it's an option. A lot of these guys like to do that. I think you use the 7-10.
I agree. Because even if you hit it a little firm, the 1 could get behind the 8 some type of way. Gives you a bunch of options going this way.
Yeah, it's pretty ideal. He's overhit it, though.
He hit the window, but he did get the cue ball on the rail, which limits SVB's options at least. It's probably going to see another more containing safety here from SVB as opposed to devastating. If he would have left the white ball out in the open there, Scott, Fedor would have been locked up right here.
Yeah, and I think Fedor wanted to catch a little bit more than one. Caught it just a fraction thick. If he catches it a little thinner, the speed might have been accurate. These guys are world champions, but will that 10 that Fedor missed bother him at all?
You know, that's the one thing I'll say about Fedor. He's so consistent. He's so mentally tough for his age. He's battle-tested. He's been in so many situations. Not many people have been in big money matches with the caliber player that he has been.
Yeah, and he's been doing it for a long time.
And he knows this is a marathon, not a sprint. So I think you'll see him bounce back fairly quickly. He's going to get a look here.
Yeah, nothing easy. As you pointed out, Fedor's shot leaving the cue ball on the rail. Well, Shane has done the same thing, and this is a real test to the top right.
I think you might see him go offensive here if he has the ability to, because it leads him to natural position on the 4-ball. Cue ball will be traveling toward the top left. Obviously, it's not an easy shot, but I don't think the safety's very easy from here either, Scott.
No, I agree. I think it's all about how you feel here. The problem is he is going away from his position, but the cue ball will stay on that left side of the table for the pink 4. Boy. And I will say this, out of all the things that Fedor dislikes in pool, rolling the ball is number 1. Yeah, I don't think any of these top players like to roll the ball unless they're forced. And here he is pretty much forced.
He's forced to roll the ball here, without a doubt. He may have been looking at powering up, though, and coming around, trying to get back to where above the 9. Did you see that? Did you see how he was pointing with his cue, like going ahead and getting through this ball with a solid strike with some high? Does it carry some kind of safety if he misses it, Scott?
Well, he knows he might get separation, right? The biggest fear for any of these guys is rolling that ball up to the right corner and just leaving it in the open.
He may be trying to chip this and play a safety here and come back underneath the 10.
There's nothing wrong with chipping this one rail to the top rail, but he tried to power it. Looked to me, and you don't see this too often with Fedor, as his final backswing was pretty quick. I don't know.
Well, it was a pretty big tester coming back to the table after missing a 10 ball and a non-successful safety shot. So his last 3 innings have not been his best.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I touched on. I don't know. Sometimes it'll stick with you for a little bit, just in the coming innings. Yeah. Now, this is where you've got to be conscious of Fedor's jumping ability. Shane looking to see if the 1 plays, because the 8's a big ball there. You know you can get him behind the 8, but Shane's very aware, so he's going to play the 1 in the left middle, and I can't blame him there. That's where the jump cue comes into play. You put Fedor behind the 8, he's going to make a good hit on the 1 and probably put Shane in a bad position. That's why he's going to go at the 1.
And this is one of those strange situations where that 4-ball is kind of a backboard, right? Like if he comes short and hits the top side of that, he could still make the ball based on how it's setting at this angle.
Yeah, so is he just going to roll this and lay the cue ball down on the bottom rail as well? Yeah, he is. Oh, wow, what a hit.
He doesn't want to get jacked up.
This was a great hit by SVB. Looking good early.
What a shot that was. And I think if you talk to Fedor, where he really thinks he has the big advantage is with his youth. You know, and having 3 long days in a row, he feels like he can kind of outlast him.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's something you want to rely on, right? I don't know if you want.
No, but it just shows you how close this match is.
Absolutely. But I just don't know if that's the right mindset. I heard him say that in an interview, and it just crossed my mind, and I'm just talking out loud. I don't know if that's the right mindset to where you're thinking I'm going to outlast him. But obviously a race to 120 is a long race, and Shane is 40 years old. But he is the greatest at this race, in my opinion. And he's not in bad condition.
No, he's in great shape, and to be honest, he plays pool nonstop, so he's in perfect shape for a 40-year-old.
To him, it's just another practice session.
Handled perfectly, getting under that ball. SVB looking to claim the fourth rack here to take a 3-1 lead. And he's done just that.
Yes, he has. Jason, you know my cue maker. Ken Thyman, cue ball.
Oh, cue ball.
If you all get a chance, go to KT Customs on Facebook. He makes about 10 cues a year. And in my opinion, they are some of the best playing cues in the world. I've played with his cue for 12 years. A lot of you have seen my cue. A lot of you haven't. Get a chance, go to KT Customs on Facebook. While you're at it, check out Preston's TriStateCues.com. This man's selling all types of products, brake cues, airmouth pool balls. TriStateCues.com. Check it out. A lot of people in here.
Yeah, it's a packed house.
More than I actually expected. Literally.
Oh, tomorrow night will be standing room only.
Well, we're already 5 or 6 rows deep. I don't know how much deeper you can get.
There's a shot of Fedor in the torture chair after making a couple mistakes. And back to the main action here. Sticking with the break off the back rail.
He's getting a lot of power, a big thump. Like you said, Jason, he's getting a huge pop on the cue ball. The 9 got a kiss, but the 1's going to dress up.
Does he have a shot, though? I think that 3 ball may have snuck in on him in the last second there, Freezer.
I think we'll tell with his body language soon. Boy, look at the cue ball. I know it. I think it got a kiss or two, but that's where you'd like it to finish just about every time.
Well, this rivalry is kind of interesting, honestly. Like, obviously, they were both members of Q-Tech, and they felt like they couldn't play each other because of that. And obviously, Fedor's switching to 60. But now they're USA teammates. What do you think that does to the environment of the Moscone Cup, Freezer?
Yeah, I think they'll get past this pretty quickly. They're both highly respective of one another. Shane clearly had a good look at the 1 there. He wrapped around, came off the 4. He's got good position on the 3. He's going to wrap around again. He'd like to get just this direction where he is now with that cue ball. And this is going to be fine. He's on the wrong side. He's got to contend with the 8 and 9. Can't really come backwards. He's going to go into the 8.
Yeah, this became a little tricky, didn't it?
Yeah, can he split the gap, Jason?
Yeah,
going forward, can he punch between the 8 and 9, do you think?
I think he's got to be really careful. I think he's looking to playing off the 8 here and just kind of controlling it. Problem is, if you try to split it and you do it with pace, you could end up in the drink. If you don't get through him, you could end up scratching off the 8. Or if he goes with a little bit more control, he did just like you said, but
yeah, he made it look easy. That was not easy.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, very, very well controlled. He could have caught a piece of the 8 and gone in the drink. He could have decelerated and gone in the drink. Very well handled. It's a little steep here. This is right up Shane's alley. He likes to power the ball. I don't know if he's going to do it here, but there is a 1-2 back and forth power shot. He might just be able to hold this, though. That's what he's looking at.
Oh, and Scott, I just heard our main man Kyle gave the viewers a few extra racks on Facebook and YouTube. This one will be the last, though. So make sure you go out to www.xpool.live
Yeah,
to get your pay-per-view pass.
Kyle Ferguson's the best in the business. I've said it. He and Buffalo are both two of the best pool room owners in the world, in my opinion. In this pool room, you've got to check it out if you get a chance. Railyard Billiards is as good as it gets.
And is he going to love this?
So that's why I thought he might amp up and come back and forth between the 7 and 10. I touched on it a little bit, but he didn't. He's flirting.
I think he's
with
okay,
trouble.
though, right?
Probably.
He's just going to have to travel around the table here. It looks like it's a super thin cut.
Yeah, he can definitely make it the way he's acting. Now, he's swerving. He's elevated down on this, so he's got to swerve the 7. Don't want to catch this too thick. Is he going to find the gap? Everything rosy for SVB.
Is that what he was playing?
You can't imagine.
There's no way that's what he's playing, right? He was trying to get to the other side of the 9.
I believe so, but his big focus was just making the 6. That's how tough it was.
He caught it a little thick, right? And that's why
right.
he didn't get the pace that he wanted. It worked out for him, though.
Sometimes you've got to gamble.
Gamble, gamble. Did what he set out to do, which was deposit the 6 ball. Found a home for the 7, but he's getting at the 50-yard line here, Scott. This is no bargain.
No, it's not. If you go to the top left, you're probably going to contact the 9. He might be able to punch past it.
I think he's going to go to the top right here.
I think he's got to go to the top left.
You're right. He can't. It looks like he maybe can beat the 9. Or just draw into it.
Yeah, just took his chances there, and it's not getting any easier. Go to the lower right here and just float above the left middle. Or will he roll it and come down below the left middle? Probably rolling it, I guess.
Yeah, it makes the pocket bigger if you shoot it that way. And he used all of it. Wiped its feet on the way in. Is he looking at a bank here, Scott? Or can he cut that in the bottom right?
He might even cut it in the right middle.
Looks treacherous for
I
him.
think you've got to bank this ball, but it's all player preference, right? If he feels like he can get the cue ball on that bottom rail by cutting it, he is going to cut it.
Side.
Yeah.
Sometimes the monitor can be a bit deceiving. It's definitely not a hanger. And he knocked it down. 4-1 is SVB. And go out to xpool.live to purchase your pay-per-view pass. That's all, folks, on Facebook and YouTube. Come out and support these guys.
Thank you all for tuning in. Please support the stream for these guys. They're working hard. SVB with an early lead. 4 games.
I mean, what an out there. That was 5 unbelievable shots. He could not get in line. Hit the gap to play the 7 ball.
Yeah, he was
had to
swerving the
swerve to make the
6.
6. Tough shot on the 7, then a tougher shot on the 8, tougher shot on the 9, and then probably ended with the toughest shot on the 10 ball there from that angle.
Agreed. Yeah, it was much steeper than it looked. He made it look easy. Like, that's what these guys do. But like Jason said, he was out of line basically 5 straight shots there, and it all started with position on the 6 where he had to swerve it. And he caught that too thick.
Nonetheless, gets them all down 4-1 in favor of SVB here, day 1. We are racing to 40. 10 ball with the magic rack. Standard 10 ball rules are in effect. Obviously, they're playing 3 foul, rack your own. The only caveat is we do have a random rack generator that you can see on the screen right behind SVB where it's X pull, where it says X pull, there will be a random rack generator there before every rack to make sure these players are not pattern racking. And look at this, Scott. He's coming off the rail a little bit more with the cue ball. Did you see that?
Yeah, he is. He's generating more power. What's the 9 do? It's going to drop. Look at this.
Wow.
And this is the factor that we've alluded to the whole time, that you see all the talk about on live stream, on Facebook, on all the streams and all the tournament talk. Shane Van Boening's break. Doesn't look like he skipped a beat with that break there.
Well, I mean, listen, if you're really grading the break that he just had right there, it's definitely not an A or a B or even a C, because he didn't make the ball that he was trying to make, which is one of them in the side. But the difference is, and Scott, you know this as well as anybody, when somebody's hitting the rack the proper speed, they have the ability to make the ball 4 rails like Shane just did. So it gives you more options if you hit it with the right pace and the right pop.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Jason, if he made 1 on the side. I know he made 2 on the break. I don't know if he made 1 on the side or not.
I think they both came short.
Okay. But to your point and to my point, his power, the energy that he gets and his power, and Jeremy Jones talks on it all the time, he just gets so much more power and such a better hit, puts a great stroke on the ball that as long as he's controlling that cue ball, he gets bonuses. Those bonuses will pay off. 2 big misses into that corner, Jason. One was the 10 ball by Gorst, and now the 4 by SVB.
What a slugfest. You know, these two are just going to be battling back and forth. You're literally going to be on the edge of your seat, and you don't expect either one of them to really make an error. That's what's crazy about this match to me. Usually, if you're watching two pros, even if they're top level, you anticipate some errors in some spots, but both of these guys are so unbelievable at making shots and recovering in the toughest situations. Jumping, kicking, breaking. It's just going to be a slugfest.
No, I agree. But they are both human.
Just barely.
Just barely.
They're definitely both going to have moments throughout this match where they don't seem human. We'll see if Fedor can.
I don't know that he wanted to go directly into that 8.
I will guarantee you he didn't want to go directly into that 8.
But it turned out just fine.
Well, does he come under the 6 ball here, Scott? Or does he try to be cute and just slow roll this ball?
I think you've just got to roll it. Doesn't he? I thought it laid pretty good, or is it laying tougher than I thought?
Yeah. You're right. He was straight in. Perfect.
Yeah, so.
I'll tell you what, though. Like, I know that Shane is up 4-1, but if I'm Fedor and I'm sitting in the chair and I'll look at the way that Shane is breaking the balls right now, I've got to feel good. And it's no knock on SVB's break, him going off the short rail like that. I'm just really surprised that he's not out in the middle and hitting it the way we're used to SVB hitting it.
Yeah, but Shane's a genius of the break, and I'm just going to play devil's advocate. I mean, I don't want to be a Fedor sitting in my chair watching those balls go in at 110 mile an hour with that cue ball sticking. You know, so there's an upside and a downside to that. I do know what you're saying, and I think there'll be a point in time in the match where Shane comes towards the center of the table. But if he keeps breaking like that, Jason, keeps getting that pop and controlling the cue ball, I don't see any reason to switch.
I'll tell you this. The only reason that I think he will switch is even if he gets good results, if it's not consistent. You can get good results a lot of different ways. But if it's not consistent, you can't repeat the same results, which is what Fedor's going to do. And what SVB can do. We know if SVB comes out to the middle of the table, he's going to have devastating breaks. And Fedor's not going to like any of it if he's breaking. I'm really surprised by that, Scott.
No, I was surprised by it as well. You never see Shane break from the back rail like that typically. Well, he did get that one down.
Knocked that 10 ball down, didn't he? 4-2 is the score after 6 racks. Ton of pull for us.
Yeah. Do you know Aaron Scotty Glenn out of Oklahoma?
No, I don't.
Yeah, Aaron's Storm Shelters. Listen, guys, we all know it's a tough time in this country, but there's storms, tornadoes, everything. Aaron's Storm Shelters, go to it on Facebook. Take a look. This guy is, in my opinion, the #1 bunker, vault, storm shelter builder in the country, if not the world. He's actually franchising the business. I know Chip Compton and Joey Gray and all those guys know him real well. But his methods are proven, he's selling basically the format to building these bunkers. Reach out to him. Aaron Storm Shelters on Facebook. He makes absolutely fascinating vaults and bunkers, shelters. There's never a wrong time to get something like that if you're in the right part of the country.
All right, here we go. Rack number 7. Fedor Gorst to break.
And this is where we thought that Shane would break from.
Yeah, and he will. I'm telling you right now, Scott. Like for Fedor's sake, I hope he keeps breaking from the short rail. I don't think he's going to stick with it long. I think that the ability to produce the consistent outcomes and a little flat there. Got a kick on the cue ball. He's going to like it, though. As long as that one doesn't go down. So that is exactly what they're trying to do, minus the kick on the cue ball. They're both trying to park the cue ball right in the center of the table. Fedor caught a kiss on the cue ball, and that's the reason why it ended all the way up. But that one ball laying in the corner is what they're both looking to do, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. That's exactly what they're looking to do. And to Jason's point, you can't argue Jason's point. There's a lot of inconsistencies in the power that Shane's using from that back rail. And what he means by that is it's tough to control those balls behind the one, and it's also tough to control the cue ball. You can get a lot of kisses. Well, you notice the speed Fedor's hitting it. His outcome is going to most likely be more consistent.
Based on what I've seen in the 2 days of practice, which has been 95% breaking the balls for these guys, Fedor's 8 out of 10, what we just saw, the break that we just saw, with the one laying there. I think you'll see Shane go to it. I really do.
I do think that Fedor's going to have a little bit more work, right? Because he's really playing one specific ball where Shane at times is going to make 2 or 3 on the break. I think Fedor's going to have a little bit more work. There might be a few clusters here and there, or at least he's going to have to run, most likely every rack he's going to have to run 9 balls versus 7 or 8 balls, right? Well, can get a little heavy because they can lay a little funny at times. But yeah. I think that guaranteeing a shot on the one every time is very, very powerful.
I mean, listen, there's no arguing the fact if SVB finds the break, it is absolutely the most devastating thing in pool. From anything, the most dominating thing. It's like when Shaquille O'Neal was in his prime and you feed him the ball under the basket. That's how dominating SVB's break can be.
He wants to get up here past the 8. Does not want to be elevated over it, and it's close.
I think he is elevated over it, Scott. He may have to take his medicine here and just kind of shoot the 6 from there. I'm sure they're not playing all ball fouls, though.
Yeah, and does the 7 pass in the lower left if he carries a big angle on the 6? I don't know. I think it's just going to play in the lower right. But for now, he's got to get the 5 down. He wants to get off the rail.
Yeah, this is not a hanger here, Scott.
No, it's not. I think he's actually going to power this ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you just take your medicine there. Let's take a peek at the overhead here and see if the 7 does pass.
Well, now he can draw to the left of the 9. I believe he can hold anyway.
Yeah, you're right. So he got a nice angle there to where it doesn't really matter. He's probably going to be playing it in the other corner. Back to our main screen here.
He might just be in that middle angle where it's a little awkward to come to the left, a little awkward to come out past the 9 towards where the cue ball is now.
It looks like he can just kind of drag it in between the rail and the long and the 9 ball, though. Setting almost perfect here, Scott. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Must go.
Yeah, so he was probably just in that awkward angle where it was a little funny to draw it back and a little funny to punch out, so he just took his medicine and came out towards the center, and I think he got the most out of that.
Just doesn't look comfortable, though, Scott. Fedor's body language, his face, his demeanor, he just does not look settled.
I think there's a lot at play there, though. We've mentioned Shane Van Boening as a figure, right? He's playing a guy that we both know he's looked up to, and he knows what he's faced with. He knows that whatever he has to do isn't going to be easy. And then he's playing in his home room. And a lot of times I've talked about that. When you're playing for big money, sometimes I've felt more comfortable in the other guy's home room.
Well,
so there's pluses and minuses because you know everybody in this room, right? And there's a little bit more pressure on you at times. I think when he gets locked in, Jason, that's when it really gets good for Gorst.
yeah, obviously the biggest advantage of playing in your homeroom, I kind of talked about this a little bit. I don't really think it's an advantage on the table. Obviously, Fedor played you here. He played Tony Chohan here. He played Carlo Beato here. So he's played quite a bit of pool on the table, but it's a diamond with Simonis cloth, Dermot balls. You know what I mean? Like, Shane's going to adapt to that. He's not going to have an advantage on this table. It's not like this is some gaff table in the Philippines with chalk on it and super sticky.
Right.
Shane's going to adapt to this table quickly. The biggest advantage that I think Fedor has playing in his homeroom is he has the ability to go home and sleep in his own bed.
I think that's the biggest factor, absolutely. I don't think it affects Shane either way.
No.
He's going to – and Shane's a good sleeper. He sleeps very well. I think he's overamped this. It's going to end up on the rail.
A little strong, John.
Yeah, so his timing, not 100% yet.
Just a little unsettled, though. I was talking to Fedor right before the match and was, slightly complaining about the conditions, saying it was super bouncy and the break was changing due to the humidity and the moisture in the room. So we'll see if he can snap out of that.
This is a Big 10 for Gorst to get down.
And he does just that. That's the other thing. That's the other thing about the homeroom right there, Scott. If he gets feeling good and he gets making some nice run-outs, he's going to get a ton of support here.
Absolutely, but it can also work against you.
Yeah.
It can work the opposite. And you know that people are going to cheer for Shane as well, right?
Oh, he's got a ton of fans here, too.
Absolutely. I know, Jason, that you're familiar with Railbirds TV. I just did a match not long ago there, Gorst versus Paguline at Derby City, the 9-ball match that they played in the final rounds. Got a couple other matches. Go to Railbirds TV if you get a chance on YouTube. Efren versus Filler, SVB versus Filler. RailbirdsTV.com or Railbirds TV on YouTube. Greg Sullivan in the building, the owner of Diamond Tables. Your man.
My man.
He's done a lot for pool.
Here we go, back to the action. See if we can get a little better view here. The ones and twos.
Yeah, and he's got about half of the speed that Shane has, but he's got a lot of control. Look at the 3. The 4 does fall. Got a bad kiss on the cue ball. He's ended up there, I think, 3 out of 4 times.
Yeah, you're right. He's getting a collision in the center of the table there. See what he does, what kind of adjustment he makes.
Yeah, and this is real tricky. Can he catch enough of the 1 to miss the 7? That's what he's looking at.
Yeah, nothing easy here, is there, Freezer?
No, I think he'd be happy with distance. Might try to get some type of a snooker. Okay, he's looking to 3-rail the 1.
3-rail the 1. Is he going to try to bring the cue ball under the 8?
Yeah, man, I don't know. If you're bringing the 1 all the way around, it's real easy to lose it.
Yeah, it's real easy to scratch here. He might get under the 9 and get a little fortunate.
No, that's so strong. What a strong hit, though. He played the cue ball to the 9. And I think he knew that the 1 was going to come short. Pretty strong play. And if he makes the 1, he's got position on the 2. I do like the play.
Yeah, pretty crafty shot right there.
And Van Boening.
Does he have an offensive look here? I believe he does, right?
Yeah, but he's just faced with trouble. The 9's covering the 2. So the 2 doesn't play where Shane's at now.
The safety's tough here, though. You may see him get offensive and then go defensive on the deuce.
He might even back cut bank the 1.
That's risky business with that 7 there.
Well, the problem is if you cut at the 1 to the top right, you're faced with the same trouble on the 2.
This is really tough situation for SVB.
Yeah, and I think banking that 1 to the middle, yes, it's tough, but the other problem is if the cue ball flattens out at all, Jason, he's going to go in towards the 7. So that's kind of why I was giving the credit to Gorst on that shot.
He may be trying your shot. He may be banking it cross side here. Looks like he's gearing up with some left-hand English.
Yeah, the 7's a problem with that shot, though, I believe. He could really easily catch that 7 thick. Cue ball end up in the top right corner. He's going to the side.
All right.
He's got to avoid the 7.
Very offensive play here.
Yeah, I think the only option, really. He caught the 7. It's going to end up okay?
No. Same problem for Gorst here. How do you get on the deuce? You just take on the 2-9 combo, try to get good and straight on it?
Yeah, Gorst has got such good fundamentals. I think he could actually draw below the 2, Jason. I mean, he might somehow get below the 2 from the left long rail. It is steep. Trying to look at it on the table. Yeah, I don't think he can hold to draw it back. Gorst does something a little different than most players, and Jason, you could probably elaborate on it better than I can, but he aims towards the center of the cue ball when he ends up drawing the ball. His final stroke, he goes low. I think he's got the best fundamentals in the world, in my opinion. He is elevating, so do you think he's drawing this?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to check it up off one rail here. Probably go below the side pocket.
Wow.
Yeah, look at this. Not going to get the result that he had wished for, or hoped for rather, but he deposited the ball and has a good look at the deuce here. Has a ton of options. Scott, what do you see?
Yeah, he might use the 9 here and just bunt the 2 up behind the wall, the 5, 8, and 10. Can you do that? I don't know if he can do that. He might.
That's as good as any, and the reason why I like that is you can really protect the cue ball that way and take away the jump shot, forcing Shane to kick.
I just don't know if he can hold it, Jason.
I think he can. He may have to play it into the 8 ball to shoot that.
So he's chipping the 2 and trying to nudge him up behind the black 8.
Yeah, a little weak with the stroke there.
Yeah, it was. I think he did okay. Shane looking to see if there's a gap.
Whew.
Looking at his body language now. If
Nice.
Fedor had a lot more room, he could have gotten him really tucked up under there.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think he just let up on his stroke a little bit. He was wanting to get a little closer to the 8, obviously. Still pretty nice result there, Freezer.
Yeah, not bad. Shane. There's a great look.
Yeah, I don't think he has it, does he?
Yeah, the jump is fairly easy.
I think he could play it, but you see how the 9 ball's out in front of the deuce?
Yeah, just a fraction. It's easy to catch a piece of that 9 early.
I'm like you. I think we'll see him go to the short cue here.
Interesting.
What's he looking at, tying something else up?
That's interesting here. The Fedor going to receive ball in hand.
And they are playing 3 foul.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting play in my opinion. He must predict that Fedor going to have a hard time getting on the 5, but with the 9 being right there, can Fedor utilize it to play some type of a wedge snooker?
This is risky with the 10 there.
Yeah, and I guess that's what Shane was Gambling on, right?
I like this option that he's looking at here, just thinning the deuce, coming 2 rails, utilizing the 5-8 as cover. This is the smarter play. This is the easier shot, right? Like you could foul the other way.
Yeah, and he's really got room to get him up under there if he wants.
Did pretty well.
Yeah, and look at what he really did there is he used the 3 to cover up the
kick,
the long rail kick.
Going straight to the jump cue here.
So what Shane did, though, was pretty clever. If we notice, he tied the 5 and 8 up, knew he was going to have another opportunity to either jump or kick at the 2. If he makes a good hit here and leaves a shot for Fedor, Fedor's still got a lot of work to do because of the 5 being tied up. So he just bought himself some time.
He's called it back underneath, so just in case he flukes it in.
I think he called the 9 there. Yeah, he just caught it much thinner than he wanted.
Yeah, and with it laying over the pocket here, what kind of shot can Fedor get on the 3 for an opportunity to break the 5?
Yeah,
or does he just play for a safe on the 5 with that 10 ball there?
Yeah, that's always an option, Jay. If he's straight, I think he can draw back just above the 10 and carry a line to maybe go into the 8, playing the 3 in the right middle. So this is where I think he draws the ball. He aims like this, but I can't tell if he's straight or not. Yeah, he's over.
Watch outside pocket.
Yeah, he's overhit this. Timing a little funny there.
Does the 5 go in the top right?
It does.
I mean, he may have the angle here to drop below the 9. He may be able to shoot this ball and go in between the 9-10 and fall under this 5 ball.
Yeah, you're correct. If he can avoid the 9 on the top side, he'll be all right. If he doesn't get there fully, he can play a defensive shot. I think it's a big ball, though, the 9. And you see the nod from Fedor. A shake of negativity there. He doesn't like it. Is he going to try and stitch him up behind the 9 here?
Yeah, this is a tough situation right here. You want to stay offensive if you're Fedor. That's what your gut's telling you to do, but your brain may decide differently.
Yeah, if it's laying real nice and he feels good about it, that's what he was aiming at just a second ago, or lining up. He might feel like he can just stitch him up right behind the 9. Oh, he's using the wall. Well done.
Wow. Very nice shot right there. The only problem is he's moved the 3 away from the 5-8, limiting his opportunity to get a break after he makes the 3 ball and opening up the 5. Shane's calling the 7 ball in the top right.
Yeah, really the only thing he doesn't want to do is catch any of the 10 here or the 5-8. With the 3.
And he really wanted that cue ball to stay down there, didn't he?
Yeah, he liked contact with the 7, that's for sure. Is this going to end up perfect for Fedor?
He might have fell on the angle here to where he can go into those 2.
If not, Jay, I think he can at least draw below the or above the 9. Yeah, he can go forward.
That's what he's looking at, going forward and kind of clipping the 5 ball on off the long rail. He might get a shot. That's what he was looking at, right?
Just a tip of right. Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't want to make contact with the 8 here. He's wanting to flick the 5, and only the 5. Look at this shot. Oh, almost. Just a hair away, wasn't he, Freezer?
Yeah, about as close as you could get.
He's going to be. Does he try to weld him to the back of the 10 ball right here and play the 5 off of the 8?
Might come off the 5 and put him up behind the 7.
It's a nice shot, too.
What's What's he calling? Did he just call something in the middle?
I think he called the 5 in the middle, but
Okay, so he's going to go up that way.
I don't really understand this.
He's using the 9.
What a shot this is. I mean, what kind of confidence in your speed control do you have to do to play that shot?
Yeah, that's where his timing really comes into play. His cue ball, in my opinion, and we've talked about it, is as good as anybody's on the planet.
I don't think many people play the safe that way, Scott, right there.
No, a lot of people
spot.
don't, including myself. I don't think Shane plays it that way, actually.
I think most people try to either go up behind the 7, like you said, or try to weld them to the back of the 10 from there.
Yeah, he's probably going to make contact here, though. Shane looking for something good to happen.
Yeah, like you said, a
Wow.
pretty easy hit. You would have expected him to go short there instead of long.
Yeah, that definitely laid like a big ball. Hard to believe that he comes to the top side of that.
Yeah, because you could have scratched from the top side. It's pretty tough to miss that ball if you play to go short there.
Gorst, 5 balls away from tying this game up at 4 apiece.
But still, though, Scott, just look at his demeanor. He just not comfortable, right? He just grinded through a rack. And one of the other situations where Fedor believes he's a favorite, if it turns into a moving game, he feels like he's a favorite. So he just battled with one of the best ever, won the position, won the first shot, played some nice safeties, and then he gets to the table and he's still kind of down.
Yeah, and he almost looks like he's kind of stumped, right? His mind just isn't on all cylinders, not clicking fully yet. Let's not forget last week, SVB just come back, made it to the semifinals, quarterfinals, had a good tournament. He's been playing. Fedor obviously wins the World 9-ball championships there in Saudi Arabia. I was there for that, which was an amazing thing. But how much has Fedor really played since then?
Well, he played in the European Open. Obviously didn't have the run that he would have loved to. Losing to Skyler in an unbelievable fashion. Up 9-5 and lost from there in a race to 10.
Yeah, that was a crazy match.
And,
Very
didn't,
crazy.
and didn't do anything wrong.
No, he didn't. You don't expect that on those pockets. Skyler really came with it. Wow, he's going to lose this, or is it going to hold tight?
Oh, he's perfect.
Well, that's a good sign for Gorst and a sign of the homeroom advantage, knowing how that ball is going to come off those rails. But it handled real short, Jason.
Yeah.
On all 3 of those rails. So Fedor really understanding what the cue ball is doing.
Kind of surprised that he decided to play for a 3-rail position shot there. Whenever he had ball in hand, he could have just got underneath of the 7. Right, he could have just got underneath the 7 and floated up here.
Absolutely.
And gone 1 rail.
Yeah, that's where I was a little surprised. He could have played the 8 in the lower right corner as well and just been anywhere out in the center of the table.
You know what that tells me, though?
He's trying to feel better.
He's trying to get that stroke out, right?
Yeah,
he's trying
absolutely.
to let his arm out a little bit.
No doubt.
Looking to tie it up here. Definitely not going to mark any scores before they knock them down after that first missed 10 ball by Gorst. The 3rd rack. And he knocks it down.
Yeah,
4-4.
we've got a tie ball game. We're not surprised with it. Not surprised. Check out Deadwood Custom Cues on Facebook. Quality custom cues that just about anybody can afford. Bernal D'Artez, Deadwood Custom Cues.
All right.
Yeah, and there you see the rack generator. Maybe a couple of friends watching. Shout out to my friends Allison and Wayne Barry, 2 of the greatest pool supporters. I'm a little surprised. I don't think they could make it out here, but they've gone to just about every major event in the United States in the last several years. Great for pool. Also, shout out to Tony and Julie Bloom. They just opened a new room, Roadhouse Billiards and Brew in Eugene, Oregon. If you're ever up in the Northwest, check it out.
All right, here we go. Rack number 9, all tied up at 4. We're just over an hour in, Freezer. an hour and 13 minutes, and they've played 8 racks. So I think you were accurate. You told me it was going to take longer than 6 or 7 hours. Yeah, but we've had a few moving games.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see more of that. I mean, even though these guys break as good as anybody in the world, he's come up short with the 2 balls on the side.
Yeah,
he made an unexpected ball.
Yeah. But look at the one ball. This
is the result he continues to have. The one continues to hang in that top right corner.
And that's all about the speed and the tempo, what you talked about, the pace, right?
Yeah, his speed on the break, it's literally 50% of what SVB's hitting them at.
Which is, to your point, it's not as devastating. It's going to be more consistent.
It is.
But can he repeat it? Can he make the balls on the side? The conditions are changing on these guys. That's what's pretty cool about it. That's the reason why SVB's power is so devastating, because he has the ability to make a bunch of balls.
That's exactly right. Shane's going to hit you with some packages. Fedor's just going to be consistent.
This ball's pretty deep here.
Yeah, still work to do. He's got to really catch it thin. This is a misleading shot. Is he looking to punch out or draw straight out?
Oh man, he overhit it pretty good here. I'm kind of he's gonna get away with it.
Well,
kind of. He's gonna get a look. He could have been hooked, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That was so touchy the way he played that. I thought he might just draw straight out of the corner.
I'm just kind of surprised he didn't just shoot it to the right-hand side of the pocket and just float up by the 6, past the 6. Guarantee himself a shot, just play it kind of smooth. I don't think he was trying to contact the rail. I think he was trying to do what you said, just draw out without contacting the rail, and then hit the rail. The way it shot out of there.
Yeah, now he's pretty much forced to go to the top left corner. He'd be happy with just stopping the cue ball there.
Here we go.
The 5, definitely the ball to get on in this rack.
This is the shot to make, though, Scott. This is no hanger.
Yeah, he's lost the cue ball a little bit. I felt like if he just played a stop shot, he'd have been fine. I think he's still okay. He's just going to have a little more distance to the pink. Now he's looking at coming around. That's the line he looked at there. What does he do, Jason? Does he come around 3 rails or just hold somewhere down here by the 8?
Well, I think we'll see him just kind of level out here and roll the ball and go forward 1 rail.
Can he do that?
Yeah, if you look at this monitor over here, it appears that he has the ability to just kind of level out and float this ball in, but let's contact the rail. Doesn't want to get a huge punch stroke here, just kind of smooth through the ball.
His body language tells me he can't do that.
All right, so he's wrapping it like you said. He's coming 3 rails, coming down table. Just like you called.
Oh, he's caught the 5.
Not what he wanted.
Yeah.
Does the 5 ball go past the 7?
It does.
Looking at a thin cut here.
It just doesn't seem like we've seen much of Shane in the last few games. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like a lot of racks have been run. So a little misleading these last few games. Fedor staying aggressive, going to the top left here. Maybe a touch of right ball. Wrap around below the 6.
He's going to the top right.
Yeah, he's playing to the top left corner, I think, Jay.
Is he? Yeah, he is.
He's overcut it.
He's missed it.
Yeah. Really overcut this ball and still didn't run into the 6.
SVB looking at a pretty thin cut here, but he'll take it. Opportunity to take the lead once again. perfectly done there, securing an angle to lead him right over to the 6 ball as well. Fedor Gorst is yet to have the lead here in this match. Got a little much into the cue ball there. He definitely didn't want the cue ball to be that close to the rail. Nice recovery there from SVB. And another missed 10 ball, so they both have one under their belt here. Is SVB going to get away with it, though? It appears that Fedor may have an opportunity to shoot it in the side.
Yeah, and so that's 2 10 balls missed, one by each player.
Yeah, and that really started right there on the 7 ball, Scott. SVB just got a little bit much out of the cue ball, forcing him. He got straight in on the rail on the 8, which forced him to just slow roll it and take his medicine on the shot in the side for the 10. And all of a sudden it became missable. But does Fedor have an opportunity to shoot this ball in the hole?
I actually got to look down the line. It's pretty straightforward. All he's got to do is cut it a fraction. Kind of a two-way. You're going to lay the cue ball right back on the rail, I believe, or maybe he just tries to cinch it. Just don't want to overhit this ball. Pockets will tighten up on you.
Knocks it down. Fedor Gorst with his first lead of this match, claiming rack number 9, 5-4. Auto-generate this rack for Fedor.
Yeah, so Fedor misses the 10 in game number 3. And Shane gives it right back in game number 9. It's going to happen.
And can he make it hurt? That's the real key, Scott. Like, obviously you aren't going to see either one of these guys miss very many money balls. Can Fedor hold the table here and keep serve for a little bit and really make Shane pay? Yeah,
I'm still a believer, Jason, that this match is going to be a lot more of a grind than some people want to give it credit for. I just feel like the conditions and the tension between these two, and believe me, I think at times it's easy to over-try, right? And I think both of them want this more than we can realize.
Oh, both of them, absolutely. They would both give a finger or an arm to win this match.
There's no doubt.
I mean, you can see it. You can see it in SVB's eyes.
Yeah, they're serious, right? I noticed it last night at dinner. I got right off the plane. Michelle Griffin took us all to an amazing dinner. Shout out to her. But I noticed it right away. Obviously, never touched on it. I tried to lighten the mood a couple times. Didn't go too well. You did too?
Oh, they're just horrible cue ball there from Fedor.
Yeah, everything went awry.
Everything was poor there. Mishit. You notice he got no pop on the cue ball. Real flat break. Lost the rock. Answered that question. Is Fedor able to really punish Shane for a mistake? Unable to do so. Shane's lining up the 1-9 combo.
Yeah, is he concerned about the 1 finishing below the 5? He's got to cut it a little bit.
Yeah.
think he'll be fine. But the 1 could finish a little bit below the 5 here if he overcuts the 1 a fraction too much.
Is he playing the...
Oh, he could catch it full.
There's the 3 going to sneak over on him. Oh, look at the 2-10. Got a little goofy. Getting shaped back to the deuce here is no bargain. We are unsure of whether or not they're able to play the 2-10 and win the game, or if they keep playing it. We may learn this rack, though, Scott.
Yeah, I don't know if that's even come up with those 2, but typically at this level, these guys will just spot the 10.
That would be my assumption as well. No early money balls. He was able to avoid the 5 there. What a shot.
Yeah, he's overamped it, though.
Does he stay offensive here, or does he decide to duck, Scott?
Well, this all depends on if the 10 spots up or not, right? If he can just go all out here, he might even be able to play the cue ball up behind the 3 or something like that. So it all depends on if the 10's a win. Because like Jason said, he's got a good safety. He could really bury him behind the 10. Doesn't want to let Fedor back to the table, though, when you're staring down the barrel of a combination.
Looks like he's shooting. He's staying offensive here.
Well, if the 10 does count in a combination, he doesn't want to hang it up. That's for sure. And he's gone to the lockup. And he's really cut him off well there, Jason. Cut him off from the top side.
It's got to be a 2-rail kick here, right?
2 to 3 from the bottom end, I would assume, unless he can get past the 10. And he's acting like he can. Then he can use the 10 as cover.
So he's going to spin here off the long rail. Yeah. He didn't look at anything else, so he's pretty confident he has the ability to get past that 10 and spin into the deuce. And he's called the deuce in the bottom right.
Yeah, and that's in case he gets too much. He'd like to hit it a little thinner than that and use the 8 and 10 as cover. He's pretty confident in this rail biting quickly. Yeah, no rail yet.
Oh, didn't get a rail. We couldn't really see there. His body was in the way. So a big reward there for SVB with his safety play. Like you said, I think that tells us the 2-10 doesn't count. They're going to be spotting it up. Because I think he would have taken on the combo and tried to play the cue ball safe if the 2-10 counted.
Yeah, my concern was that he might have been worried about hanging it up and leaving Fedor the 2-10. So I don't know if we're gonna know yet, but we will find out for you. Yeah, and this is pretty much a dream layout. A little movement in that back arm. I would say that Shane's a tick quicker than than Fedor at the table. He's got a little bit more of a flow to him at times.
Yeah, I think that comes with experience.
I've always felt like Fedor played better the quicker he played. I've seen him play some pretty quick pool, and man, when he does, he looks comfortable. He looks real good. I think he'll get to that point in this match.
I agree. I think we'll see him speed up.
He didn't want to end up here. He's going to be all right. Just a little funnier on the 8, unless he can get off the rail. Probably draw it back past the side or close to it.
Oh, another miss.
You've got to wonder.
That was missable, though, right? That was one of those weird straight in, but not straight in angles to where you don't want to, and you have to shoot it slow and you're close to the rail.
No, I agree, and I feel like on the 7, he could have drawn back a little bit further to assure that cue ball further off the rail. Just got to wonder if that ball turned a little bit.
Yeah, very, very easily could have. 6-4 is our score after 10 racks in favor of Fedor Gorst. Generate a new rack for the guy.
Yeah, he didn't act like it turned. You see the motion with his cue there. Really, you can't get better equipment, Jason. The Aramith balls, they've been in business over 100 years. You cannot, well, they actually just came out with the 100th anniversary set. I think they sold out in a week's time. But I can tell you, even the CEO has to get permission to go into the factory. It is a high-kept secret, the resin they use and the process that they go through to develop this ball. It's often been duplicated or tried to been duplicated, but never, ever been done. Many companies have done it multiple times. There's a few companies that actually market their balls out of Belgium as we speak, and they're not made in Belgium, but I won't go there.
Welcome to pool.
Welcome to pool.
All right, here we go. Rack number 11, Fedor Gorst to break. See if he can get a better result here. This last break wasn't very successful, Scott.
Better hit.
Yeah, and look at this. This one ball's going to dress up, or it's going to go down.
Yeah, he put a little bit more on that.
And nothing real offensive here, is there?
Not really. Yeah, I don't see much clean.
Walk us through the safety here.
He's got options. He can chip the 2 to the left side. He can send it up table towards the 8. I think that's where he's looking to put the cue ball. So that would be chipping the 2 to the left above the pink. Maybe down below the 10. Swinging the cue ball up 1 rail behind the 3. At this level, it's tough to call the defensive play very often or call it correctly because these guys are at the table and really see all the intricacies. But that's what he's done. He's just overamped this as well. So the adrenaline's still probably pretty high, and I don't think he's going to like this, Jason. I think Fedor could be welded to the back of the pink when this is all said and done.
Yeah, very easily. Float into position here to put him on the back of the 4. Is he even trying to do that, Scott, or is he just chipping it over under the 9 and taking the cue ball back?
Yeah, a lot of these guys like to do that. They've got a bigger gap.
He's not going to like
cover.
any of this.
No, that was a definite mishit. Yeah, Shane caught that ball way too thick, allowing the 2 to come out. I do believe Fedor is going to try and use the pink.
It's pretty well done right there, Scott. Nice control. Pretty easy hit, but a containing safety nonetheless.
Yeah, Shane would like to use a high cue ball. Is he calling something in the lower left corner here?
Is he going to be trying? He's going to be trying to kick the bottom side of the 2 and bring the cue ball back underneath the pink, right?
Yeah, that's initially what I thought. With a high cue ball, you kind of stun the cue ball off the 2 or check it. Yeah, and you've got a lot of room for good things to happen here. Catch just below half of the 2. Oh, is he looking to roll the top side of it?
It's kind of open in space there if you go to the top side, right?
Yeah, and there's a mishit as well. So that shortened up a lot more than he probably expected due to the humidity. Jason alluded to it earlier. There is an air duct directly above the table, so things will change often. I think it makes for more excitement.
It's one of the things I love about pool, Scott. I love seeing a player uncomfortable. There's nothing better than flipping somebody up on their head and seeing how they respond.
Yeah, I agree. You've got to make the conditions, and that's, I'm going to mention them, the WNT and Matchroom. They're going to those 4-inch pockets, and I don't think people realize the level that these guys are playing at on those tables. You and I were talking about it last night. Just making the conditions, the rules, everything more difficult for these guys. All it's doing is raising the bar for these players globally. Shout out to Mickey Krause, by the way, a new rising star, winner of the European Open last week. Nobody ever planned on that except him. And he's off to the races. That young man has a bright future, and that's what the WNT will do for you if you put the work in. Fedor looking to me like he's getting a little bit better flow. In my opinion, Shane's looked more comfortable. The score doesn't tell that, but he has looked a little more comfortable.
I think what's Shane's missed 3 balls and Fedor's missed 1. I believe, right? Fedor missed only the 10 ball. Shane's missed the 4 ball in the same pocket as the 10. Shane missed the 8 and the 10.
I think that's correct.
Shane's missed 3 balls after 10 racks, and Fedor's missed 1. The scoreline shows that.
It does show that. I'm talking, when you look at the body, though, Shane looks a little more comfortable to me, but this is Fedor's style, right? He's a gritty player, very gritty player, and he can play different styles. He's said it in interviews, when he doesn't feel like he's pocketing the balls real clean, he can adjust his game and win other ways, which is very impressive.
One thing that was pretty cool, Scott, I'll tell you, in the interview, I don't know who interviewed, somebody interviewed him, right? And they said, ask him what he liked most about these matches. And he said, I just embraced the grind. I love the grind. I love the race to 120. Like, to be able to just lock horns with one of the best players ever for 240, potentially 240 racks. He wants that. He wants the grind.
He does want it, and I think he fed off of that in Saudi Arabia. I mean, this guy was down almost every match I watched him play, and I was right there for it. But he finds ways to win, and I think that's what fires Fedor Gorst up, and that's why he is the star he is.
Both of these guys find a way to win. Absolutely, and it's unbelievable to watch in pool, and that's what I really like about pool. You can watch somebody practice, or you can watch somebody play in a match that doesn't mean anything. And then as soon as the pressure heats up, some of them find a way to lose.
Yeah, some of them find a way to lose, and some of them find a way to excel.
That's what's the difference in the world class and the next tier.
Well, and I just touched on Mickey Krause and what he did last week, right? He's been knocking on the door. Mickey Krause has all that ability, and he came through shining. He's put in a ton of work, and once again, if you put the work in, it's up to you. Get a chance, guys. If you get a chance, go to omegabilliards.com. Check out those Acme cases. I've had one for about 6 or 7 years. It still looks like it's brand new. Mike Hong does a lot for pool. He is the owner and operator. Also, check out tristatecues.com. They're selling products, aramith balls, cloth, cues, you name it. tristatecues.com.
The biggest lead we've seen so far?
7-4.
Fedor sticking to the right side or the left side there as we look at it.
Yeah, and the 1 is tracking every single time to the right, top right corner.
See if he takes a little bit off, though. His last break, Scott, he hit it, he amped up. Oh, he hit that a little more square. Did you see that?
Yeah, actually caught the right side of the 1, or our right side. That's how the cue ball ended up that direction. 6 is going to cover, so he's going to have to play some type of defensive play here.
Tell you what, I didn't anticipate what we've seen after 11 11 rack, Scott. I really thought that they were going to be playing open, almost like bar table pool.
It just never seems to end up that way, though, right?
I mean, it did when Fedor played DeLuna. It has in almost every other match that SVB's playing 10 ball.
Yeah,
I mean, we're going to get to that point. We're going to get to the point where it's playing wide open.
Yeah, I just feel like this match means a lot more, right? And it's a real factor that neither of these guys are going to deny, right? The tension is palpable. I think the attention to this match globally, with all the fans, I think it's a little different than Gorst versus DeLuna.
Yeah, that was a little lopsided, but man, they were playing on 4.5-inch pockets.
Yeah, and these are 4 1/4, but they don't play like it when you've got
really tight.
Several hundred people in the room breathing on the table and an air vent above it.
What's the safety here, Scott?
I was wondering if he could go forward with the 1 and really play the cue ball under the green 6, but he's going to go this way, chip it, and maybe use the 8 and 2 and 5. Yeah, using the 8 and 2. Maybe elevate him on the 5.
This is pretty daggone good. That's a very nice shot right there. Good control of both the cue ball and the object ball.
Yeah, and actually this is very difficult. The 6 causing problems to go 2 rails behind the 1. So that makes things much more difficult, because it's a big ball to come 2 rails, maybe to the 3rd rail behind the 1. But with the 6 there, that's not happening.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see SVB elevate here and really kick this ball hard, trying to shorten it up off the long rail in between the 7 and the long rail.
Yeah, I agree.
He's gonna try to bend the cue ball.
Problem is, if he catches the long half of the 1, he is going into the drink. Now he's looking at the 2 rail line. It's a bigger ball this way. If he can miss the 9.
I feel like it's a bigger ball, but a tougher hit. There's some of them you just got to hit and hope.
He's really going to swerve this.
He's going to spin in between the 310. What a freaking shot that was. If he'd have made that, this place may have erupted, Scott.
Yeah, they almost did anyway. It was a great hit. Put a lot into that cue ball. But here we go again. Gorst in control.
And really, the safety play has been the difference so far.
Yeah, and we haven't actually seen the jump cue come up one time. Is the 8 going to snooker him?
I'm really surprised.
He didn't put any right on that.
Yeah.
I thought he'd put right on it to make sure it got out to the center. He was comfortable with the speed and thought that he'd just get perfect. Well, he hit it too firm.
The good news for Fedor is if he has the ability to make this jump shot and deposit it, he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. He can just let it set right there.
And I just said we haven't seen the jump cue. Here he goes.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, and I think this is a factor in a race to 120. I think it's a big factor.
Oh, this is an awkward jump, though. I thought he had the ability to go from the long rail to jump. This is tough here, Scott.
And an opportunity for SVB. He's probably saying, finally.
That shows you right there how tight this table's playing, though, because he hit that pretty down. I mean, it hit the rail, but he hit it pretty good.
Yes, he did hit it pretty good.
And it didn't go. Kind of deserving, though.
And you got to expect Shane to take advantage of this. Out towards the center. But to your point, Jason, that ball did look like it was going to go, and it literally held up right at the last second. So his pocket's holding up well. Shane not thrilled with it. We're going to get another look at it. Yeah, and that's deep. It just caught that left point, which is the point you want it to catch at that speed, but it held it up. Shane not thrilled with this position, Jay. Kind of threw the bridge down a little bit.
He's going to recover here. It's an awkward reach for him. He's going back to the bridge. I mean, this may be tougher than what we think.
Yeah, I know him quite well. That body language is easy to read. Look at how he's holding this bridge.
Yeah, this is one of these you got to get so much into the cue ball here. You don't really want to shoot it like this. It makes it a lot tougher.
Yeah, it's easy, to your point, easy to decelerate here and actually just hit more of the center of the cue ball than any low. He's not comfortable with it.
And easy to miscue and maybe jump the white too. What a shot. Watch
Where's
out
it
corner,
going?
though. Watch out corner pocket. And they're not tight enough to hold that one up, Freezer.
And this is a result of lazy position on the 5, and Shane knows it. You know, he had a real good shot on the 4. He could have got anywhere he needed to be on the 5 and just kind of cinched the 4. And it's a shot he's never going to miss. So I've got to say he was a little bit lazy on the 4.
Yeah, and the big key
Or
there
the
is
3,
just unable to punish an error of Fedor's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to mean 2 racks here if Fedor knocks these last 4 balls down. It's a 2-rack screw-up, but could potentially be a lot more.
Yeah, it could potentially be a lot more. If you get Fedor Gorst loose, which I didn't think would happen too early, I felt like Shane would have a lot of control in day 1. Big signs of frustration from Van Boening early. He didn't have to scratch, that's for sure. He actually hit it well.
He hit it really well. Maybe a little too good.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think he was trying to prevent exactly what you were talking about. He did not want
to decelerate on the ball, right? And end up short.
He said, I'd rather get through this ball and go a couple extra rails and ensure that I'm getting a shot, right? And another look here at the shot.
And you got to wonder if that's going to come back to haunt him.
Fedor Gorst leads 8-4 over SVB. We are racing to 40. If you're just now tuning in, we're racing to 40 today, 120 overall. First player to hit the mark of 40 today. We will stop, and we'll start tomorrow and Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's looking like it's going to be a late one, though, Freezer. This is going to take some time.
Yeah, I think a lot of us knew that going in. It's just too much on the line for these guys to get extremely loose early. Watch the 1, track to the top right. Oh, he's got a kiss. It's going to end up beautiful for him.
Oh. 2 balls down. Got a nice look at the 1 ball here. Pretty good layout as well, Freezer.
Yeah, he's actually crossing the face of the 1. So the cue ball's coming to the right now a little bit versus where he was hitting it before was, in my opinion, a little bit more to the left or our left, and now it's going to our right off the break.
I don't think it's purposeful, though.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Oh, it's easy to scratch from there, right?
Sure.
If he's coming across
yes.
like that. He's just mishit his last few breaks. Really hasn't broke the balls the way that he would like.
Yeah, and he's got more angle here than he would like. The 4 does not play in the top right. You'll see the 8 in the way. Can he drag this and hold the cue ball? Or does he have to go towards it?
He's looking at potentially going into this ball here. But he definitely has the stroke here to kill the cue ball. I don't think he has that much angle. I mean, obviously he's not where he wanted to be, but I'm kind of surprised that he's going into the ball. Oh, he went under it to play in the side. Nice shot, nice recovery. But is he on the wrong side of the 4 to get back up for the 5 here, Freezer?
Yeah, I think this is a lot thinner than we think. And he's got to put some speed on it to get back out for the 5 in the lower right.
Does he have to use a little inside English as well, making it a little bit more difficult?
Yeah, as I look at the table, in person it looks a little easier than it does on screen, believe it or not.
Does he just get through this ball with some high, or does he have to introduce some inside?
I think he's got to introduce a little right. Just a little. Wow, look at that ball bounce.
He needs it to bounce again. He isn't going to like any of this, Scott. I'll guarantee it. Frozen to the rail. He's going to have to float this ball in and just take his medicine on the 7.
That rail was hot.
Hot to trot.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got the top angle where he can come 2 rails below the 10. He doesn't want to have to roll it. If he can avoid it. Yeah,
this is one of these situations where you can try to get through this ball, or you can just take your medicine.
Yeah.
If you're Fedor Gorst, I think you just make the 5 here. You just make the 5 ball. Not saying that's what he'll do. He could potentially power up and try to get through the ball, but I think it becomes a lot more missable.
Yeah, we saw early in game 1 or 2 where he tried to power the ball and it went awry on him. He's going to power this, it looks like.
He's going to power. He's jacking up, and he's going to punch around.
I think it lays pretty good to do it.
I didn't like it, though, and that's why. The pocket just shrinks up, Freezer. The pocket shrinks up when you play it that way.
Well, just what the doctor ordered for SVB. Shane needs something like this to get him going. Seems like it's been all Gorst the last half hour. Shane over here asking for something.
He's asking for some scissors, I believe. Maybe he's got something in his glove he wants to cut out.
Yeah, nice stroke there. Never easy for these guys. He should be just fine due to the position where the 9 is. He can just bounce off the rail a little bit, come 1 rail over from the 8. Might go forward.
He got a lot out of that. Nice recovery. Landing straight on the 7. Right back where he wants to be, though.
He doesn't want a big bounce on this.
Still think that was an avoidable mistake there from Fedor. Did he miss the ball?
That's why you didn't want a big bounce on that ball. I thought he would punch 1 rail and come towards the 9. He drew 1 rail over, caught the big bounce. The table's playing springy. You really want to be able to stop the 9 instead of have to come across the face of the 10. And that's what caused the miss.
Neither player looking very comfortable to me, Freezer.
No. It says a lot about the magnitude of the match.
And the conditions.
Absolutely.
I think the conditions are, a big factor in this. But also, the one thing that is obvious with both of these guys, if they start finding the break, they're going to play unbelievable. If either one of them finds the break, they're going to play unbelievable behind it. It's hard to get going if you don't have a shot.
They're going to take more control.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, there's people in the industry that are helping us out, doing a lot of good things. Aaron Scotty Glenn out of Oklahoma. Check him out, Aaron's Storm Shelters. In my opinion, in a lot of people's opinions, builds the best bunkers, the best vaults, tornado shelters, you name it. Reach out to him. Check his Facebook page out, Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. This man started from nothing, and he's built an empire. He's great at what he does. Check him out, Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. Yeah, and back to your point, Jason. I agree. That moment's got to happen to where they start to loosen up. I just don't see it coming anytime soon. I just don't. I don't see a lot of packages being run.
The time you're going to see it is when one of them finds the break. Absolutely. They're both tight right now, and I think obviously the magnitude of the match has a big part of it, but also neither one of them have broke the balls well. You'll see if Fedor or Shane hits the break perfect the way that they want it, they're going to get loose. It's just who's first to do it.
That's the hit he's looking for. He's got the 7 down.
He's going to be perfect, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the kiss on the cue ball as well, but that's the hit that he's looking for. He didn't cross the face of the 1 that time.
And let's see here. Any trouble, Freezer?
I don't know, buddy. Can he get straight on the 2, or does he have to carry an angle? Like to get straight, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he'd like to. That's exactly where he's looking right now, what line he wants to be on.
Yeah, I just feel like you could lose a little bit here trying to get straight and see how good his control is and how he's feeling.
Yeah, he got a little much out of it.
Yeah, he's going to be okay, I believe, but now he's got to contend with the 5. I felt like he could lose that a little bit going that way instead of just taking the cut on the 2, staying below the 9, right?
Yeah, I mean the big key here is both of them have had trouble with the rails. So anytime they have to contact the rail, they're guessing right now.
That's exactly right.
Perfect speed there.
I like the way he played it. Once again, though, and you just mentioned it, anytime you're contacting that rail, does he stay short of the 4 here? Does he come over to the other side? Catch the gap of the 4 and 10.
The problem with that is if you contact it, does he try to go in between the 8-10?
I like that. I think that's probably the play if he can do it.
He may be a little too straight, though.
Yeah, he might have to come between the 4 and 10. Pretty good timing on that stroke. He's starting to look a little better, in my opinion. The delivery's really smoothed out. He looked quick early in that final backswing a few times. Even his tempo around the table is starting to look a little quicker.
Starting to speed up. Got some chalk on his chin. He's ready to go.
Shane kind of slumped in his chair. Not a good sign. You don't want this really getting away from you early on day 1. Shane just got to regroup. He's done it a million times. What's one more?
I really like how the match has played out, though. I thought after I was watching both of the players practice yesterday breaking the balls, practice breaking the balls today, I thought the format was going to be a joke for these two. I thought it was just going to be an absolute.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that at dinner, and I thought the opposite. I really felt like it just seems like the tension with these two players, and I know how this table can play. I don't know. I felt like it was going to be more like it is, to be honest. But I think what you're talking about is inevitable as well. I think it will happen. I just don't know that we'll see it anytime soon. For sure tomorrow.
That was a nice hit right there.
Sure
nice speed
was.
control. Ten to 4 is the score after 14 racks. How many in a row is that, Scott? He was down. Fedor was down 3 to 4, I believe.
Yeah, he was down 4-3. I think he was down more than that, actually. But, yeah, he was down 4-3.
He's at least won 7 in a row.
I mean, the scratch that Shane had in Game 12, was it last game that he scratched with the bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that could prove to be really devastating to Shane.
And he missed the 8 ball the rack before.
Yeah, and missed the 8 the rack before. I mean, he also missed the 10 in game number 9, I think it was.
I mean, this match could very easily be the opposite, 10-4 in favor of SVB if he was cleaning the balls up the way that he normally does.
Yeah, and that's rotation pool, right? All those little variables. Gorst to break. That's the most square hit I think he's made.
Yeah, and protected the cue ball too. He's going to get a nasty kick and an undeserving kick there for a scratch.
Wow.
Did you see? I mean, it's like it was stuck in mud, the cue ball, and it missed all of the traffic on the first go around.
Yeah, and it was that ball coming around on the 4-rail track that clips the cue ball straight into the left middle.
It just shows you how brutal this game is, Scott. You finally hit a good break. You finally do everything you want to do, and you catch that.
Well, that doesn't happen in one pocket, does it, Jason?
That does not.
That's just crazy. I mean, that definitely, without a doubt, was the best hit that Fedor's made. Just a little unfortunate there, to say the least. This, too, is so deep that coming out of this corner is going to be tricky, in my opinion. Look at how deep that ball is. He's just going to draw up towards the 3, I assume, using the left long rail. Well, he made it look easy. Wants to get past this area here so he can just kind of draw down to the 6. So he's got to get a good line on the 4. Either stay where he's at, where he can draw 1 rail over and back down towards the 6, and that's what he's looking at now. Might be easier. Shane's great at that power stroke.
What a nice hit that was.
Yeah, but I feel like he let up on it, Jay.
Still a little short, right?
Yeah, I just feel like he let up on the stroke.
But it just looked a lot cleaner than what his last few hits have, when he's needed to move the cue ball. He's looked super tentative. And on that one, it came up a little short, but he got through the ball pretty well. He struck it pretty good. He can recover here.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't think he's going to have a problem coming off the 10.
Going to use contact with the 10 here. Watch outside pocket. Watch out 10 ball. Got away with it, I believe.
Wow.
A lot of things could have gone wrong right there, Freezer.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't give that a little bit more time to really figure out what the cue ball was doing off the 10. I kind of felt like the scratch was always a possibility.
That was a missable ball, too.
Boy, it just keeps getting tougher for SVB.
I think the 7 was tougher than this 8, though. Those are always tough at that angle when you have to roll the ball slow. He can hit this ball a little pace. He decided to roll it, too.
Wow.
What a shot.
Yeah, I think that tells you the way he played those last 2 balls. That tells you the way this table's playing, right?
Yeah. Normally you see him use a little power right there on that 8 ball.
Absolutely. So a much-needed win for Van Boening there. Brings him within 5 of Gorst, trailing 10 games to 5. I know Jason was talking about it, and will this be the point where Shane changes his break spot? I don't know. If you guys get a chance, go to the Facebook page, Deadwood Custom Cues, Bernal D'Artez. It's an affordable, custom handmade cue. He's a great guy, makes a great cue. He's out of Texas. Check him out, Deadwood Custom Cues. While you're at it, check out Railbirds TV when this match is over. We've got a lot of great matches. Filler versus Gorst, SVB versus Filler, Efren versus Filler, Gorst versus Paguline, Railbirds TV. So, Jason, I just alluded to your point. Is Shane going to change this break spot? And if not, what are the results?
I mean, it's been so long since we've seen him break. He may have forgotten about needing to.
Goodness gracious.
Look at this, Ed. He doesn't want the one to fall, though.
What a hit that was. You could hear that across the river.
Does he have the ability to cut across this ball rail first, Scott? That's the question. And will he come out with a shot on the deuce that's covered up by the 6? His best break of the match right there. Not even close.
Yeah, but to your point earlier, there's a lot of inconsistencies at play there. You'll notice these balls are all moving a lot more than what Fedor's are doing. It's almost like Fedor's in control of every single ball off the break. And Shane, well, he's in control of the cue ball and the 1, but what about everything else?
Does he have the ability to flick this thing in? I think based on his body language and based on the way that Fedor's looking at him, I think he does have the ability to go rail first here and flick it in. Does he end up with a shot on the deuce? That's the question.
I think he's looking go straight at it. Can he go straight at it, Jay?
I don't believe so. I think 3's got him covered up. It looks like it's out of the pocket a little bit, which makes this play kind of tough, I believe.
I think he can go straight at it, but to your point, he can go rail first and get position.
You may be right. He's gearing up like he can go straight at it, but he was looking at the short rail.
We're going to find out.
You're right, he has to play short side.
And it's landed real funny.
Yeah. Things not really going SVB's way early on here. Doubled up. Scoreline of 10-5. Does he take on the thin cut here, Scott, or does he choose to play a safety?
Boy, you don't want to duck. You don't want to play a defensive play being down 10 games to 5, but I think you've still got to play the table. There's a pretty straightforward defensive play here behind the 6 and 10. He's going to use the 8. This is what these guys do at that high level. Did he unfortunately find the gap again?
I think he hit the winder. That always makes you sick when you play, a nice shot, good speed.
Yeah, that's
just unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
But I think that has a lot to do with the big bounce coming off these rails.
Yeah, and that's where I think Fedor's, got a pretty big advantage. He knows how quick these rails can play.
He got a nasty bounce, too.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Shane take the bank on the 2 to the lower left corner. If he misses it, he'd like to miss it short and use the 6 and 10 as cover. Oh, he's gone to the defensive side again.
And he's left an opening as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't bank at that. Maybe he was a little too straight to bank at it, meaning that if he missed it, he couldn't get safe. I thought there was kind of a two-way there. He never even entertained it. Does have Fedor snookered.
Fedor was looking at coming off the top of the 2 and using the 9 as cover here.
Oh, wow. He couldn't see the top end of it, so definitely not going as planned for SVB. so far.
Yeah, he's sizing up an offensive look here. SVB is known for doing this measuring system to go rail first in these situations. Is he going rail first to make it here, or is he looking for some separation, Scott?
Yeah, I was wondering if he's actually looking for the kick and stick, but you could be right. Did he just call the 2 in the lower left? I don't know this measuring system.
I mean, it doesn't have to carry position, right? Like from this angle, he could get snookered behind the 10.
Well, I think if he shoots it to play the 2, he's going to use like a low left ball. The cue ball is just going to straight cross over towards the 5 and spin out. But, boy, I feel like that's a huge risk, especially the way the table's playing. If he can kick and stick this ball, he could use the 10 and 6. He could definitely get separation.
I like the safety play as well here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's using a center ball.
Wow, he went for the make.
That was a sellout. Like you called it. Complete sellout.
I don't understand there.
That's what happens though when you're not playing well. The other guy's doubling you up, but he's not playing well either. You press a little bit, you start making decisions that you normally wouldn't make. If he was ahead 10-5, he's playing safe there, 100%.
Yeah, there's no question. He's not even questioning the option there, and typically he's not going to question that option anyway. The way this table's playing. Now, if he's playing on 4.5-inch pockets with brand new cloth under heated lights, yeah, I can understand going at that ball, but. Yeah, under the circumstances, you can't allow the man at the table that's at the table now a free rack. You can't afford that. You're down 10 games to 5. You've got to make this kid work for it.
Yeah, it's so tough to not play the score. It's just human nature in most of us. But in these long races, almost forget about the score. Forget about the score. Just play the game.
I agree, but the score is a real thing, right? Like and you're probably right. You don't want to play the score. You want to play what's right every single time, right? And thinking about it, to your point, I agree.
I mean, if you're playing a race to 11.
Irregardless, I think that shot's wrong.
Right, but if you're playing a race to 11, you play the score. You're playing a race to 120, you play the percentages, because every rack, if you play the right shot, you play the correct percentage, it adds up over 240
no doubt.
racks.
Just the wrong shot in general, and I think Shane would agree with that, but he wants to get something happening.
Just trying to just grab the table back and be able to hold command of it, and it's worth the risk to him.
Yes.
To have the opportunity, and he had a good break. His last break was his best break, and so was Fedor's last break.
Yeah, and I think that's where another bit of frustration lies. Sometimes when these guys break them perfect and get that kiss, or get that snooker, or not the perfect layout, it can carry forward with your decisions in the next couple innings.
It's amazing what the break does to your psyche.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, for these guys. For amateurs, I don't even know if they'll understand really the magnitude of it. But for these guys, and I don't even understand it to their level, but when they know they're breaking good or breaking better than the other guy, even if they're missing a lot more balls, they still feel like they're supposed to win. And that's how powerful the break is.
Such a skillful thing at this level. Just like that, 11-5 is the line. Favor of FG.
Yeah, and he really is looking a lot smoother, neither here nor there. It has nothing really to do, I think, with what Shane's doing. I think he's just getting more comfortable, Fedor. But I do think, to your point, early in this match, Jason, you talked about it, you watched them both practice the break. I think Fedor is happy with the way Shane's breaking the balls.
Oh, yeah, listen, and it's crazy for me, APA 6, to question what SVB's doing. I've watched a lot of 10 ball on the big table, on the 9-foot, and I've watched SVB break the balls a lot of times, and I've never seen him go from the rail.
Well, I said it last night at dinner. You managed me for several years. You don't have to be a great player to really understand what's going on, but you have to see it and understand it. You have to calculate it. You're great at that. I don't know anybody that can handicap a game or match a game up that's better than you at the level that you play. I'm just being honest. And it all has to do with really seeing what's happening and calculating in your mind the results, and you're great at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just I've watched SVB on a bar table break from the middle, not even use the short rail. Nice hit there. Look at the 5-ball. See how the one's just creeping up table, Scott?
That's what he's looking for.
That's the hit he's looking for. That's the hit he's looking for.
We
right
had
there.
a look at it last time. He got kissed in the side.
Right. But keeping the cue ball clean on the first pass of the balls that are traveling 4 rails, and not having balls collide as they come around, that's when you know the player has the proper timing in their arm. Everything gives you give everything a chance to go. The 2 back corner balls can come around 4 rails. They're not colliding in the middle. The timing of the break.
That's where this magic rack. That's where the magic rack is a real factor. Because they're going to do the same thing just about every single time. Even though they're random racking, the one still has to be racked up top. Right? So we're seeing a completely different dynamic between the two of them. Shane with the power, Gorst with the control. So far, the control is winning.
Yeah, and it's, I'll tell you, we'll be able to see when both of the players get the timing of the breakdown. It's not so much about depositing the balls in the side. It's really about the collisions in the middle of the table and avoiding that. You're going to see Fedor have the ability to do that, like you said, control all the balls, where Shane is going to get more collisions, but he's also going to make balls as a result of them kissing in the middle and going in the side and different things going down. It'll be interesting to see. We know SVB is going to find his break, Scott. There's no doubt about it. He will find the break.
Yeah, and when he does, it looks absolutely amazing, right? It's the most devastating break on the planet. I just don't know with these new age players, especially in this format, if that's enough. Does consistency win in the long run, or does power?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different formats of 10-ball, 9-ball. Obviously, you've lived through it. You've seen so many different variations of 9-ball and 10-ball, and where do you rack the balls, and what kind of rack do you use, and what's the just the format of the overall game. And we've seen, the 9-ball, the 9 get on the spot with the break box, no break box.
Yeah, they're going to figure it out regardless.
The players figure out the break, and if there are any players in the world that have mastered the template 10-ball break, it's these two.
Absolutely, and once again, I'll go back to it. I think that's where Matchroom shines, right? The real adjustment making life difficult for these guys is the pockets, and I think that's what you have to do, right? You aren't going to beat these guys on the break. They're going to figure it out.
Well,
they're going to figure it out. They're going to figure the break out. I don't care what game it is.
Doesn't matter.
So you've got to adjust the equipment. Matchroom going to 4-inch pockets. Let me tell you, it's fascinating to watch these guys play on that type of equipment.
A nice hit there, Scott. Is he going to be elevated, though? Is his bridge going to be a little awkward here over the 7? Or is he going to have the ability to get right in there?
Yeah, I don't think it's a big factor. He can just come back a foot.
Oh, he's elevated.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
It just becomes missable is my point. Like those small percentages, even if it adds a 0.5% to the difficulty of the shot over 240 racks, that stuff adds up. Obviously, most of the time these two are going to recover and they're going to make the balls, but they turn a ball that's not even close to missable into something that is at least has a chance. Oh my Lord!
Well, you got him. You got him, Jay Diddy, talking about the missable. Well, that one was missable.
Absolutely was.
And, well, if Shane ever wished for an opportunity, he can't get a better one than this. 1 ball at a time. Get this 7 down. He's got to put a pinch of right on it, I believe, to dive to this bottom rail. Oh, he stayed really clean through that stroke. He wants to avoid elevation here. Yeah, he'll be fine. He stayed clean through that stroke, Jason. That's what he needs. He needs to get out here.
Sweet little bump at the end.
Yeah, I think if he misses the 10, he might even be a little better, but maybe not.
Eleven to 6 is the line. SVB capturing rack 17. SVB sticking with breaking off the rail. Rack number 18, tons of power there from SVB. Big bounce on the cue ball. Is he going to get a look at the one, though? Does have an opportunity to bank the one, but nothing easy. And you notice there, a big eye roll from SVB. Nice clean hit on the break and no reward. That's not at all what he wanted. SVB wanted to get underneath of those balls for some cover. Both players struggling mightily with the rails. Conditions are very, very tough here. Fedor calling the side pocket with the one. He's going to try to play this one ball, two rails underneath the 3-5. And he made it. Well, you got the cue ball behind the 9-2 there. So that was a definite two-way shot. I didn't see the 9 coming in play. What a shot there by Gorst. He wasn't playing the one ball under the 3-5 at all. He was playing the cue ball under the 9. So he had the ability to bounce back from an error in his last rack. Time will tell. Looking good so far. Really, this is going to be all about the 4 to the 5. Yeah, it looks like Fedor's just going to come out to the middle of the table, making sure he gets past the 8-ball. Got a perfect angle here to do it. Nice shot there. See a nice draw stroke here for one rail position. Handled perfectly there. Freezer's back with me.
Yeah, and it looks like the same old song and dance. What's happened here?
I'll tell you what, an unbelievable shot from Fedor at the beginning of the rack here. He had a shot on the 1 ball, calls the side pocket and gets safe if he didn't make it, and he made the bank, which given him the opportunity to run some balls here.
Wow. This cue ball is going to spring pretty good, and it did.
Doesn't want to be dead straight, wants to have the ability to get off that rail.
Yeah, and his timing is really looking a lot better.
Got a message from Fedor, though. He's not feeling good, and he says the conditions are worse than the Philippines right now.
Well, that's pretty comical, and my first reaction is that, and I think everybody at home, it doesn't look like he's feeling too bad.
Well,
he's about to take a 12-6 lead.
But you know, it doesn't mean that he's feeling great. His opponent isn't doing what he's supposed to do either.
His opponent probably isn't feeling too good right now either.
That's that's exactly what I said to him.
Well, obviously. Listen, guys, and I know you're going to get a little bit tired of this, but I came up with a way to get paid to where Kyle doesn't have to eat the cost. Kyle Ferguson, bless his heart, he's the owner of the pool room. And that's why I'm naming some of these great sponsors. Got some sponsors that I've named off. And so that's how I'm getting paid. And if you get a chance, support the industry, at least check it out. OmegaBilliards.com. Obviously, Aramith and Simonis, the best in the business. KT Custom Cues or KT Customs on Facebook. TriStateCues.com. Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. Deadwood Customs on Facebook. Deadwood Custom Cues. And then go to Railbirds TV on YouTube. Check it out. There's an array of great matches on YouTube that I've commentated and several others.
12-6. FG to break. Sticking with the same spot here.
Yeah, and you got to wonder when Shane will consider going to this break. We know he knows it. But I don't think Shane can hit him. Well, he's popped him real good. He crossed the 1 again, but he's going to end up okay, I think.
If the 4 cooperates.
Wow. If the 2 has him eclipsed just a fraction, we know he will use the jump cue.
I believe he has the full ball here, though, Scott. I think he can shoot this one straight into the hole.
He's taking a close look. If he does have to jump it, it's minimal.
He's going back for the short cue, you're right.
I would put him at about a 95% favorite to make this. All he's really got to do is stop if he's straight. But maybe it's more difficult than we think with the time he's taking.
Well, not only that, with the 1 ball as far away as it is, and it's so close to the pocket, it could come flying off the table here. It's not a nice shot. Like a dagger.
Yeah, he's not thrilled with it, though. He wanted to stop. He caught it a little thin.
Well, he's on the wrong side of the 2. So what does he do here? Does he duck?
Yeah, and that's all the difference there. He wanted to stop the cue ball.
Do we see a safety here?
Well, with the position of the 5, it doesn't play past the 8. There's nothing wrong with it, but he could play the 2 and then bank the 3 to the right middle if he wanted. Depends on how he's feeling. There's nothing wrong with the safety, Jason.
I love a safety here.
He could nip him up real good behind the 3 if he'd like.
He's frozen to the rail. 5 doesn't go past the 8.
Could even shoot the 2 towards the 5.
Right.
Yeah. Good call, Jason, and I think that's probably the right play.
Absolutely, it's the right play. there's just no future in any shot there, and it's not guaranteed that you make the shot, number one.
Or the next shot. So
right, and even if you do, you still have to have a nice plan for the 5.
Wow, Shane coming to the top rail at this too. I thought he might go to the left long rail right there behind the 3 to ensure a better hit. So he can get separation here. He's looking for cover. He did call the 8.
Nice solid hit there. He's not going to love it, though.
No, it's a little unlucky. He didn't leave anything straight forward, but it was a great hit. Well, he can butter him up onto the 6 here if he'd like, but
yeah, you got to be a little careful with that 8 ball where it's at. It could play as a backboard for the deuce if you leave it easy kick.
no, I absolutely agree. He might choose distance, going up table behind the 3 and 5 somehow.
I wouldn't be mad at him. Oh, he just went ahead and he's going to sell out here. He's going to give him an easy look at the ball. It shows you how tough the conditions are, Scott, though, because they've both had some pretty easy safeties and missed by a wide margin.
Yeah, what I noticed there, though, when he got down on the ball, he was really quick. Really quick. Typically he'll take 3 or 4 good strokes. He just got down and 2-stroked that ball.
Yeah.
A nice touch.
Yeah,
very nice.
I think he may have the edge here.
I don't believe so.
We'll probably see a soft kick back here, 1 rail, right?
Yeah. Not much can go wrong doing that.
Other than not hitting the ball.
Yeah, but if he does make a good hit, it's going to be a pretty good result, I think.
I don't think we're going to see speed. Well, this is harder than what I thought he was going to hit.
Me too.
He's going to get a double kiss and be okay, but
pretty fortunate.
I'm still very surprised that he didn't just kind of slow roll that ball to the kick.
Yeah, at the speed he hit that, Jason, it could have been a lot worse.
Especially if he hits the top side of that, he's selling straight out.
I don't think you want to overthink this situation. You just chip the 2 and use the 7.
That's what he's doing.
You really actually got to clip this pretty thin.
I was going to say, this is an easy ball to double kiss right here.
Yes, it is. You know, do you chip the 2 over towards the center more and go down into the wedge spot between the 8 and the left long rail? Does 2 things at once there. It opens the 5 up and you get cover, right? I don't think you're going to scratch if you go down between the rail and the 8. So now you open the 5 up and you get cover, and I think that's what he's looking at now.
I think if you look at, I think the 5 goes.
I don't think it passes the 8.
It's tight.
Okay, this is weak. This is weak. Fedor will be able to rail first at worst. And maybe it does go, Jason. On the overhead, it looks a little better. Talking about the 5.
All right, walk us through this, Scott. What's he trying to accomplish with the rail first here on the deuce? Is he trying to utilize the 4 for cover?
Yeah, I think that's what he would like. If he doesn't get him behind the 4, he might not like it. So you really just can't go wrong catching it thin. I guess you might be able to scratch in the top right if you catch it too thin. Really taking some time here. But with the position of the 8, I just don't feel like you've got a lot of risk here selling out.
Yeah, he's going to be doubled up any kind of way. Really, like you said, try to get some distance here. Hit the deuce thin so it doesn't move a lot.
He caught it a lot thicker than I expected, and a little shake of the head there. Caught it thicker than he expected.
You know, but still, I mean, for as bad as he hit it, it didn't turn out the worst.
No, not at all. And actually, tricky position here.
Yeah, that 5 being there limits Shane's options defensively. Yeah.
Well, if he hasn't left it, he's left it, if that makes any sense. Fedor can use the jump cue. So both those balls come off a fraction hotter than I think Shane expected. Cue ball and the 2 ball.
We're going airborne. Is he going to get fortunate here, Scott? No, he's not.
Yeah, and I figured, you know, I've said it, I figured there's probably going to be about 10 games that benefit Fedor with the jump cue. And I know he won 1 game when he jumped the 1 in. I don't know that that really matters. No, that's still this game. So no games really have come in play with the jump cue yet.
Yeah, this is a tester here, though, Scott. After a lot of moving in this rack, now you're faced with a long straight in.
Yeah, and he's actually got to go forward, I think. That's what he's shaking his head for. He's just kind of like in that 50-yard line where he doesn't really have the line to punch over above the 4 and out. So he's got to go forward with a high inside ball.
This is tough. You can see this one coming out 2 rails.
Yeah, he's got to put a real good strike on this.
Oh, what a hit. What a shot. And he didn't end up with the inside English. He just leveled out and hit just straight high. I like that play. I think it was smart.
Agreed, Jason. I think we could all learn something from that shot, right? Take a little bit of the English off and ensure the make.
Take a tougher shot on the 3.
Right. Almost the same scenario here, right? Where you could just come across. If you want to ensure the make, he'll probably put something on it, but
probably just a touch of outside here. He might play the 4 in the same pocket.
another clean hit.
Wow. That's perfect there.
Yeah, and I guess the 5 does play.
I mean, even if it doesn't, he can play short side where he's at, right?
Yeah, we're going to find out.
I think it goes, though. Nope, played short side. Landed on the perfect line on the 4 to get to the 5. What a shot there.
Yes, he did.
Nice control from SVB.
Once again, a little sign of negativity from Shane as he looked at the line, but I don't think you have to do much with this.
Just pull it back a few inches, right?
Yeah, I don't even know that he needs to pull it back much at all. He doesn't want to get straight on the 6. Yeah.
Nice shot there.
Well done.
SVB starting to rev the arm up, Freezer.
Yeah, you can see it. Oh, and I like what he did there as well. I thought he would consider coming 2 rails out. He elected to do what he did with the long shot up above as well and just kept a flat top ball. I think that's probably the right way to play this on this table. And there are some SVB fans in the building.
Heard a little clap after that combo. 2 balls away from cutting it to a 5-game deficit.
Yeah, I think he's getting a little more comfortable with the rails.
Well, personally, I think both players are pretty fortunate to be where they're at right now. I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah, at the top of the world.
Well, at the top of the world, but in the match, like if you're Shane, you know, you've played pretty poorly. You haven't broke great, and you're only down 5 racks, and you're getting a break right here. If you're Fedor, you haven't played great, you haven't broke well, and you're up 5. Both guys should be okay with where they're at right here. It could be a lot different score line if one of the guys were playing their A game.
Yeah, I can't disagree. Yeah, we're racing to 120. It's obviously no time to panic for either of them. Neither of them are playing perfect, but I do think that we're going to see these kind of scruffy, scratchy games in the interim, just because of the way everything's played out. But I really think that it's in Shane's best interest to consider changing his break spot.
Oh.
But that's not going to happen.
I'm not going to say I was the first to say it.
But you were the first to say it, and I do think it'll happen at some point during the match.
Ton of power there. Nice hit. That's his best break of the match right there. And he's going to get a fortunate kick on the 1. Give himself an opportunity to get going here, Scott.
Yeah, and he's got so much power. He can do a lot of damage quick. He could even the scoreline up in no time with that break, and that's why he continues to do it, obviously. I just think that there's going to be some inadvertent kisses and possible inconsistencies with position. A lot of kisses there. The 1 ended up in the center of the table versus up in the top right corner. Cue ball was beautiful. Timing was great.
It's a little thin here.
Yeah.
Does he have the ability to shoot it in the corner and come 3 rails for position?
Yeah, it's hard to do under the circumstances.
This looks pretty thin here and tough to judge.
Yeah, I think he might be. I think he can miss the 5 and look to come 3 rails maybe. Let's see what he's thinking. Yeah, 3 rails, but boy, look at that shorten up. He was way off the mark as far as what he thought the cue ball was going to do, right, Jason? I can assure you he didn't think he was going to get somewhere where he is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shot it.
A pretty tough angle here. SVB really needs to knock this one down for his confidence. Feels like that point in the match where he could really get going here, Scott.
Yeah, like you said, he needs to knock this down. He knows it. That's why he's taking a little more time. Not just knock it down. Where's the cue ball going? Does he take a chance and go into the pink?
I mean, what's the other option? Just using a little bit of right-hand English and hitting it smooth and soft and basically taking the same shot on the 4? Because you can't really go 2 rails at it because those 6 and 8 are tough, right? If you go below the side, I mean, unless you go all out and hit it really firm. Going into the 4 is not the worst option here, Scott. And he did just that.
Yeah, he took a chance, and I don't think it's going to pay off.
I'm surprised to see him hit it that firm. He just wanted to make sure he knocked the ball down, I think.
Yeah, it's just another sign of not fully comfortable. Because he could have smoothed that ball in and held the cue ball on the underside or the top side somehow. It was steep. He wanted to ensure the make. He took a gamble, and it didn't pay off.
Can he recover, though? He has the potential for a kick safe here. And it's going to sell the farm, I think. They have just got the snooker here, Scott.
Yeah, he got that a lot thinner than he expected. He wanted to catch the full side of the ball.
He gave Fedor a nice little smirk, and Fedor gave him a nice little smirk back.
And this is pool.
Can he swerve or can he jump? Or is he going to be forced to kick? I think he's going to be forced to kick. He's going to the jump cue. I mean, this is insane right here. Look how close this is.
Yeah, he's just jumping an edge, though. He's not jumping the whole ball. And the only real problem is the 7, in my opinion. I think he clears the 5.
Yeah, but where's the future, even if you do? Yeah, pretty fortunate there if you're Fedor Gorst. If you miss the ball, that's one of the best places to miss it right there.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. I think Shane takes a cut at this. I would be surprised if he doesn't cut at this to the top left. Just because the cue ball's tracking down here somewhere around a 5.
That's what he was just waving his fingers back and forth.
But he's made a couple decisions that have kind of surprised me. He's the one at the table. He's the 5-time U.S. Open champion.
Does he play the cross-corner bank here and drag the cue ball in between the 8-6?
Yeah, he's looking at the cut. I can't blame him.
Golly, that's a steep cut.
Well, he's close enough to the ball where it's pretty gaugeable. These guys are so good at this.
Cue ball's coming hot here. I mean, what a shot. What a shot this is. He's not going to get rewarded again.
Yeah, things just not going his way yet. That will change, right?
That very easily comes off that rail and bumps the 7 and leaves him straight in, right?
Yeah, and that was so thin, you really can't predict exactly where this cue ball is going to finish. So not necessarily lucky for Shane in any way, shape, or form. He's going at the jump. Shane, well, he can jump too. He came with a jump shot last week at the European Open. It was special. Yeah, and this is going to finish just perfect for Gorst.
And I think this is the 20th rack, Freezer. I believe we're going to be cleaning the balls after this rack. Both players agreed to clean the balls after 20 racks. And I don't think either one of them are going to disagree that they need cleaned right now.
No, and I think it's a good time for everybody to take a couple seconds and regroup. Yeah, I mean, he barely hit that ball, and that cue ball just continued to travel. These rails playing real sharp, which can work in your favor if you start to dial in.
Has a nice angle here. Get back up to the 8 ball.
Yeah, does he just come out towards the center of the table with a high outside ball?
He's been playing to the side pocket a lot today. I don't know if it's because he's uncomfortable, but he did the same here.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Most players will avoid the side pockets on a shot like that and just come to the center of the table. Fedor has gone out of his way to play to the side a few times.
Which, you know, what that tells me, Scott, is he's trying to avoid using the rails at all costs, right? So when he plays to the side pocket, it gives him the ability to do what he just did right there, which is float into position without contacting the rail.
But he used the rail more the shot before.
Right, but he had a huge zone to get to.
I get it.
To get back down to the 10 from the 9.
Yeah.
So if he overran his mark a little bit there, it doesn't matter. Just like that, 13-7 is our line. I believe we are going to be cleaning balls, but we'll see. This is Jason Sword joined by Scott Frost. This is a race to 120 overall, going to 40 today. 6 o'clock start time tomorrow and Saturday, Eastern Standard. See how Fedor feels here. Nice shiny balls. Does it change the way he breaks them? and didn't hit him square at all. I think he's going to like the result as long as the 9 ball doesn't get in the way, and it does. We'll see if he goes to the offensive jump shot here. It may be too far out in the middle for him to get to reach. The good news is if he does go offensive and he is able to deposit the 1, the cue ball is going to be tracking to give himself shape on the 3.
And we're back.
Yeah, on a big error there from Fedor Gorst. He got snookered at the last moment with the 9 ball off the break. Decided to roll out and rolled out and left Shane a shot. He was trying to push all the way up to the corner to force Shane to have to kick or allow himself to kick and try to play for safe. Very fortunate that Shane didn't.
All right, he's got to shoot this cross side. He has to stay aggressive here.
Oh, no.
Well,
it looked like he was going to get snookered behind the 10 there.
Yeah, but still nothing easy. 5 getting nudged in there, kind of behind the 8. So now he's got to get up table.
You just play for the middle of the table here. Guarantee yourself a look.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny, I actually, not by intention, crossed paths with Fedor on the way to the restroom. You are right. He stated, and he volunteered this information. He just kind of grabbed my attention. He said this table is by far playing bouncier than any table he's ever played on in his entire life, and that includes anywhere in the Philippines.
I told you, and the reason why I knew it was not that he messaged me saying how tough it was. It was the easy safety positions that they both missed by a wide margin.
Yes.
That they never miss. See, you're right. Shane's in a tricky position here. Does he go up and down, or is he trying to draw into position here?
He's going to go rail first. Yeah. I'm surprised he made that last-minute decision. He's got such a good margin to get up in the center of the table there. If you catch either of those balls, you could go into the drink.
Not get a shot.
Yeah, and if you hit that too hard, then the 10's in play. Like if you wrap around and hit it too hard, then you could get snookered by the 10. Really surprised. That was a quick decision.
So a big error by Fedor Gorst on the push out after the break. And once again, SVB unable to punish the mistake of young Fedor Gorst. It's really been the storyline of this match so far, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, in both of their defenses, and Gorst admitted it. He said, the way the table's playing, and I'm positive neither one predicted it, because it's not fun to play on extremely wet equipment. It can be very, very treacherous. But Gorst, said, obviously it favors me a little bit, but he doesn't want the table playing like that. My whole point to that is I think that's why we're seeing these errors. There's just such a wide gap for errors when you're dealing with such a quick rail.
Well, I mean, neither one of these guys like to guess, right? They're both
Right.
perfectionists. They both work a ton on their game. Neither one of them want to be guessing what the cue ball is going to do off of the rail. And I think in a lot of these situations, both of them are left guessing. And when they lose that certainty that they're used to playing with, become extremely uncomfortable, and they start changing their style. So now they're playing position in different ways than what they're used to or accustomed to. And that's what we're seeing right now, Scott.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it any better. They don't want to guess. They're precision players. Now you bring that margin of error in where the ball just reacts a little awkward at times. It'll make you tentative.
Start second-guessing every decision, start second-guessing your stroke, and then you make quick decisions, you make the wrong decisions, and it just starts compounding over and over. And it's it's not easy to get out of that. It's so tough.
Yeah, it's easy to stay in it, in that mode.
Man, 14-7. Fedor Gorst doubling up SVB after 21 racks.
Yeah, and the rack generator's pretty cool, right? You got the 1 up top, the 4-5 behind it, the 9-10-8, the 2-7, 6 and 3. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool little tool. I really wish that the ability to just rely on great sportsmanship would prevent pattern racking, but history has proven that it won't. And
I agree.
Not between these two.
No, I agree. I think it's headed more that direction with what Matchroom and WNT and these players all over the globe are doing. I think it's headed more that way. It's definitely gotten so much better than it was back in the day. But there's just not enough money in pool yet, and these guys are all trying to find edges.
Rack 22, Fedor Gorst to break. And a big pop there. Can he get a shot on the 1, or is the 6 going to come up and bother him? That's continuing to happen to Fedor. And the jump cue may come out here, but how do you get shape on the 3, Scott?
Well, if there's anybody capable of it, we've seen it time and time again with this young man. But gosh, I don't know if his reach is a little awkward. But I will say, I think that's about as hard as we've seen him hit the balls. What a great contact he made. Look at the cue ball. I mean, it is dead in line with the center spot on the bottom and top rail.
Like it was stuck in sand, but once again, the same ball sneaking up and preventing him from having a straight-in look at the 1. See if he changes the pace of his break a little bit, Scott. I think we'll see him maybe take a little bit off next time to try to prevent that.
Yeah, he started out hitting them pretty easy. Yeah, he's going for this.
Is he just going to try to hit it full and draw it here? Or is he going to try to shoot it to the left side of the pocket?
He's going to use he's just trying to cinch it. And
that's smart. That was
clever.
That was a smart shot right there, because he has a window. He can stay offensive. He can play defensive here. He has options.
And even that's a scenario where the jump cue, you could count it as a win. If he plays a defensive shot here and gains an opportunity to win the game, then the jump cue is a factor. And I think we'll see at least 10 of those games throughout this match.
So what do you like here? Do you like playing safe, or do you like staying offensive and maybe trying to collide with the 10?
I think he's got to play safe. I think that's what he'll elect to do. Maybe use the 9 and 10.
Does just that.
And he found the gap.
Once again, speed control way off. Not way off, but off.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously just very difficult to control the speed of these balls, both the object ball and the cue ball, with the way these rails are acting. Because these guys are typically not off by that much, and Jason touched on it earlier. Their defensive play has been pretty haphazard, but I think it's all due to the conditions. And yes, these guys can adjust, but you can't really adjust comfortably, especially when the rails are playing inconsistent. One shot, the rail springs this much. The next shot, the rail springs less. So you begin, like Jason touched on, guessing. When that happens, everything starts to get awkward.
What kind of safety play do you see here, Scott?
Can you see the whole bottom edge of the 3? If you can, can you chip the 3 towards the 8 and use the 10? Or do you chip the top side of the 3 and try and chip it like down toward below the 10 or 9 and send the cue ball up behind the 6?
I like that shot. That's the one I like. It gives you a couple opportunities for the snooker, even if you don't get the 3 exactly where you want it. If you get the cue ball behind the 6.
You get the sense he wants to stay aggressive. I don't believe that there's an option there.
Is he banking it cross corner? No way.
Yeah, this was a nice decision, but once again, the gap.
The window is staying open in this match. Both safety plays.
Yeah, it's crazy how many times they've caught the window. And that'll just tell you, it goes to show that the equipment is very challenging at the moment. I think it's a good thing for us. It's just torture for them.
We're going to see a lot of pull, that's for sure. Is Fedor trying to go in behind the 7 here?
Yeah, I like it. I think he's chipping the 3 to the left. Oh, he's caught it way thicker than he expected. 7 going to help him? Yeah, he caught a lot more ball than he anticipated.
Tough to blame the table on that one, other than maybe the deflection of the moisture on the table, maybe. But
yeah, he just caught the thick side of the 3.
But once again, things just not really falling in place for SVB. A mistake there from Fedor, and not a big opportunity for SVB to capitalize here.
No, it's well noted.
Can play a nice safety behind the 7 potentially.
Yeah, and I think he's got to keep that mindset, right? Just grind. It's still that mindset of one ball at a time. Still very, very early.
Just so frustrating.
It is
so frustrating when your opponent makes a mistake like that and you don't have the ability to do something offensive and you got to play a safe back. It's just a very frustrating thing to be facing, especially when you're not playing well. Like, when am I going to start getting the fortune?
Shane's one of the best at handling that.
Is he trying to put the cue ball under the 10 here, Scott?
I thought he was just weighing out, maybe cutting the 3 towards the 8 and sending the cue ball 1 rail over behind the 6, but I think he's changed his mind. No, that's what he's decided. He's going to leave a shot again.
It's not an easy one, but a shot nonetheless. It's one of these situations here. If you're Fedor, you just go all in on making the shot and take what you get on the 5. This is as tough of a shot as you're going to see as far as pocketing the ball. This is one of these shots right here, though. If Fedor knocks this down, it could be the shot that gets him going.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what it takes. It takes something like this for either player to knock down. And this obviously just carries position. You're going to get position regardless, I think, and biting anything crazy happening. So this is all concentration on the red 3.
He hit that as good as you could have, really.
Yeah, he might have caught it obviously just a fraction thick, and that gives you an idea of how the pockets are holding up.
He hit that ball pretty daggone good.
He didn't hit it bad. And once again, Shane faced with adversity. Yeah. Nothing easy here. Got to come out of this corner. You want to catch the ball going in.
Nice applause from the fans, recognizing how tough that was.
Yeah, absolutely. There was nothing easy about it. He finally got a little reward. speed on that, and Pocket took the ball without any issues. Shane's fundamentals a little different, obviously extremely fluid and probably as much or more power than any other player on the planet, but his his Q-tip oftentimes will stop at the cue ball after contact. What he does works, but Fedor typically after contact with the cue ball will have a 6-inch follow through, 4 to 6 inch follow through every single time when he's playing good. Shane, a lot of times will bring the tip back after contact.
Two balls away from cutting the deficit to 6 racks.
And a much needed game there for Van Boening. You just get the feeling that this match has just begun, and it really has.
Yeah, it definitely has the feel of a lot more than 22 racks played.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of pools so far.
Yeah, agree, Jay, and that's a good look there. You highlighted on it. Made a great hit to contact that ball first in order to get the cue ball out of that corner pocket.
The question remains, though, Scott, does Shane stick with the end rail? When are we going to see a change, if we see a change? Would it be the end of today? Or would it be the start of tomorrow?
You know, some players...
Oh, here he goes.
Here's
the change.
Maybe he heard you.
We'll see.
I was shocked that he started out there to begin with. But
cue ball getting kicked everywhere.
Shane cannot take speed off of his break. He just can't do it. He hits the ball so good that he's going to accelerate every time.
He's got a nice bank here with position and a backboard and the 7 ball. So we're going to see him open up with a bank here.
Yeah, and this is where things can change quickly with the power that he has, and Fedor knows it. He's all too aware. Shane could put a package together. He'd like to get this one down. Wouldn't be terrible if he actually moved the 7 here, too. It still helped him moving the 7. It was frozen, so now the combination becomes a little bit easier in the future.
He's not out of the woods here, though. Looks pretty straight on the deuce. How does he work position to the 3 ball?
Yeah, I think he can play the 3 in the left middle. He can come to the bottom rail and the right long rail.
Is he going to have to try to cheat the pocket here a little bit, though, to create the angle to get up there?
I think it's a little misleading. I think he's got a little more angle than it looks.
You're right. Handled perfectly, right back in line where he needs to be.
Yeah, he got the most out of that.
Really wants to get straight and close to that 6-7 combo, so it's easier to control all 3 balls.
You're going to draw one rail out here above the 4. Look at that cue ball spring, though. This is thinner than he wanted. This is thinner than he wanted. Yeah, you've got to be aware that that ball is going to come off hot. Speaking of the cue ball.
Well, it's going to be coming off hot here, too, because he got thin. How does he handle this?
Long bridge. Very few people can get away with that bridge, but Shane is one of them.
This is awkward, though. Bridging behind the 8 ball there. Clearly, he's going to have to use a little bit of left-hand English to beat the 8 ball.
And that's where this table really does favor Fedor if it continues to play this short or this springy. or bouncy. Fedor's touch is a little different. Their styles are just a little different. And I guess this table's probably molded more for that. Fedor, not intentional. He's not looking for that. He wants the table to play as good as possible. But I think it definitely favors Fedor's style. Shane's got so much power.
This is a tough, tough bridge here. He went into the 6.
Oh, no.
He made it worse. It doesn't go.
That's pretty cold-blooded, though.
Things are definitely not going his way, Scott.
Yeah, and he's getting punished for the position he played, shooting the 3 to the 4.
But he didn't want to baby that ball. That's the reason why he's in this position. He had that long bridge. He didn't want to baby that in. He didn't want to slow spin it in.
No, but you kind of got to feel for him, right? Like, nothing's really gone his way, let's be fair. Nothing's really gone his way in this match that I've seen.
Not at all. Off the break hasn't gone his way. Off the airs of Fedor hasn't really gone his way. Fedor's missed some balls and missed some safeties and not really given Shane an opportunity to go offensive. That's outside of Shane's control. But even when Shane has had an opportunity to punish him, he hasn't capitalized and cashed in.
Agreed, and this is one of those opportunities. Is he looking to carom the 7? This is real touchy. He's just got to barely chip the 6. I mean, it's such a thin hit on the 6. In order to do this with a tip of inside English to keep the 7 throwing downward.
It feels like he's going to overcut the 7.
Yeah, and that's
the way it looks.
That's why you need the inside to grab the 7 at the same time. Where's the 6 going to finish? I think this is where Fedor really shines, right? He will take his time and find the absolute right shot. Or Shane might be pushing the issue a little bit here, or pushing the envelope due to what just took place.
Is there some type of safety play here, though? That's
what I'm talking about. Fedor will really look at the situation where Shane might feel forced to play this.
He's playing the 7.
Yeah, and we all know that you're going to probably catch the thin side of it, and if you do, you're going to sell out. So not good for SVB. He really had to catch that 6 thin, Jason, in order to get the 7 down. Like paper thin. Got too much movement on it.
He had an awkward back arm there, too. The way he was stretched out over the table, he was kind of hitting his hip.
Look at that cue ball travel. He barely hit that ball. The cue ball come off 2.5 to 3 foot.
Yeah, and I feel like the measle ball, when you're playing on a bouncy table, the measle ball tends to travel more than others off the rail. There we are, 15 to 8's the line. Random rack generator there. Get that random rack generator up on the screen.
If you guys got nothing to do, if this match isn't enough for you, then check out tristatecues.com. Go check them out. They're selling all types of products. They're in the Northeast, but they ship directly to you. Vincent Parsons, tristatecues.com. Got this selection of JB custom cases, Molinari gloves, obviously the Aramith balls. They've got Q-Tech and Predator releases coming out all the time.
$15 to 8. Fedor Gorst to break. See if he stays with the power he's been coming with the last few go-arounds. Nice hit. Is the 8-ball going to sneak up and ruin the party, though? Oh, he's going to like this result, Freezer.
Yeah, I mean, this
he's
break
got it.
is just so, the one's always tracking, right? And he's not hitting them so hard that a lot can go wrong. And even though Shane made that adjustment to where Fedor's breaking from, I'm still a little bit concerned about the pace at which he's breaking the balls at. He wants to hit them so firm that there's just so many variables that can go wrong.
So what do you see right here? Does he take on the 2-9 combo, or does he try to play position in between the 7-3 off of the 1 here, going short side on the deuce?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the 2-9. The 9 looks like a pretty big ball, meaning you can hold the 2 there if you choose to do that.
You're exactly right. He's going to take on the combo here. Got really close to his work and perfectly straight.
Yeah, I think he'll go rail first with the 2.
Got to be careful if he does go rail first to not overhit the ball and let the 2 go down to the short rail.
And he's so straight, he might not. Typically, these guys like to use the rail.
He made them both. End up pretty straight on the 3 up in the top right here. Taking a peek at the 6-10 combo.
And do we know the rules yet? Does the 10 spot up?
We're going to figure it out right here, I believe. I think he's going to shoot this 3 and then the 6-10 combo.
Yeah, really nice transition there.
Dead in the heart.
And this is where we're going to find out if an early 10 is a win. He's playing position on the 6. He didn't get there.
So the early 10 does not count. It will get spotted. Player gets to remain at the table. Does he take on the bank here, Scott?
I like that option, Jason. I think if he banks it short, he's okay. It's all about the speed. You can roll it or draw the cue ball up and hit it with a little more pace. Earlier, Shane had something similar and passed it up. Surprised me a little bit. Wow.
Like it had eyes.
Yeah, nice hit. Very
Nice.
confident stroke, right?
Yeah, now he's in another little tricky spot here, though. Did we see him play to the side pocket here?
Boy, that would really surprise me. I feel like he's okay here, just going to the corner and coming out off that right long rail.
You're right. He's eyeing up the corner. This ball's going to be traveling with some pace. Oh, wow, look at this shot. Masterfully done by Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, and I feel like the timing is just getting better and better.
Doubling up SVB once again is young Gorst.
Yeah, and take another look at this bank. He hit it with confidence, right? Hit it with that speed where he knows the cue ball's tracking back behind the 7 in case he hits it short. Like you said, Jason, nothing but net. bridge there. You get a good look on the overhead. It's where he develops the pop. It's a tall bridge. 9 in the side, the 1. Well, that's why I wonder if he was intentionally crossing the face of the 1 earlier when he did it 2 or 3 times in a row, because he was sending the cue ball to the right a little bit more. But you're right, this ball has come up and got him multiple times. He is immediately going to the short stick.
Yeah. But he's got to change something with the break. Obviously, he's making the balls on the side, but he keeps getting the same snooker. He's got to change the tempo or the placement of the cue ball.
Yeah, the 5 tracking 1 rail up, covering up the 1.
I mean,
how do you get any better than that? And that's kind of what we figured would come into play sooner or later.
He's still got a lot of work to do here, though, Scott. I don't think he's going to try to kill this cue ball. We're going to see this one go double. He's going to hit two cushions on this. Could be interesting.
Yeah, and this is one you don't want to let up on. You've got to get through the ball here. That cue ball naturally wants to come downwards towards the 7 when you go back and forth. You've got to stay through it. Don't be worried about the right middle. Allow that cue ball to do its work. Do not let up.
Yeah, I don't like trying to kill this. He's got to work the cue ball. His pocket's giving him fits, though.
And that's
how
clean.
Smooth is that?
Look at that rail.
Just smooth as butter right there. That's his best stroke so far today. That shot right there was the most confident getting through the ball I've seen him. And he's frustrated because he's dead straight. He's looking at playing the 4 ball in the top right. I think he should just pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, that's his concern, right, is drawing it back. He's going to have to hit it much harder.
A missable ball.
And then it becomes missable. And that's something I teach back home. All these amateurs, they want to use that low cue ball. You'll see these top players, they'll avoid using any English unless it's absolutely necessary, because it makes the ball missable, like Jason just said.
This, just kind of stopping this ball isn't the worst thing. Maybe rolling forward a little bit with the 5 readily available close to the 4. This is probably the smart play.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with just stunning forward an inch or so. Made it look a lot easier than it really was. Very difficult to do what he just did.
That training comes in there, Scott, in that position. Looks like he has an angle where he may be forced to elevate here and play the 5 in the same pocket.
I think he can just go forward. Hard to tell from where we're at. Maybe correct, Jason.
I think if it was just a roll forward, he would have got down on it much quicker. But we'll know here in a second. Yep, you're right. He's rolling just forward.
Might be going to the top rail. Yeah.
Nice shot there. But is it going to over-roll on him?
Not quite sure if he was going to play the 5 to the top right or the top left.
I think the top left.
Okay.
He just overrolled it a little bit. The good news is here he can just float this ball in and travel 2 rails, playing the 7 in the bottom left. Still obviously much tougher than what he had liked. Nice recovery there, Scott.
Yes, like I said, I feel like his timing by every game, every ball just seems like it's getting better. And he's really starting to get comfortable. And that's not a good sign for SVB.
Capturing his biggest lead yet is Fedor Gorst. 17-8's the score. Leading by 9 racks.
Yeah, pretty clinical what's happening now. It's starting to happen. Jason's talked about it. It seems like it's starting to happen. Fedor getting a lot more flow to him. Where Shane, things just keep finishing difficult for him. Listen, if you guys get a chance, at least go follow this page for me if you can. Do us a favor. Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. He's located in Oklahoma. Builds a great storm shelter. Please, just go follow him. If you need a shelter, a bunker, a vault, a safe room, Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. Give him a follow. Gorst to break. Jason, you were talking about that adjustment.
I think he's slightly closer to the middle. He got a fortunate kiss there, Scott. He was going right in the drink in the side pocket and got saved by the kiss.
Yeah, and he's come up dry, I believe.
4, 7, 10. He did.
And it's the 3 ball that keeps going up and back down. It didn't have the energy. I think it was a little bit of a mishit there.
Big mishit. Flat cue ball. Didn't hit it square.
Once again, SVB to the table and nothing straightforward. So what's he do? Is he just chip the 1 and come down behind the 7 and 10?
Yeah, that's definitely the easy play. He's looking at putting the cue ball underneath the 3. I don't really love that because you could clip the 4 on the way out. If you overroll the 3, you're going to be giving up a look at it.
Yeah, and I think the hit might be easier.
I'm like you. Play off the top of the 1 and take the cue ball under the 7-10.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah. But he doesn't want to go on the top of him. Doesn't want to do this.
Yeah, he didn't expect that rail to boing off like it did. It shortened up quick.
But did he get away with it? He's called I think Fedor's called the 5 ball. Or is he? Yeah, he's called the 5 ball. He's going to be forced to kick here. Could have turned out much worse for SVB, misjudging where the white ball was coming there.
Yeah, he did play the 1 all along in Shane's defense.
You're saying he just
he played the 1
on the 1?
Yeah, he did put his Q-tip there. That's why I thought he was playing the cue ball there. I think that's what he was intending with the 1 the whole time. But still, you expect him to get behind the 10 and 7. Shane's going to get a shot here.
And a nice one. Still going into traffic here, Scott. How does he maneuver this? Does he come down right in between the 6-10 and then go out in between the 7-9?
Yeah, I like that. Pretty hard not to get a shot shooting this gap between the 6 and 10, coming behind the 9 to the left side and up table.
Didn't want to contact the 7 there. Most certainly. Is he going to have a cut? Is he going to have a thin cut on the deuce here?
Well, going back to the 1, he put inside on it. I thought he would just play a flat ball, and I think it would have taken that path or even a touch of right English or outside, and it would have come behind the 9 and back up table without any danger. So I'm a little surprised at that. Can he make the 2? It doesn't look like he can. I'm surprised at that choice.
He's gearing up like he has a shot at it, though. I think he can spin this in.
I think he's 2-railing it out, but I'm not certain.
You're right. Cue ball came out hot, too. Did you see that?
Sure did, but what a nice play by Van Boening.
Going straight to the jump cue is Fedor Gorst. We're going airborne freezer.
Yeah, and this is where he really excels versus a lot of the other guys.
He's calling in the side.
So a 2-way play similar to the 1 earlier where he tucked up behind the 9 and played the 1 in the right middle and the 1 fell. He ends up winning that game.
You think he's trying to play the 2 ball 3 rails around under the 9?
Yeah, very possible. He'd like to catch below the right middle in order to do that, I think.
Or is he going to try to play it 2 rails under the 4?
He could just stop right there and use the 10 and 3 as cover.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at right there. He's wanting the cue ball toward the center diamond up table. He's wanting the 2 ball to go up toward the center diamond up table and the cue ball to stop right there. He made it.
Yeah, he didn't play it there, though.
He didn't want it.
He didn't play it there.
SVB going to play the combo here, looking at the 3-5 combo.
And this is a must-win game, in my opinion, for Shane. I know it's early. I know it's day one. But you don't want to come into day two more and more games behind. He's got to make something happen. I think he thought the 3 was going to follow in there. That's why you see the shake of the head. He caught it a little thinner than he expected.
What in the world? He was trying to follow that 2 rails out?
Yeah.
That's a head scratcher right there. I'm really surprised he didn't
it is.
Pinch it back a little bit.
Yeah, he tried to force punch that. I agree, Jason. Just pinch it back. Trying to do a little too much. Caught it just a fraction thick. That ball could have grabbed as well. You know, it could have caught or held a little bit more than he expected, which caused the cue ball to follow almost straight into the corner. Uncharacteristic, though. I think he's struggling with the conditions.
Is he going to kick 3 rails here, Scott? I'm going to try to contact the 3rd rail, getting some separation between the 4 and the cue ball, and potentially sliding the cue ball up underneath the 7-9.
Oh, I like it. I really like it. He's calling the 4 in the right middle, just in case.
I think that's what he's drawing up, right? He's trying to hit the backside of the 4 so the cue ball travels up toward the 7 ball.
Yeah, great call, and I totally agree. Yeah, and he'll have a running English with a high ball. So the cue ball will back up after contact with the 4 if he catches it flush from the backside.
Hit it thin. He's going to get safe as well.
Look at this.
That was lucky, though. That's definitely not what he was trying to do.
No, you've got to feel a little bit for Shane because in my opinion, pretty much this entire match so far has gone Fedor's way, and you rarely see that where it just is one-sided, and that's kind of what I've seen so far.
That's the beautiful thing about a race to 120. Those things tend to even out.
And that's why, that's right, and that's why players like this race to 120. To your point, this should even out. Big shot here, a lot of distance. Yeah, a lot of distance to get over them object balls. You know that cue ball's going to be hot. Is that even the right shot? Is Shane frustrated?
Yeah, it was tough to get the cue ball down there and not be bouncing when you're hitting the 4 at that distance because he had to hit it with such a pace to clear the balls. Definitely feels like he's pressing a little bit.
Yeah, just wonder if there was anything better.
But does the 7 play, Scott?
Yeah, from
underneath.
From underneath it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it plays everywhere, actually, except for this side pocket that he's near. He could go wherever he wanted.
He's clearly playing for the side.
Yes, he is.
I'm kind of surprised that he didn't play for the top left. Just based on how tight he keeps looking at the 7, like it's super tight in the side.
Yeah, and I mean, you made the point earlier, and he's fallen, I think, absolutely perfect here, but you made the point earlier that he's gone out of his way to play position towards the side pockets more, and that's due to less cue ball movement, and I have to agree. But I also have to say that you rarely see that. It's typically the opposite with these top players. They're typically trying to avoid the middles because of less cue ball movement. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's actually... Uh-oh.
He's overhit this by... Well, it slowed down on him. He's okay.
Yeah, I thought he overhit it a long distance as well.
I thought he was going all the way up toward the corner after he hit the second cushion. looking to extend his lead to 10 games.
Yeah, and I really didn't expect this early on day one. To be honest, with the Magic rack, I expected Shane to just crush the balls, make 3 or 4 on the break, and get a shot. I thought that Fedor might struggle early on day one.
Yeah, it's always tough to predict.
The longer this goes, the more I do think it could favor Fedor due to the conditioning of both of these guys.
$18 to 8 is the line. Stretching the lead out to 10. Not even halfway home, though, Scott. 18 racks in for Fedor Gorst. We're stopping at 20. We're nearly 4 hours into this match. So, looking like it could be a 9 to 10 hour affair day one here.
Yeah, and you're an animal, Jason. You've had a long day, and you're going to continue to have a long day, buddy.
I'm going to grind it out, man.
You are a grinder. I've been around you a long time.
I tell you what, though, I can't grind like I used to be able to at the Derby. I used to
those days are long gone, aren't they?
Oh, man. It's easy to do when you're 25.
Yes, sir.
Get close to 40, it gets a little tougher.
Yeah, it's a little different. That tournament will kill you now if you're in your 40s and close to 50.
See a real flat ball there. He got fortunate for the 9 to go in. Is he going to get a look? I think so, which is tough. I mean, that's another thing. If you're SVB over there, you got to be sick because he didn't hit the rack good.
And he knows it.
He gets rewarded with the best layout that he's seen so far in this match.
But also, if you're SVB, I think, and he is paying attention, that's what he does. He was really glued to what was happening there. I think you pay attention to the speed at which Fedor's hitting these balls. You have to.
Yeah.
Right? If you're SVB, right, you've got to take a little power off that break and focus on the hit a little bit more.
Nice touch there by Fedor, utilizing the contact on the 3. Not trying anything cute. He's getting tough layouts, though. You called it earlier. At the pace that he hits it, he's going to get tougher layouts. He's been looking at a combo. So, you know, with the consistent break, there also comes some consistencies that you don't want. One is the ball snookering him on the 1 ball. And 2, he's been forced to play a combo on this long rail in almost every rack, Scott.
Yeah, almost every rack, and he's going to have to run more balls, right? Because he's typically playing 1 ball to the side. So he's going to have to run more balls, so it's a little bit more work. But he's young, and I think he can do it.
Does he go into the 8 ball here?
Yeah, it's a good call, or come all the way over.
Or just under it. Wow, handled that perfectly. That was very, very well done. That was nowhere near as easy as it looked to control everything that way. You know better than anybody, playing 1 pocket teaches you that right there, more than any game.
Yeah, the inside ball, especially on tables that are grabbing the way this table is grabbing, can really be effective. And you don't need much speed for that ball to grab the way it does.
Cruising right through this rack.
Yeah, he just really seems like nothing's in his way at this point. And I can't pick on Shane. Nothing's gone his way. Like at pivotal moments in the match, some really, really tough things have happened. I think that has also weighed on some decisions that Shane's made that might be a little questionable. But who knows?
Definitely some missed opportunities, though, from Captain America. 19 to 8.
Yeah, a long way to go. Race to 40. Then a race to 80. And then 120. And the rack generator is up. If you guys are interested or wondering what cue cases are the greatest out there, I'm being serious. I haven't taken advantage of my sponsors. I've had 2 Acme cases in the last 7 years, and the only reason that I got a second one is that the airlines broke the first one. But I've had my last one for over 3 years, and it literally looks like brand new. And I've put it through the ringer. Give yourself a shot. Take a look. OmegaBilliards.com and Acme Custom Cases.
All right, here we go. Fedor Gorst back to break the balls.
And the 8 is the ball that sneaks up 1 rail to that top rail, comes to the bottom rail, then the top rail to possibly cover the 1. Let's keep an eye on that as well. Well, here comes the 8.
It's a really nice hit there.
Here comes the 8. That's the ball that's been covering him up.
He even came across the balls and still got a half a snooker from the 8 ball.
It's just crazy that that ball is going to the bottom rail, top rail without any kisses.
Well, I mean, but here's the key, though. He has to change something up. And I know he's up by a lot, and it's crazy to say that, but he's produced the same result in 8 of his last 9 breaks. The last break that he had, he hit the balls horrible, and he ended up perfect. But when he's been hitting them like he wants, he's produced this result where he's been hooked.
Yeah, I think if you're in Fedor's camp, though, any type of adjustment could change everything. So I don't know.
I mean, you just got to. I'm not saying change a ton, but maybe try the other side.
Look at that cue ball just flying.
Ooh.
Shane's got to take this bank on if it plays.
He's calling it.
Yeah, and I just don't feel the energy from Shane that I'm looking for. I know him very well.
Yeah, but if he knocks this bank down, you may see a little pep in his step.
That's a fact. Wow, that's about as good as it gets. Pretty clever play as well, utilizing the 6 and 9 as well as the 4. Can he hold for the 4 in the lower left? He's got to smooth this ball in. He needs to put a good stroke on it. It's a little steeper than it looks on our screen. Yeah, he's chose to come all the way down. Now look out for the 7. Oh, this is awkward, Jason. He's just not comfortable with the speed.
So you're going to have to pull this back and potentially play the 5 on the side.
Well, the 7's got a problem as far as pulling it back. I thought he could have shot that ball with a lot of left and held the cue ball up on the top end. He didn't feel comfortable with it. I think Fedor would have played it that way.
Yeah, this is very awkward. You're right, Scott. He's going to have to pinch it back here. He's going to have to play the 5 on the side, I believe. The combo doesn't look like it's on.
No, and if he does make the combo, the 10 spots, so he'd have to get position on the 5 at the same time. Once again, the storyline for SVB. Everything is awkward.
Well, not only that, if you do pull it back for the 5 on the side, how do you get shape on the 6?
Exactly. Things get really funny. It just continues to get worse.
I mean, the proper play might be to duck under the 6 ball right here, Scott.
Yeah, I looked at that. I don't know that you can hold the 4, though.
And trailing by 11 racks, he's just wanting to just keep the table right now.
Yeah, and I think that's another problem. I think that's cost him a couple games, like the jump shot earlier. You could not hit that much better. He had very little room for error with the 7 where it was.
Oh, this is interesting. He may be able to utilize the 10 to gain position here. He may be able to bounce off of that 10 to get above the 6. Or does he just stop and play for the bank cross side?
I think he's doing what you said initially.
It's a little bit of left-hand English and play off that 10 ball to get above. No, he's playing for the bank.
Yeah, and this table will shorten up well, so the bank is definitely on. It looks awkward on another camera angle that we have, but the overhead tells me this isn't a problem. He wanted to be over a bit more, but this ball will hold up. John Brumback, as Jason knows real well, one of the best in the world at a bank like this, he says the key to this bank is not to hit it too hard. The harder you hit it, the less opportunity it has to actually shorten. And it makes sense. So you just don't want to lose control of this. Hit it at a nice pace, but not too hard.
I'm surprised that he isn't going with a shorter bridge here, though, to hold this.
Yeah, and that's one of Shane's MOs is the long bridge. And I coach back home. I said there's only 2 people in the world that have really gotten away with the extremely long bridge, and that's Earl Strickland and Shane Van Boening. Of course, Earl was one of the ones that Shane's looked up to his entire career. So he's not in love with it. But boy, it does play. You just don't want to lose control of it. If you hit it too hard, that 6 won't have time to shorten up.
You called it.
I felt like he hit it too hard. Just a fraction.
You called it.
Yeah, you didn't have to draw it back to that right long rail. You could have just drawn out to the center somewhere and taken your medicine on the 7. Yeah. It obviously did play. It caught the point. This is something Fedor's great at, Jason. Leveling out, going up and down. He can also hold, but boy, this cut shot here with like a center ball, he's so good at smoothing this shot in. I think he's just going to roll this. Might come past the 8. Well, as soon as I brag on him, it all falls apart.
It was tight. That was really tight. I'm surprised he missed it that poorly.
Shane needs to take advantage here, Jason.
What's he do? Does he try to chop this thing in?
Well, I feel like he can butter him up behind the 7, but as short and funny as the table plays, coming 2 rails in behind the 7 might be a tall order at this point.
Yeah, that 7's kind of in an awkward spot with this angle here, too.
Yeah, and I'm talking
to overrun it.
Right. You can drag the cue ball almost like you're banking the 6 to the right middle. With a low right ball, you just drag the cue ball and it follows that line. I think that's what he's doing. Well, that's what he's looking at for sure. It plays a pretty good line.
He might take on a bank here. It's not comfortable over the wall.
I don't know. He's played this 6 back up to the top rail. He practices this all the time, and this is the shot he actually played. He plays that shot over and over. He played that 6 back and forth, and I hope we get a replay of it down the road. Maybe he was planning on using the 7 as cover as well, but if Jeremy Jones were here, he would say the same thing. He played that shot. He just wanted to get the 6 back up to the top rail.
Still pretty effective.
Yeah, not bad, right? I mean, wasn't in a great position.
So Fedor's going to cut at this. Is he looking to play some type of two-way here? Cue ball tracking toward the 10.
Boy, I thought he would send the 6 back down table and use the 8.
He went for the 10 ball. He's going to scratch.
Is he going to get away with this?
I don't think he's getting away with it.
Well, could have been a lot worse for Gorst.
He was trying to go thin there.
Yeah, he mishit it poorly, and another tough at table for SVB.
We may see him let his stroke way out here and touch the cushions twice up and down.
I mean, that was a good hit. What's going to happen? That was really thin.
He's got another one that's really thin.
And the 9 isn't easy either. At all. Staying level, so he's going to come in behind the 8, 2 rails out. He's coming all the way to the 3rd rail.
Perfect. What a shot that was.
He doesn't want to lay flat.
We're going to see him have to put a stroke on this one.
It's missable.
I was just about to say, does he try to pull it back and utilize the side pocket so he's not on the cushion?
Boy, this is a lot of players' least favorite shot. It's almost like a blind ball that you're going into here. This is a big moment for Van Boening. He needs this badly.
Nice rack there by SVB.
Yeah, and a nice hit on the 10. He hit it at great speed to where the pocket takes the ball. If you miss it any little way. And that was a must-win for Van Boening, in my opinion. I'm going to step away for a quick second.
Nice clean rack there from SVB. I think that may be his first breaking run of the match. 19-10's the score. All right. A little unfortunate there for SVB. Coming up dry after his first breaking run on the night and leaving Fedor the perfect window here. Still a tricky rack, though, Frost.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. The 5 is tricky, and now the 2 is tricky. I think he can still see it. Can he go to the lower left? If he can, it makes a world of difference.
I think he can. Just based on his body language, I think he has the full pass at the ball here. It's really all about what he's going to do with the 5 ball, right? Got a lot out of that. Got pretty good.
Yeah, he really did get a lot out of it. I didn't think it was going to get there.
Does he play the 5 in the same pocket as the 4? Does he try to get an angle to go up and bump the 10?
Well, look at this. He's looking to play the gap between the 9 and 7 and get nice and tight on the 4.
But you see the path that I'm talking about. If he gets it a straight line on the 4,
I like it.
Go kind of just he can play the 4, go in between the 5, 6, and bump into the 10. And he's got the 5 in the same
Jason's talking about getting more out towards the middle of the table. The problem is I think he'd have to draw to get out there. Needs a big bump.
That's big danger there.
Yeah, I like your shot more, but he'd have had to power that ball.
I mean, does the 5 play in the side here? I mean,
I think it does.
But it looks super tight and a goofy angle with that 10 ball sticking up there too, Scott. It's one of those things. I don't know if the 10's in the way, but just kind of in the way, you know. He's taking another look at the 5 to see if it plays in the side. Sure does make things a lot easier if it goes in clean. Yeah, I don't think he's got as much movement out of the white ball that he wanted, Scott.
No.
He wanted to get a little straighter there.
I think he's got a backup plan. He's got the 9 there. He's got options. But I think he's actually got a full pocket to the left middle. It's just steeper than it looks.
Yeah, don't think for a second that this isn't a missable ball, though. Puts it home. Nice shot there.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Hit it with confidence, too.
Yeah, that second rail bounced a lot more than he expected.
He's playing for the side pocket there and overruns it by almost, a foot. So now he may have to play this one in the corner.
Well, I think he's got to play it in the corner. Less cue ball movement. Just knock it down.
Yeah, just pinch it back a little bit. Make sure you don't hook yourself on the 9, or do you just go ahead and get through the ball and contact the 9?
Oh, he's going to the side again.
No, he's not going to the side here, right?
Well, look at the overhead.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to the side again.
So is he going to travel 2 rails? He's going to hit this with some left-hand spin.
This is why
Yeah, that was very
you want to
suspect.
stay at the corners a lot of times.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at his choice there.
Yeah, I think he kind of just stuck with the mindset initially that he was playing for the side, even though he bounced out too far. I think his mindset was just stuck on the middle. Jason, you pointed it out early, and we both talked about it. He's been playing to the middles this whole match. It's worked out for him so far, and it finally bit him. This is what Van Boening needed, right?
Yeah, nice 4 balls. Capture another game.
And a real good stroke there.
And Shane, his last break with a break and run, and then this rack he broke dry, leaving Fedor a perfect shot on the 1 ball. A very tricky run out for Fedor. He actually solved it. He got all the way past the key shot, Scott. Wasn't able to cash in with the last 4.
Yeah, and typically these great players, they excel in the tough situations, and when they do make a mistake, well, it's one that we least expect most of the time.
You can tell SVB's not all the way comfortable, though. Did you see that right there? He stared at that cue ball like, where's this thing about to go?
Yeah,
like,
he was really
it.
concerned about the cue ball ended up on top of the 10.
Yeah. Another big game for SVB there. Cutting the deficit to 8.
And the rack generator. And you see a little stretch there from Shane early in day 1, but there is a lot of tension, a lot of hype built up for the last couple months in this match. Now it's all unfolding. I feel like we're a long way from home. Shane, by no means in trouble. Fedor with a 19-11 lead. That could change quickly. I wish we could see a little bit of power taken off the break and a little bit more control maybe with the object balls. Shane's so good with this thump that it's hard for him to stop it, and it's hard for you to blame him.
I mean, listen, Shane's got to break from out in the middle of the table, and he's got to crush the rack. That's who he is. If he's going to win this match, that's what he's got to find. That right there, crushing the balls and giving himself an opportunity to miss the balls that he intentionally tries to make and still make a ball and take his chances. He's going to crush the rack.
And you touched on it earlier. I mean, he's made 2 balls that he didn't intend. He made the 4-railer, and then he made the 1 up in the corner. You could say that they're playing the 1 up in that corner, but that's really what the ball he's playing position on. But this will work.
I mean, he's never really been about control. He's been about power. And why jump up and play the world number 1 ranked player and try to change your identity?
Well, he did that from breaking on the back of the rail.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, which shocked me, and I think that's what's put him in this negative spot in the match.
Just, honestly, you can't blame Shane for trying something new, but sometimes when you get put in these tough spots and you get put in the pressure cooker, you can outthink yourself.
Easily to do.
And I think that may have been where he started the match at. Maybe did it a little bit in practice, found some success, and then made a last-minute decision to do it and go with it.
And that's all it takes, right? You practice one thing for so long and you know what you can do, and all of a sudden you try something different and have some real good success, and you last minute change your mind.
But quick to get out of it, right?
And this is how we expect Shane to break the balls and how we expect Shane to possibly win this match.
This just got a little trickier here. Thin cut in the side. Andy's going to be bridged over the 6-7.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think he just, with a low left ball, just missed the 10. Come over below the right middle.
Oh, he's actually got a bridge right in between the balls, too.
Yeah, he might just come one rail up. I'm really surprised that he didn't draw that ball at all.
Or just at least a touch of left, right, to make it check up.
Well, he did have left. It checked backwards towards the 9, but I thought he had to draw it just a little bit. I thought he'd power draw it, just dig into it and come below the 10 and over to the right middle, but...
What kind of safe you see here?
He could use just the 9. He can chip the 4 to the left of the 9 and use the 6 and 7. He could play the 4. He gets in those modes where he's frustrated that he didn't execute. He gets in those modes where he wants to just run out.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it here.
Oh. Yeah, that's a big moment for Shane.
Yeah, but is he going to secure position on the 6?
Yeah, and that's a big moment for him there to
Nice
get that
shot.
down. Continues his momentum. I think in a different situation, Jason, and you'll agree with me, most top players would most likely play defense there. But just under the scenario, right, where he gets a good shot after the break and he starts to get a little momentum, he stayed aggressive.
Get it going. Yeah, big shot there. You called it, Freezer. Big shot in this match. Some much-needed table time, too.
Yeah, that's probably the most important part, right? You get a little bit more confident, a little bit more feel. Wow. I thought he had more angle to come out towards the center. He'll be fine. But he was dead straight on the 8. Well, this is going to get away. Yeah.
I was just about to say that he's going to... These rails are so bouncy, it's just really tough. Like, I kind of feel like he should have let it out a little more there.
Yeah, I actually thought, to your point, he was going to let it out and just wrap all the way around and back up.
Right.
He's commonly known to do that. I don't know how he really thought he could hold there at that pace, so...
He's okay, though. I think he's gonna deposit this 10 ball.
No doubt.
He's frustrated with himself, but I see him making this ball.
Yeah, he made one similar like this earlier. Much earlier in the match. Oh my goodness. He missed it to the short side, which is unexpected. Typically, if you miss that ball, you're going to miss it to a long point.
But if you're Fedor, you step up to this. Oh, man. So Fedor's
he's thrilled to have this.
He's thrilled to have it, but he's been frustrated, right? So he's been frustrated his last couple trips to the table. He should have cleaned up the last rack. And then he steps in after being frustrated, and this is what he looks at. You're right. He's thrilled to have it. But if he misses it, what does it do to his confidence, Scott?
Well, I think everybody knows this is a missable ball, and especially him. But if he knocks it down, boy, what a dagger to SVB. Really don't have a lot to lose here.
Wasn't even close.
Yeah, so a couple big misses from the guys.
I just had a feeling that one wasn't going down, Scott.
No, maybe midday tomorrow that one will go. A little too early.
19-12. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't think that would have been a bad spot for Fedor to take a little break and wash his face, and whether he misses it or makes it, let Shane kind of marinate in that mistake a little bit and just give himself an opportunity to kind of reset for Fedor Gorst. I don't think a quick restroom break would have hurt. Could have been good timing there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call. And typically that's what these guys are great at, is recognizing that moment. And the biggest thing in these matches is you want these guys to have fun, and you just don't get the sense that either one of them are having any fun. And listen, I'm talking from personal experience, whether it's one pocket, 8-ball, bar table 9-ball, big table 9-ball. If the conditions are tough and the balls aren't reacting like you've known them to react your entire career, then it can become miserable at times, right? And I just get the sense that both of them kind of feel that way at the moment.
Look at this 9-5. I don't think he can get to the 5-ball. Once again, Shane does not deposit the balls on the side, but makes a few others.
Yeah, I just don't know how long that'll last to where you're consistently coming up with a shot. It will work for 2-3 games, but in the long run, from what I see, I like Fedor's break.
I just feel like Uncle Mo is going to take a big swing here, SVB's way. It's been feeling that way for the last 30 minutes to me.
Agreed.
The momentum's just going to take a big swing. I know he's still trailing by 7 games. He trailed by as many as 11. It was 19-8, so SVB capturing the last 4 racks. But he does have an option here. He could play. If this 2-ball goes, Scott, he has the ability to play the 3-9-5 to kind of open that 5-ball up if he doesn't have the ability to get to it.
Yeah, I think he's going to go off the pink here. You know, what a square hit. That's a big sign.
Is the 4 going to get in the way?
Look at this. Look at this.
And
I mean, that is a dagger. That is just heartbreaking for SVB, because the only thing that could have happened to stop him from here is that ball to get in the way, because like Jason mentioned, the 3-9-5 was on. Can he catch a piece of the 3 and at least chip it to the top rail? Even then, you're disgusted. What do you do? Can he see the edge of the 3?
I think he can thin it, but what do you get from that?
Oh, he's looking to power
it.
I think he's looking to jump it, but either way, here's this situation again where I think he's kind of forced some of the issues, where Fedor kind of regroups and plays the grind side of the game a little bit better than Shane does.
I mean, if he can get this down to the center diamond on the short rail, get the cue ball back up underneath the 10.
Well, he called the 3 to the top right.
Yeah.
He's looking to miss it short. I think you just got to play it to the top rail, right?
Yeah, just play it to the top rail.
Absolutely. The way he's gearing up, though, it looks like he wants to go for it. This is that situation where you just kind of got to regroup and take what the table's going to give you. He's playing it to the top right.
So he's going to swerve into it with some inside here. He has to. He has to get the 3 pretty full to be able to make this bank. He's going to hit the 8 and sell out.
Yeah, this is a big miss hit. He's not happy about it.
Does Fedor have – oh, Fedor's taking a break. We'll do the same.
Yeah, and that was a nice little recovery there from Fedor. Nice pace on the cue ball, carried and remained on the angle that he wanted.
Yeah, and this is a huge rack here, Freezer. This is a huge rack for Fedor Gorst. Looking like he's been struggling for the last hour or so.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that from both players, right? And to your point, though, the momentum seems to have switched to SVB.
The 8 to the 9 is not going to be the easiest thing in the world here.
Oh, boy.
Definitely not now.
He chose to come back and forth, and that's due to how he feels the table's playing.
He's got a bank now.
Yeah, and he's going to have to hit this full. Even though it's playing short, I think he can draw back. Oh, he's going to punch one rail out.
Puts it down. Nice recovery there. Couldn't have placed it better with his hand either for the shape, Scott.
No, he banked a ball similar like that earlier and came down behind the 7. Accuracy with those banks seemed to be perfect.
2-time Derby City Classic bank pool champion. No stranger to it. He overran this mark. Oh, he's perfect. I'm so used to everybody overrunning everything on this table, man. Like, it comes off the rail. I'm like, man, that thing's coming hot.
Yes, sir.
And just like that, to 20, halfway home is Fedor Gorst.
And bear with me, Jay, but if you guys get a chance, go to tristatecues.com if you get a chance. Go to Tri-State Custom Cues or tristatecues.com. They're selling everything Molinari gloves, the brake cues, Aramith balls. Check it out. tristatecues.com. Well, this is the moment that Gorst needs to make that adjustment you were talking about. As far as that back ball coming up, I think a little different hit on the 1 might make that adjustment. Every time he's crossed the face of the 1, he's had no problems getting position. I know that that's typically not what he wants to do.
Yeah, he looks like he's inching ever so slightly closer to the center, though, Scott, so we'll see what kind of hit he gets. He's definitely searching for the break.
Keep your eye on the 2. Okay, the 2 kissed the 10. He got a good rub there with the cue ball to the 9 and the side, and he's going to get a shot on the 1.
And I mean, this is a dream layout here too, Scott. I mean, look at it. The 2 laying over the side, the 3-5 very playable. This is a dream layout here. Got to take care of business if you're Fedor here.
Yeah, you're right. There's really no excuse. The 3 to the 5, like you said, is good. The 1 and 2 are laid up.
And, you know, the best part about this rack is the middle of the table is so wide open. It's tough. You can just kind of play to the middle of the table for everything. If you get to the middle of the table, you can get from the 6 to the 7 any kind of way. It's really tough to play yourself to a snooker in this rack. Really, it's all about controlling this and then the 6 to the 7.
Yeah, I don't see any problems, and it's well noted. Anywhere in the center of the table throughout this rack shouldn't be an issue.
Making sure that doesn't fall.
Much firmer than I thought he would hit it.
He's going to have to take a little distance on the 6 ball, or he's going to have to try to work the cue ball here. I personally would prefer him to just roll up here and take a little bit more distance on the 6.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to have to do. I think he's got to go to the top side or the right side of the
he had the perfect angle. He had the perfect angle. Maybe even just stay under the 7 here. Shoot it up in the top left.
I think he might. Well, I like that, but I think he might punch 2 rails out above the 8.
Yeah, I don't think he likes to shoot with inside English from here. I think you're right. I think he's going to use outside and stun around 2 rails.
It needs to run. Needs to run.
It's got interesting here.
Well, that's to your point, though, playing it a little more simple, just coming 1 rail up, playing the 7 to the top left versus the natural play. This is thin, and I think it's thinner than it looks.
Yeah, this is no good here, Freezer.
Well, he's great at it. He is great at the center ball chop.
Can he use center ball here, though? Is he going to have to introduce a little bit of side spin?
It was so thin, center ball was fine.
He's not out of the woods yet, though. Everybody's clapping. He's still got a tester on the 8 ball here.
Well, he made a great shot, Jason. You can't blame him for clapping.
Yeah, I mean, you got to clap, but
you sound like you're sweating a little bit.
No, it's just a tough. I mean, obviously, I know that's an incredibly tough shot, but you got to see where the cue ball lands before you clap. Just because he knocked it down doesn't mean he has a shot, right? Like,
I agree.
I mean, unbelievable offensive shot there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clearly, he was going all in on the shot there, just going to take whatever he got.
Exactly, and I think this is probably as tough as the last one due to where he's ended up in the heart rate.
Yeah, this is definitely a tester.
Wow.
Hit it home. Look at this.
Wow.
What an unbelievable rack from Fedor Gorst here.
Yeah,
One ball away from.
He's really come with it here in the last couple of shots. That's not nothing easy.
Maybe the break was exactly what he needed. 21-12, extending his lead back out to 9 games. All right, 21-12. After 33 racks, separated by 9 are these two. The veteran SVB has been labeled the king of 10 ball for at least the last decade.
That's the hit.
That's it right there. Will the 7-ball cooperate? Does the 1-ball drop? It does.
And the 2 is covered up by the 9. But wow, what a clean hit that was. Everything seemed to be under control. Probably a little too much power, right, Jay, if he's making the 1 in the top corner. I mean, for Fedor, that's probably a little too much power.
Yeah, he's really trying to play it at the speed to where the 1 goes and creeps up and lays in the corner. So if it ever goes in, you know that he's hitting it a little bit firmer. But I think he's still toying with stuff, Scott. I don't think he's landed. I think once he gets it.
I think they both are.
Right, but once Fedor dials it in and he finds it, he'll stay there. He has the ability to duplicate what he's doing. And I don't think he's satisfied with any of the hits so far. That's why you're seeing a change of speed, change of pop.
Yeah, and what do you do here? And we've talked about it. It's really easy to overthink in these situations. Can you just bank the 2 back up to the top center diamond and maybe lay the cue ball down off the right long rail behind the 9? Is that available? Is there something easier?
The only issue here is that 4-ball hanging over the side. He's got to be really careful with where he plays here.
Yeah, but I still don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's a. Yeah, he might just go forward and use the 9.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe some type of way the 2 going up toward the 7 and then the cue ball behind the 9 and the 2-ball could get doubled up by the 7 some type of way. Something a little bit simpler.
No, that's exactly my point. That's exactly right. There's nothing wrong with that at all. If the line persists, I just don't know if it's there. It seems like he's doing something completely different now. Now he's going to chip the 2. Oh, he's caught the 10. And then look at this. Nothing easy for Van Boening.
I don't even know what he was attempting to do.
He was trying to swing it, chip it. He wanted to miss the 10 and swing the cue ball 2 rails by the 6, 2 rails up towards the 7, and just leave the 2 down here behind the 10. But he caught the 10. Boy, really stretched out here.
Yeah, this is a tough shot here.
Center ball up and down.
It's kind of tough to hold. I mean, I know it sounds crazy. He's got a full 9 feet to travel and halfway back up, but it's not the easiest. He's got to hit this with some tempo.
Yeah, to come up and down you do, because it's laying in a position where the cue ball wants to just come back down here.
Right. It's easy to get under the 5 here.
Oh, he's hit it easy.
Wow, what a shot there.
That's a great sign for SVB. And even though this all looks straightforward, that 6 is a little tricky. Anytime that ball's hanging so deep.
Yeah, and he's going to get under it. He's going to get under the 9 ball here.
Yeah, he wouldn't have minded one more rotation, but he's so close. He can just draw straight out of that.
You got to be careful, though. This is one of these situations that could introduce a scratch in the side if you don't hit it clean.
He's going to use the long rail, I think. I don't know that he's going to draw straight into it. Okay, he did. Perfect.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I don't know. I feel like Shane's getting more comfortable. I don't know. The scoreline's not showing it yet, really, but I feel like he is.
Yeah, Shane's getting more comfortable, and I feel like Fedor's getting less comfortable.
Jason loves this.
say skinny dick. And nice event coming up here. Texas Open 9-ball championship. 30,000 added at Skinny Bob's.
Yeah, and I'm catching a little heat for not going to that. That's a tournament that I don't want to miss. Tony Bloom and Julie Bloom, they usually take me to that event.
1,000 or 11,000 added to the one pocket, and you're not going?
No, I mean, I'm going to the U.S. Open from here, working for Matchroom, and I'm kind of a family man as well. We have half a zoo at our house, and Erica works full-time, so it's tough to stay away for months at a time. I'm not a kid anymore, J. Diddy.
Growing up, Freezer. Shane really inspecting the rack here. I think we're going to see some big power here from SVB. I think it's time for him to unleash the beast. He's feeling a little better, like you said. You're going to see him really amp up here and smack the balls.
Well, nobody has better timing than him when it's done right.
He smacked it, but the one ball is going to travel up to where it may be tough. Look at the two. Position to the two is not going to be easy off this thin cut here. It's going to have to go back and forth and hit the window between the 5-7.
Yeah, it's a pretty good size window. I think he puts most of the focus into chipping the one in, but nothing straightforward. And the cut is probably thinner than it looks as well. It typically is.
He'd like to be about right where he's at right now.
Absolutely. In order to do that, I think he's got to put some right on it.
Yeah, this is tougher than it appears on the screen. That's for certain. But you're right, Shane showing a little bit of smile, having a little pep in his step. If he were to find the window here after knocking down the one, we'll see a big swing in his direction, Scott.
He's going to find that gap, I believe.
Yeah, he is. Most certainly is. What a shot there.
Yeah, I felt like the speed was just going to always be right there.
Contacting 3 rails as opposed to 2. Allowed him to really get through the ball there. Pretty straightforward from here. It's on the 5 ball here.
Yeah, you can just tell how much these guys are respecting the equipment, though, right? They're not just free strolling around the table. Neither one of them. As I say that, Shane did mention to me, and I'm just going to say it. He did mention to me that some of the fans are bothering him at times.
What happened there? Somebody
I don't know.
in front of him?
Somebody might have done something. He did mention this to me just a little bit ago. Here's the problem. I don't think anybody's doing anything intentional. It's a pretty tight space. There's a lot of people in here, and all it really tells me is that Shane isn't very focused. To be sincere, I'm just being sincere, because if Shane's dialed in, we all know Shane when he's dialed in. A nuclear weapon could be taken off from this room, and he wouldn't know it. So, I think it's more in Shane's hands than it is any spectator.
No, you're absolutely right. If you're laser focused on the match and on the balls. Now, obviously, if there's a big loud noise or somebody jumps or some sudden movement, I get it. But if it's just the normal traffic of the crowd, you got to be able to block that out as a player.
Yeah, and I think we all know this crowd here. I mean, everybody here is class, right? They are really good people out here.
Well, they're knowledgeable. All the fans that
absolutely.
are here are knowledgeable. And I think everybody's fans of both.
That too, right? They just want to see good pool.
But nonetheless, no problem with if it did bother you and it did shark him, something sharked him, went and sat down in his chair, he regrouped, and he came back and he knocked down the shot.
Well, that's what you need to do.
So, big applause to SVB there. It's really going to be all about the 8 to the 9, isn't it, Freezer? What's your preference here?
I don't
Try
mind
to go 3 rails at off the 8?
Or getting straight. Shane's real good with that power draw, and he doesn't, on this table, you don't need to put too much into it. If he can get straight, he's good. Anything, really. Just don't stay too far away from it. He is right-handed, so he can't end up on this left rail below the side pocket without a big stretch, and I think that's his concern.
I kind of like coming back to the middle of the table and going 3 rails to the 9.
And he might end up having to do that. He wants to get straight.
But like you said, it's a big distance. He has to give himself distance here to be able to reach it and get the power that he wanted.
Yeah, and he's got to catch this ball flush.
This has gotten a little funny.
If he catches it a fraction thin, he can end up on top of the 9. It is a little funny, but boy, he's got such a good stroke for this shot. And he's done, I think, about as good as you could do if that gets a little bounce.
Really as good as he hit it. It got about the worst spot it could have. But a nice stroke on that one.
And it just seems like the South Dakota kid is creeping back into this match. SVB trailing 14-21. Do us a favor, guys, if you've got nothing better to do, or when you get some time later, Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. Give them a follow. No better time than now to consider a bunker, a vault, a shelter, a safe room. All the things going on in this country. I can tell you, if I had the money, I'd probably build one of each. Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. Check it out. Quite the story from my friend Aaron Scotty Glenn. Started small. Probably the best at this in the country at the moment.
Sticks with the power here. See if SVB sticks with the power break.
Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, Jay, I don't think he's going to do away with the power. It might just get more intense. Oh, he's mishit this.
That was flat. Is he going to get fortunate, though?
Well,
he's going to get pretty fortunate, Scott. As poorly as he hit the balls, he can't expect a better outcome than that, really.
No, the timing was way off. Very flat hit, like you said. The cue ball didn't get any movement in the air whatsoever. But in Shane's defense, I'd say the first 90% of this match so far, it's kind of gone Fedor's way. So he did get a little fortunate. But Fedor, in the same right, is fortunate to be at the table in a lot of ways.
Yeah, nothing simple here either.
No, what do you see?
I don't really mind playing the 1 off of the 8 like he's looking and then try to come back underneath of the 2.
Yeah, I think that's it. I like the shot.
The other option is he could thin the 1, utilizing the 8 to stop the 1 and try to spin the cue ball up underneath the 9-10. But
no, that's okay too. Just a lot tougher to control that 1 ball, right?
Yeah.
I don't mind that shot either. I like your first option.
I like playing the 1 off the top of the 8 here and bringing the cue ball back underneath the deuce.
Yeah, I think it's most natural. He's elevating a little bit, so wants to get into this 1 a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He hit the 8 a little bit fuller than what he wanted to, I believe. Really wanted to give himself an opportunity for the 1 to get underneath some of those balls instead of landing on top of them.
Yeah, and can Shane miss the 3 with the 1 and just put him behind those balls, behind the 6 and 3? I don't know if that's too steep or not.
No, I think you're going to see Fedor on the back of the 6 ball here with the cue ball.
even if he can just softly lay the one down and not get him nudged up behind those balls, I think it's effective.
Yeah, I was going for the cue ball behind the 6 and didn't get there. He's going to leave a shot. At least the jump safe here. You might see Fedor go ahead and go to the short cue here and try to put the cue ball up on the 4.
Both of these guys look like they've already been through a war. I was looking at Shane's face. And
I guarantee if you went to both of them right now and said, do you guys just want to continue tomorrow?
They'd
would both say, hell yeah.
Yeah, or I'm ready to just quit.
Yeah, if I could take the post money down,
right.
Let's go home.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to win.
Torture.
It is.
What's going on to these players right now?
It's tough. When the equipment's reacting to where you can't gauge it ever, it gets funny.
I know the equipment's playing tough for them, but I think it's more than that. I think the magnitude of this match, I think, is wearing on both of them. I believe that 100%.
I said this earlier, and I think, I can compare this to me and Alex back in the day, or me and Efren when we're playing one-pocket matches, or me and Dennis. It took years off of my life. I do know that. And I can only imagine what these guys go through because it's magnified. And where's this going to finish, Jason? Does it bank? I don't believe it does, right? I think the 8's in the way. So do you chip the 1 towards the 6 and 3 and come back towards the 2, or use the 8 and 10 as cover?
I kind of like playing the 8 and the 10 as cover.
Yeah.
Like this. Perfect speed. Nice execution there from Fedor.
Very nice.
A simple shot, right?
Absolutely.
Just take on the simple shot and get back to your roots.
Yeah, and I think that's what he does real good, right? Versus I think sometimes later in Shane's career he wants to do a little bit more that can get you in trouble. If there's a downside to Shane's game, at least during this match so far, I've seen him try to do a little bit more than necessary at times. And I know that he'll probably adjust that. But Fedor's real good at keeping it simple when needed.
This isn't the easiest of kicks to get any kind of cover.
Yeah, I think the jump cue might be more beneficial. That's what he's gone to.
Yeah, you have the ability to get more separation with the jump cue here. I think he sends the cue ball into the 9 here. Yeah, he did just that.
Oh, pretty good hit there. He's got to get unlucky if this comes all the way back. Yeah. Still elevated over the 6, but
I think he's got the bottom of the ball, but is he straight?
Yeah, I don't really think, Jay, that you can get to the bottom of this ball.
Looks like he has the side of it, though, right?
So they're talking about all ball fouls now, and that's these two guys obviously class act. There's no referees needed with these two, and I touched on that earlier with somebody here that was asking about a referee, and I said, well, these guys might be able to play for a month straight and not need a referee.
Yeah, and this situation here for Fedor, I mean, what do you do, Scott? I mean, you pull the ball back, you can get hooked.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, he's going to be able to hit the edge, but
wow. Unbelievable. So he spun to create that angle.
He spun to create the draw as well. And I mean, the side spin also created the draw. What he just did there, a lot of people will probably never realize how insane that was.
Still got a lot of work to do, though. I don't think the 3 passes the 4.
It doesn't. Can he come around 2 rails to the short side?
Can he come in between the 8-5 and get underneath the 3? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Or the other option is, can he pull it back and play for the 3 in the bottom right?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him. He could come one rail, though, that direction. Less traffic to deal with.
2 rails to the short side of the 3. Speed's pretty daggone good. He doesn't want to get elevated over the 9. He's perfect. What a shot there. He doesn't even have to do anything with the cue ball here.
Yeah, very, very good. The last couple shots were amazing, actually. The shot on the 1 was pretty fascinating. He really didn't have a cue ball to get to on the low end.
For Fedor, you just got to clean these up now. You got to get rewarded for the tough shots early going.
Yeah, Shane definitely creeping back.
This is a big, big rack for Fedor right here. Extend his lead back up to 8.
He didn't want to get a funny straight angle here to where he's forced to draw it back to the short side.
I think he can just follow this, hit below the side, and get above the 6.
Yeah, body language tells us he can. Maybe the table's starting to play a little more true.
It looks like it.
Yes. I don't see it boinging as much or springing as much.
And a lot of that could be that they're just adjusting. And you know.
Yeah, but I think the time of day has something to do with that as well. It's cooled down outside. Because he hit that ball pretty firm and the cue ball held true.
All right, here's the shot right here, Freezer.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised he didn't get a little closer to the 7 there. If he overshoots his mark here, he's going to be hooked.
Yeah, he stayed well above the 7, a little higher than I thought, so he must be comfortable just cinching it and playing the 8 in the right middle.
Kind of surprised he didn't choose to go in the top right with the 8, though. If he would have gotten closer to the 7, he could have played for that.
Yeah, and he's definitely avoiding the corners if possible. He's hit it great. Watch this cue ball. Well, it sprung. It really sprung.
Yeah, this is... He may have to collide with the 10 ball here and just take his medicine on the 9. He's going to have a long 9 ball. Lucky it's hanging over the corner.
Yeah, I don't think he'll catch the 10, Jay, just because it's such a thin hit. Yeah, just such a thin hit.
Then it's pretty natural to get around if he doesn't collide with the 10.
Yeah, he won't hit the 10. This hit's thinner than it looks, I promise. Just because the positioning of the camera always seems to fool us a little bit.
You were right. Swings it right around, 2 balls away from getting to 22.
Well, if he plays the 10 on the side this time.
No way. No way, right?
Wow. I don't know.
He's just got to go 1 rail right at the 10 to the top right. He's done just that.
And there you have it. Gorst leading 22-14. Stops the bleeding, as you could say, slightly. Van Boening was creeping.
That was a very tough clearance there. The position from the 1 to the 2 was tough. The position from the 2 to the 3 was tough. Missed his mark slightly on the 8, making it a tough deposit. Nonetheless, he gets all the way through it.
Can you imagine how these guys are going to feel at the end of day 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long 3 days for them. Long 3 days for the spectators. Doesn't look like the room's clearing out any.
No, they're not going anywhere. I'm sure most of these guys have a buck or 2 on it.
I have to say, like, in all the years of pool and gambling,
it's at its best right now as far as being cleaned up.
But not only that, cleaned up, but I've never seen a match get as much action on both sides as this one. Usually there's people that just aren't interested in a match, so they're not betting, they're not watching, but so many people have bets in this match. You have so many SVB fans.
Here comes the 2. He's going to be fine with that. And to your point, Jason, out of the gate, you're absolutely right. Out of the gate, though, it seemed like Fedor was the heavy favorite. And then people really started thinking about it, and Shane came on strong towards the end as far as his betting people. There was a lot of money on Shane's end that came on strong in the second half of the promotion of this match, which I'm not surprised, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's anybody on the planet that can rival the fan base of SVB, it's Fedor Gorst.
Absolutely. I think he's almost surpassed it, which is fascinating. Before he won the World 9-Ball, he was more famous than he realized, and now, obviously, with his following in Vietnam and all over the globe, it's insane.
You know, a lot of that has to do with his play on the table. Obviously, spectacular player, but there are a lot of spectacular players with nowhere near the fan base of Fedor Gorst, and I think you have to attribute a big portion of that is to his ability to promote class in his brand and his social media presence and everything that he's doing. He's paying a filmmaker to travel around with him and capture all these moments.
100%.
He's constantly trying to push content out to his fans. He's trying to create merchandise for himself and build his brand. So at the young age of 24, I think he's doing is we've never seen it done before.
No, you nailed it on the head, and I think let's be honest. I think you're a big part of that. But you and I have talked about it. Fedor is what this world really needed as far as the full package ambassador, in my opinion. Poole really needed him, right? He is always the same person, respectful, even keel, great with his emotions, speaks his mind, but does it in such an eloquent way. He's exactly what rotation pool needed in America and throughout the globe. But
come up a little short here.
To your point, Jason, he puts in all that extra work, and to be able to play like he does with everything else that he's doing is a big tribute to him and his team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is, and what a lot of people are starting to see with Fedor is he's really a businessman first and a pool player second, and that's
the
reason
now,
why.
For sure.
But he was before. The way that he approached the game of pool at a young age, it wasn't something to where if he felt like playing, he played. He woke up and didn't feel like playing, and he still played and practiced. And he wasn't worried about going to tournaments. He wasn't worried about doing those things. He was worried about elevating his game, and instead of playing in a tournament or playing in a game, he was spending those hours practicing.
Yeah, well, you can see it.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference.
You can see it in his game, right?
It wasn't just rolling the balls out and running out.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of that natural ability either. It's hard work.
It's practicing with purpose is the reason why he's here. And it's not just that, though. It's the business mind. It's the business approach to the game of pool that I don't know if anybody else has. Everybody else, it's about making money or it's about this. He's approached it that his brand is a business. And he needs to grow his business.
Absolutely. And I mean, I tell the story when we were on, like when you were kind of managing me, and I was with you. I was with you when Fedor was noticed. Back then, though, he was a little different, right?
Yeah.
He was. I think he still had that mentality that you're talking about. It was just deep rooted, and you had to pull it out of him. He was his mental side. That was the biggest thing that he had to work on back then as far as a player. When he overcame that, and I think that you guys had a lot of influence on that, when he overcame that and really started to find himself, that's when it all came together.
Well, the big thing is in pool, and we just saw it happen with Mickey Krause.
That's right.
Every single person, it doesn't matter how much work you put in, they need that big win. And once that big win happened for Fedor when he was 19 and he won the world champion, the 9-ball, he became a 9-ball world champion, beat Chang Jung-lin in the finals. He knew he was for real then. But before he had won that, he had
his doubts.
He was still kind of questioning, am I going to be the man? Am I going to get there? Am I going to surpass what I think I can do? Obviously, he had won junior championships, and he was, he had a ton of accomplishments. But to win that World 9 ball. And when I talked to him about it, I said, look, when it happens, it's going to come in droves. When he wins like that, just look at what happened to FSR 18 months ago. The
and
won everything
that's
he
almost
played.
unrepeatable.
Right.
What he
but
did.
Filler did the same thing.
Sure.
When he kind of emerged onto the scene, nobody could beat him.
Yeah, but FSR went for like 2 years, which is hard to believe. But to your point, I totally get it, right? And that just tells him as a player, Fedor, even more, how insured he is in his own game. And that's why he is doing what he's doing now. His confidence, I don't think his confidence can get any higher, can it? Yeah, I mean, it's about as high as you could get.
He's not going to love this break. He may get away with it, and he did. Raise his hand up to let SVB know that he got a little lucky there.
He had a good pop on it too. It sounded real good. And these are the moments, if you're Shane, that you've got to regroup and really think it out. You can't allow that 2-ball to get to you too much. I think you just got to work through it, play the right shots.
I think this is the second push out we've seen. And I just have to say this. I think the absolute most underrated thing in pool
is the push out.
SVB's ability to push out.
Yeah, and we've talked about that. I think that Fedor's great at the push out as well, but SVB is spectacular. And
he pushes. SVB pushes out in a way that's not predictable. Fedor pushes out in a way that is very much predictable because he has the ability to jump.
That's right.
Stuff that everybody else doesn't. So he can push to those offensive jumps, and it really starts to play with his opponent's mind because they don't want to let him shoot it, but they know they're not a favorite to make it. So they're really stuck in a decision. Do I let him shoot and run out, or do I take my chances at shooting at it? So that's the reason why Fedor has the ability to be a very good push-out player. But SVB pushes out in the most unpredictable manners.
Well, I can tell you why. I mean, a lot of people overlook it constantly. We talked about it last night. His one-pocket game, people think that his one-pocket game is so good because he shoots great. His one-pocket game is so good because he knows the cue ball. He knows the moves. He sees things that some of the other elite players don't see. And I think that has a lot to do with it. We're talking about a guy that won the Derby City Classic one-pocket division 2 years in a row, right?
Yeah.
He's definitely a top 5 one-pocket player in the world. There is just no question. And I think that makes a big difference in the push-out game. Versus some of the guys like FSR and now Katie. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where Fedor, like you said, his jump game, if you're Fedor Gorst, that's more where you're focusing on in the push area. Is he looking at jumping that, Jason?
I don't see how you get away from the one-rail kick here, right? I mean,
wow, I would love to see the jump. I know he can do it, but the kick is the shot.
Yeah, I mean, you can get safe a lot of ways here. If he comes off the top of the one, he can get some cover with the 6-8. He has the ability to potentially make the one or hit it like this and not get a rail.
Yeah, and it was actually tracking to the lower right. Wanted to catch it going in, obviously.
He did screw up the 4-ball a little bit, though, so Shane's going to have a little bit of work to do there from the 3 to the 4.
Yeah, the 3 does lead to it, though. Really got to get to the 2.
Yeah, not a clear path to the 2, is there? May just have to go center table and take a tougher cut on it. He's going to go in between the 8-10.
Boy.
Kind of track toward the 9-ball, maybe.
He's looking to use an inside ball here.
I don't like that. I feel like he could draw to that spot much easier. If he wants to just get above the 7, he has the ability to just kind of draw right here and just draw up there. He doesn't want to flirt with the 4-9, and that's the reason why he's choosing to take a little steeper cut on the deuce.
Yeah, I think you have to, right? Just anywhere up center table.
I don't mind the 2-rail path that he was looking at in between the 7-8 ball and maybe track toward the 9. You just don't want to hit the 4.
Yeah, this table shortens up so much, though, it's real easy to get behind those balls. He's looking to play short side, too. But I think you're flirting with the 3. You don't want to end up on the rail. You don't want to get elevated over the 3. I like what you called initially. And I mean, you're just asking for too much there. I think you've just got to get out towards the center of the table here.
Yeah, I agree. Just draw above the 7 a little bit and take a little bit tougher cut on the deuce. Come back to the middle of the table for the 3.
Yeah.
He's using the inside.
Might be able to get tighter coming this way. He's got to hit it real thin. He might be able to get tighter, actually, like almost up there.
Yeah. Just shows you how tricky this situation this is with ball in hand. Taking this much time.
Yeah, all the values getting on the 2. Yeah, I don't think he could have done much better than that. Now he can hold with an inside ball, especially the way this table grabs. It's not a fun shot, but he can do it. If he gets anywhere close to straight on the 3, Jay, he's pretty good to get to the 4 for the right middle. Yeah, and this will be just fine.
Yeah, this is perfect, actually.
I don't think you get cute here. You just float over 1 rail for the 4. And this is where it gets a little funny, right? You don't want to end up flat. You've got to carry an angle on the 5. Well, he's gotten pretty steep. You might play the 6 in the top left.
I think that's the smart play. Just go ahead and use an inside ball and go 2 rails. Play the 6 in the top left.
He might be playing the 6 in the left middle. Or does he think he can draw above the 6?
Yeah, he's going for the bottom left. He's going to contact 2 rails here. Handled perfectly. Nice shot there.
Yeah, real clean stroke. You just sense he's feeling better.
Yeah, he's going to have to play the 7 in the side here, I believe. He's just going to follow this ball.
That's what he's doing.
Almost missed it, Scott.
Yeah, he caught it real fat. That's why the cue ball ended up where it did versus more off the rail. He missed a 9 like that, reminiscent at the Moscone Cup.
He's elevating here. He's going to try to hold for the left with the 8.
Yeah, nice hit. Wrap around 3 rails here.
Nice natural path.
Ooh, a little flinch in the stroke. He's fine. I've seen that a couple times. I don't know where that flinch is happening. If it's at the back end, I'd have to look closer. Very clean there, though. Starting to look extremely fluid.
Excellent navigation there through his 15th rack.
All right, guys, bear with me, but I've said it before. Kyle, the good man he is, allowed me to do this so I could relieve him of some financial woes. But do me a favor. Go to Deadwood Custom Cues on Facebook if you get a chance. Darnell D'Artez on Facebook. Deadwood Custom Cues, an affordable cue, custom made, plays very, very well. They're out of Texas. Also, go to Railbirds TV if you get a chance on YouTube. A lot of great matches. Joshua Filler, Fedor Gorst, Shane Van Boening, all of them. Railbirds TV on YouTube. And there's that power. He got a big kiss.
He's going to work out here, though, I think, Scott. He's going to be straight in on the one.
He has serious power there. Big kiss on the cue ball, but it ended up sweet. Boy, he gets past the 4 here. I don't see any problems. 6 to the 7, 8 to the 9. Everything leads to one another.
That's the devastating break we were talking about. The big power break from the middle of the table starting to work for SVB.
And you have to feel like he's always going to find that throughout this match. It's going to come, it's going to go.
You wanted a little more out of that, Scott.
Yeah, agreed. A couple more rotations.
He'll be fine, but a little tougher than what he anticipated.
Paying attention to how the rails react here. Can he hold this, or does he have to come 3 rails? Yeah, he's holding.
Nice control there. Nice recovery.
No doubt. The table seems to me like it's playing a little cleaner.
It's getting a little cooler in here. It's not as muggy.
We are a long way from the finish line today.
Feels like the pace is going to pick way up, though. Feels like they're both starting to break the balls. They're starting to run the balls a little better. It's starting to play a little bit more open than what it was early on. Seeing a few more breaking runs.
And we've talked about it. I feel like even the buildup of this match and the magnitude has gotten in the way at times early on for both of these guys. It's just there. It's all ever present. That's starting to drift away in the minds of these two guys. Very well done. A flawless rack by SVB. (23-16). And he does have a big fan base here. Shout out to all my friends back in Phoenix. David Lee, Metro Sports Bar and Grill. Alfonso, one of the partners in that place. Thank you guys for all your support. Hope everybody's enjoying the match, and that's for all over the globe. On the other side of the pond, it's 4:30 in the morning in London. 10:30 p.m. in Colombia. In Dubai, it's 7:30 in the morning. They're just getting up. In Hanoi, Well, it's 10:30 in the morning. Shout out to everybody in Hanoi.
SVB about to wake him up with this break. Another flat one, Scott, but the 6 ball is going to go down. He's going to have another really nice look at the 1 ball.
Yeah, and this is reminiscent of the last rack. Pretty self-explanatory. If he can get on the blue 2 nicely, I think everything leads to one another.
Not to backtrack, but just think if he would have started with this break, where he'd be. He might be ahead.
Well, I think that you're exactly right. I think that was kind of the difference, because back in the back of his mind, he probably knew that he was going to resort to this break anyway, and you and I touched on it from the beginning. So did that have a factor in how he played until he switched to this break? Because his touch, everything, really starting to dial in. And Fedor knows what he's faced with in Shane Van Boening.
Taking a lot of care here on how he gets to the 3 ball. Obviously trying to avoid the combo on the 4-7. So he wants to make sure he gets an angle to where he can get on the 4 in the top right.
Looks like he chose to get straight, or try to get straight. I think he might have wanted to drop down a fraction more.
It looks like he's above the ball.
Yeah, I think he wanted to drop down maybe a fraction more. Maybe we're... Well, that's to the point that we were just touching on and what you said, Jason. And that's, that's really inexcusable for Shane.
I'm surprised that he just didn't draw underneath the side and just take a shot on the floor there.
That's what I thought he would do. He clearly had that line, but I guess maybe he was at the line where he thought he might draw back to the side if he used that speed. So maybe he had to hit it with that speed, or felt like he had to hit it with that speed just to make a new line with the cue ball. Neither here nor there. The shot prior was where the mistake came in.
I still think he's a favorite to recover here, Scott.
Yeah, it's actually laying on the professional side. So he's got a little room for error. If he mishits it, I think he can still make the combination.
Could even get a double kiss in.
Yeah, if you overcut it, you could.
Puts it down. Nice shot there from SVB.
Yeah, and in his defense, it really laid a lot better than it looked. Great shot by him, but it laid professional, meaning the object ball was going the correct way and the cue ball was as well. So he just had to focus on the aim point. And look at the pace. In his body language around the table, it's picking up. There was a little flinch again. He's had that more often than not in this match. I guess that's just part of his stroke now at times. It's really not a big deal. It's after contact.
SVB within 6.
Yeah, and I think the level of pool is going to go up. I think we're going to see Fedor and Shane playing better and better.
SVB finding a ton of success on the break as of late. It's really been the difference in him cutting down the lead. Still got a little work to do here with the 2-ball. Looks like he may have the ability to play this 2 off of the 9. May see SVB play this 2 off the 9 here. Definitely manageable how close he got to his work. Good news is he can play it in a way where he can just stop his ball, have the correct angle on the 4 to get him to the 5. Did just that. Perfect shot by SVB. Did make it a little tougher to get on the 8-ball, just with the placement of the 9, or with the 6 hanging over the side. He's looking at going 3 rails off of the 6 into position for the 8. That's what he was just pointing his cue at. I think we'll see him just play for middle table. Obviously getting from the 8 to the 9 may be tough. If he doesn't get flat on the 8, he could just play back to the middle of the table and go up and down from the 8 to the 9. It's a little bit safer, I think, than going 3 rails off of the 6. He could potentially hook himself. He doesn't land perfect. He is going to travel 3 rails off of the 6 for position. He's going to try to land perfectly here so he does not have to travel up and down from the 8 to the 9. Just got to watch out here. Handled perfectly. What a shot by SVB. Like I said, that carried some risk. A little surprised at the path, but perfection. SVB cruising. Making quick work of a pretty tricky rack there. Cutting it to 5 games, 23 to 18.
Yeah, and here comes the steamroll, SVB. He can make up them games quick. We talked about it. And we knew it was coming. Jason mentioned it. I knew it was coming. But let's do note and pay attention. It's later in the evening here. It's 11:32 p.m. where we are. This room has dramatically cooled down. I think the table's playing much cleaner, much more true. It'll be interesting to see how each day starts out. Big break coming for SVB. A little flat.
Is he going to get a look at the one ball, though?
It's going to slow him down. Gorst going to get an opportunity at the table.
Maybe not a good one, though, Freezer.
No, not necessarily, but he's got to be happy to at least get an opportunity. I can't imagine Shane taking the cut to the lower right pocket. He's got to come back behind the 6 and 9, somewhere in that line. Play the 1 down below the 10 or towards the 10.
I don't think he's going to love this. Oh, he got covered with the 10. It turned out pretty good.
Yeah, and the 9's got him covered as well. I'm looking immediately at the 2-rail kick, and I don't know if he can even do that. I believe the 8's got him covered there. Fedor possibly going to the jump cue.
Just try to edge the 1.
Yeah, and the concern about that, if you're in Fedor's camp, is that the 1's just kind of going to lay over here in the middle of no man's land.
He's really got to try to get the cue ball under the 3 some type of way, because the 1's going in open space, to your point.
Yeah, and I don't see how you do that.
Not only that, it's a very difficult hit, but like you said, the 2-rail kick path is covered up with the 8.
And there is no kick to the other side. Yeah, what comes of this if you do make a good hit? Very tough here.
Well, he's called the bottom left. And he's going to scratch.
No, he's not going to scratch, and that's about best case scenario.
It deserved a little reward there, though. That's an unbelievable hit.
Yes, it was, absolutely. The accuracy, he only had about a quarter of the 1, and he had to miss the 9 and the 10. Yeah, I think this is too thin for him to even get into the right middle. If it is makeable, the cue ball will be hot. So he's looking to possibly cross the 1. I just don't know that you can get the cue ball away there. Let's see what he's got in mind here.
Elevating. Yeah, this is uber tough here, Scott.
Yeah, really tricky. Really tricky to get separation. Not a lot to cover below down here. So somehow he wants to get that cue ball back up table. The problem is the 5 is the biggest problem. If he chips the 1 to the right long rail, he's got to avoid contact with the 5.
Yeah, and the 10. The 10's in the path of where he would like to take the cue ball to get back up.
What are they doing here?
Slow down.
Yeah, I felt like he had to, right, to avoid the 10 and the 5, and that was as good as he could do.
That was a really good shot. That's by far Shane's best safety of the evening. That was really crafty, a ton of touch, perfect speed control. What shot? Well, fuck, we'll do it later.
And Gorst going airborne here. Big time shot if he can get it down. Big time shot. Does he come away with something, or is the 7?
I think he's going to be able to see at least an edge of the 2.
Well,
unbelievable right there.
Just in case he doesn't make it, he amped that cue ball back 2 rails for distance. Now he's going to have a look at the 2 to the lower right.
Can you believe that shot right there? That was unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable safety by Shane. I mean, that's a huge turning point in the match there if he knocks down this deuce and runs out. I mean, just from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I think the 2 is almost tougher than the 1 at this point.
Yeah, I maybe even be looking to duck here if I'm Fedor.
But it's so hard to do mentally after coming with such a great jump.
I mean, even if you pocket the deuce, carrying position on the 3 isn't guaranteed.
And he's leveling out, so he might be doing what you said, Jay.
Yeah, I think it's a smart play. Just go ahead and push that 2 ball up table and lay the cue ball under the 10.
He doesn't want to hit the 6 or 9. This is going to be good.
Yeah, that's the smart play.
Very mature play. Very mature.
It was definitely time to duck. The problem is the 2 ball got so close to the rail that it's going to be a pretty easy 2-rail kick for SVB, and there's a lot of opportunity for a snooker here, Scott. Kind of surprised they hit it so firm.
Well, if this is a game that Fedor can win, you have to attribute it to the jump cue, right? He jumped the 1 in, played a great defensive play on the 2. This is a game he can win from this position. It's one of those games you would attribute to the jump cue. Not too many people can jump the 1 in like Fedor just did. But do you even play this ball? Can he hold the cue ball?
I think so.
Well, he's holding his head.
I think he can play for the. And I mean, what if he swung the cue ball 4 rails here and played the 3 in the top right?
Yeah, he just has to miss a 5. I'm thinking he could actually spin out 2 rails and still play it in the top right. He just has to dig real good. I don't know.
I don't think he can hold for the side, right?
I don't believe so. See what he's thinking. Yeah, he's overcut it.
He tried to do exactly what you said.
Yeah, and he had plenty of room. As you see the line, he overcut it and still came out real nice and tight.
Maybe that's why he decided to play it that way, because he knew if he'd overcut it, he could get safe. I don't know. I think he was just maybe going all in there. Got lucky. But
yeah, I didn't expect. I figured if he misses that ball, he's going to miss it to the thick side.
See another 2-rail kick here from SVB.
Yeah, a lot of good things can happen if he catches that top rail and then the thin side of the 2. A lot of good things. He's going to go this way, so he wants to catch the heavy side of the bottom of the 2. He's calling the 2 in the right middle. Albin Ocean, very good at this shot. So is Al-Kaidi. For a long time, I thought when they were kicking 2 rails below this ball that they were getting lucky, because I felt like the scratch is in play, but they're playing it. Scratch nowhere comes close. They're learning to get real good separation out of the balls.
I'm kind of surprised he's not going the other direction, though.
He's got a method here to his madness. He caught it going in. That wasn't intended. It's going to turn out okay. I've seen Fedor whack these in, though. Comes with power. The 2 to the lower right and zing the cue ball 1 rail straight back over to the center of the table.
Yeah, and he has the bottom of the cue ball, which will allow him to dig in and shoot it just the way the freezer described. It will go in there with a lot of authority if he makes it. This is one of these shots, though, I think, where the shot clock helps a lot of the players, and they don't even understand it.
Yes.
You know, because you can overanalyze and talk yourself into missing this ball, where you're more likely if you just get over it and smack that puppy in. Not give yourself a chance to psych yourself out. And you let up a little bit there.
Yes, he did.
Weak.
He decelerated. Yeah, just a little bit on that final through.
Can he get to the back of the 7 ball? What's the shot here, Freezer?
Yeah, I was wondering if he can cut this to the top right and get a free cue ball, and that's what he's looking at. I think he's gonna have to contend with the 7. That's the problem.
I like ducking.
Boy, that would be the third, I think at least the third safety he's played in this game following a good shot. Just lacked on position. You don't want to give a guy like Van Boening that many opportunities at kicking at something in a game. Sooner or later it's going to come back to haunt you.
Yeah, but, you know, taking on an offensive shot that you're not a favorite to make, if there's a safety that's sitting there that you're a favorite to
I agree. I'm just that's kind of what's going through his mind, though, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to like it, though.
No, he's not.
Good shot there. He did not want to touch the 5 on the way out.
And I didn't think he was that big of a dog to cut the 3 into the top right, especially if he could level out. But the 7 was probably the biggest problem there.
Well, the 7's going to be a big problem here, too, because he's probably going to be on the back side of it.
Yeah, you can assure he's not going to like this. Shane wants to get him up under it because he knows of his jumping ability.
He's definitely going to be jumping here. Not a ton of future, but...
Well, the 3 does go, I believe. Not by much. I do think it passes. Yeah, he's called it. Yeah, so a couple funny situations in this game where Fedor had control of the game and just didn't quite finalize on position.
Not the worst result for Fedor from where he was at.
Not at all. The 3 doesn't play to the top left. It does play to the top right or left middle.
Yeah, I kind of like the side.
So does Shane, I believe. This is a huge moment for Gorst. He does have a nice jump. I was about to say if Shane knocked that down, I think we're on around a 12-hour pace for this match. They've been playing 6 hours, going on 6 hours already. And you could say the match is almost, well, it's basically dead even as far as games, 23-18. That's right.
Well, halfway, yeah.
At halfway point, 41 games, it's on a 12-hour pace. So, a lot of work left to do. And you just don't see that from Gorst very often. Kind of feel like Shane was destined to win this game. Well, he didn't want to get straight. I think he's okay, but he's not thrilled about it. Slam the chalk down. He's taking a clean look at the angle. At worst, he can just draw back and get where he's at now. I believe he can manufacture some type of a line.
Problem is it's tough to manufacture the proper line from there. He could shoot it to the right side of the pocket. It's really tough to shoot it to the left.
Yeah,
you know?
He looks like he wants to power draw it past the 10 and out. Buckle your seatbelts.
Yeah, this one could bobble. I'm like you. I think you just pull it back a little bit and just take your medicine on the 8.
Yeah, I think anywhere where he is right now is not terrible.
I mean, yeah, it's not ideal, obviously, but it's better than trying to cheat the pocket to the left and create an angle that's not there from this angle.
These guys play that shot all the time where the cue ball is now and the 8. He's going to power up.
Collides with the 10 here. Missed the ball. There's a lot of things that could happen.
Well, he hit it like
Shane Van Boening.
He's going to get a bad bump. That's the problem with trying to go distance. He's going to chip the 8, try and use the 10.
Tell you what, if Mr. Kachi's watching this, he's probably licking his chops right now, putting his quarter up.
I've said it, and you know I've said it. I've said it verbally, and I've said it publicly. I think he's the most consistent player in the world. But we're going to have moments like this throughout the match, right? These guys are human. And the momentum swings are real. Fedor needs to come with a big shot here. He's got to slow Van Boening down.
Yeah, it's been all Van Boening for the last 2 hours. Really.
Oh, this is very good.
Oh, this is perfect speed.
Very good.
What a shot there.
What an amazing hit. Great touch on both balls.
Like you said, big momentum rack this one is.
Yeah, I think both players have had opportunities 3 or 4 times at least to get to the table. I like to come behind this ball, Jason. Call the 8 in the left middle. In case you miss it, the 8 tracks down behind the 10. Joshua Filler hit something reminiscent of this at the Moscone Cup last year that was absolutely insane.
Against Fedor. Fedor made an unbelievable safety on him. SVB. Gonna get away with it, though.
Kind of.
Not kind of.
Well, I think Fedor's a favorite to make this.
Shooting it.
I think he's a favorite to make it just because you can center ball it, maybe with a pinch of inside. He hits it good. He likes this shot. But you're right, Jason. It could have been a lot better for Gorst.
Could have scratched in the side. Miss hit there. But yeah, I remember that exact shot that Fedor hit. It was doubles, and it was I think him and Schuyler were playing. Fedor played a great safe, and Filler kicked out of it.
Yeah, and before the object ball even got halfway to where it was going, Filler was already celebrating.
Yeah.
Big time shot here for Gorst. Oh, and he's overcut it.
Bad, too.
Got a nice rub off the 10. This has just been one of those games, and it's going to happen.
Does SVB take on the straight back bank here? It lays pretty good.
It does lay well.
I think he shoots the bank here. He's a favorite to make it. It's off the rail. He's underneath of it. The cue ball's tracking to give him shape.
And he likes this type of a bank with the tip of outside and just swing around. The English helps the 8 go in. I mean, there is a good kick and stick. I mean, you could hold the cue ball right there and get the 8 down to this bottom rail. You could also try and chip off the right side of the 8 and get down below the 10.
I think you take on the offensive shot here.
Yeah, I agree. I think the value's there.
I can't knock him if he takes on the safety, but I think this is screaming offensive to me.
He's shooting.
This is check your wang dang and holla back, baby. Got to swing it sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And at this moment in the game, I fully agree. Plus, he does like this bank. He practices this bank.
What the?
Oh, this is that shot that he plays. Look at this. Did he get away with it, or is Fedor going to have a cut?
I think he got away with murder.
Wow, he got away with it. Shane was trying to finish down here at the center rail, or center diamond on the bottom rail. It's a shot he practices all the time. He really did get away with it there. But, hey.
I mean, I'm just...
Say what you're thinking. That's why we're here.
I mean, listen. You have two opportunities in a rack. You screw them both up. You're looking at a very nice offensive chance there. Yes, I know it's a bank shot. I know you're not feeling your best. But you have a chance to really punish Fedor there. And he's a favorite to make that bank, Scott. And it carries natural shape. Just shoot the ball.
I think he's at least 50%. I don't know that he's a favorite, but I agree with everything you said. And even if he's not 50%, if he's 40% to make the bank, that's still a huge percentage. I agree with what you're saying. I can't disagree.
And if you are going to play a safety, play the traditional safety where you chip the right side of the ball and get underneath the 10.
Yeah, that was crazy because even if he does get safe down here on the bottom rail, Fedor's going to have some. Well, it went.
Wow. He had to shoot it with inside, I think, to make it go.
He had to shoot it with inside. That ball was real tight. He carried it with a full hit.
What a nice shot that was. And that's what I'm talking about. Shoot the bank, Shane.
I agree. I wanted Shane to shoot the bank. I thought it was there. I thought you called the right shot. And the safety he played was just a little bit crazy. He loves that play where the 1, 2, 3 back down.
Well, what's even crazier is his initial gut. As soon as he approached the table, he called straight back. He called it. He wanted to shoot it. Yeah.
Is that a turning point?
I think he may. All right, folks, we're back. Clean balls and all. 24-18 is our score line. Favor of Fedor Gorst. Separated by 6 racks are these two killers. Haven't seen Fedor break in a while. Nice little run and clinic from SVB. Really starting to get settled in. Still trailing by 6. Good square hit there by Fedor. 7 balls right down in the hole. No luck. The 4 ball sneaks up. The 5 would have been there anyways. So we're looking at a push-out situation here. Not the easiest of push-outs. The 1 ball hanging over the hole. Really tough situation here. Be pretty cool to see him push out to the double jump. Got to push out to some sort of kick here. Looking like he might just roll right into the 6. Knows he's going to be on the worst side of this. Shane's going to take this on. Try to put the 1 ball back where the 8 is. He's going to try to flick the top side of this 1 ball. I don't think we're going to see Fedor get this one back. Only problem with it is the cue ball will be traveling into open space. Not much cover. The 5 ball may be able to cover it up though. Oh, he was able to get behind it. Nice shot there. He did leave a jump for Fedor though. Definitely going to see Fedor go with the offensive look. Fedor's jumping with his break cue here. No dice. SVB with a long straight-in shot. It's not going to get any easier on the deuce, and he's frozen to the rail as well. Has no option other than to just roll forward, take his medicine on the 2. He's going to be faced with 2 very tough shots here as SVB. And rolling the ball at this length, frozen to the rail, knowing that you're going to have to take on another very tough long shot. But make no mistake about it, this is the toughest of the 2. What a shot that was by SVB. Unbelievable shot there, Freezer.
Yeah, he leveled out pretty good, didn't he?
Yeah, but it didn't get much easier. This is a little easier than the last one, I think.
Yeah, does he try to come all the way around or just float this in and hold out in the right edge of the table?
Listen, I don't think you try to introduce any kind of spin or anything here. I think you just level out again and you just take what you get on the 3.
Yeah, agreed, especially coming with the 1 ball like he did.
I feel like it's a makeable ball if he just gets through it with a high ball here. Oh, man, what 2 shots he has. He doesn't want to get on the rail.
And this isn't any easier.
Yeah, and this is maybe equally as tough. This is that awkward angle.
He's going to have to power this. You can't roll this, I don't think, unless it plays the top right. I think he's got to go forward 2 rails.
Yeah, he's going to have to use some high inside here, isn't he? Makes it very, very tough.
Or is it so steep you can just come 1 rail? I think he's got to come to the bottom rail.
I don't think he can go just 1 rail. I think he's going to have to follow this with a high inside like you called.
Yeah, he's looking to see if it passes the 5. I don't know that it does. Makes a difference, though, if it does. He could just float over below the 6. Boy.
If SVB navigates this rack, this will be the toughest out of the night for both players.
No doubt.
Yeah. Oh, watch out, 10 ball.
I was wondering if he could just come 1 rail over, but he didn't put enough behind it, did he? And this table's softening up, Jay. The rail's not quite as sharp as they were.
Straight to the jump cue he goes.
Well, what an out this would be if he spears the 4. A long 1, a long 2. Off the rail on the 3, and now...
More than likely, if he makes this 4, he's going to be under the 5. Cue ball's going to follow it, I would imagine. Go underneath the 5. He might have to play a 5-9 combo even if he makes it.
And look at this. He's going to have to come with another one, but a magical out so far by Captain America.
I think we're going to see him shoot this up in the corner just so he can try to get some position, because for the 6 to the 8's treacherous too. He doesn't want to just roll this ball on the side and shoot it from that kind of range. I guess he could.
No, I agree with you. He wants to get flatter on the 6.
So I think we're going to see him shoot this in the bottom right.
The biggest thing is if he can keep coming with this, it really sends a message to Gorst
that he's here to stay.
That's exactly right.
What an unbelievable series of shots here.
Oh, and he's drained it.
No, he missed it.
He's missed it. Did he get away with it?
I don't think so.
I do. But I'm not certain. But look at what would have happened if he did drain it.
He'd have been hooked again. I think Fedor's got to look here. Not saying it's easy. But the 6 does play off the 9 in the side.
Yeah, and I believe you're right. I think he can make the 5.
But I think it's one of those situations where he's going to have to play the 6 off the 9 in the side.
Yeah, and there's a lot of distance between the 6 and 9. It will play, like you say, but he's going to have to hit it with speed.
Yeah, and he's going to have to follow the ball.
That's exactly right. The 8's up table.
Yeah, I mean, not like this 5 ball is any kind of bargain, but he's definitely just going to want to have to get through the top of this ball and go 1 rail under the 6. The 10 ball's big, too. So he may have to use a touch of inside, which will introduce a scratch in the corner.
I mean, this was a good hit from where he was, and actually this line might be all right. It all depends on where the 9 really is. I can't tell. Yeah, he's okay here. This 6 will go, like you said, Jay.
Yeah, this is the shot here. I mean, and obviously he's going to have to use some high inside here and go 2 rails.
Yeah, he's got to hit it real accurate, though.
And he's got to hit it with a lot of pace, Scott. Where's the 9 ball end up? Is he going to introduce a scratch in the top left corner? I mean, he's going to get through this ball, right? Like, he's going to have to go. He's not going to just play this to go short side of the 8, right?
I mean, he could draw it and swing the cue ball 3 rails as well. But he's going to go to the top right corner for sure. I'm just saying that you've got to hit this with some speed to back the 6 up off the 9, even though it's there. Either that or you've really got to hit it accurate, because this 6 could end up going to the point.
Which is even more reason to hit it with a high ball, right? So the 6 ball will draw off the 9?
Yeah, if you hit it hard enough. There he did.
Yeah, look at this. So he goes 1, 2.
He's gotten a good rub on the 8, or not a good
bad rub on the 8. That was pretty brutal right there. That was a pretty brutal roll for Gorst. But can he cut this in the top left? Does he have the ability to do that? Because if he does, it will carry shape on the 9, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the cue ball is going to be hot. I don't know if he can cut it with any spin. I don't know if he can afford to do that. He might have to just level out and chop it, but I don't know if he's...
Does he bank the 8 2 rails under the 10?
He's looking at the cut. I don't think with it being that close, you can afford to try and spin it. Yeah, he's just going to try and level out and chop it.
He's going to go around the 9, probably right at the 10.
Well, this cue ball is going to be a little hot.
Right at the 10.
Watch the side. Watch the side.
Just a bit outside. He's still got to come with it. This is no bargain. He's going into the 10. He may miss it, right?
Yeah, he'll miss the 10 here, Jay, unless he intentionally wants to go into it. I think it's thin enough, but...
I think most people prefer to shoot this with a low outside ball, right? Hit the ball a little bit more full and kind of throw it into the pocket. Or do you think he just uses a high ball and tries to avoid the 10?
Yeah, if he can level out and avoid the lower right corner, I think that's what he does. It all depends on where the cue ball's tracking. Hard for us to tell. I think he goes a low outside ball. He's definitely going into the 10.
Might be a risk worth taking if he prefers to shoot the ball that way, though.
Well, it's easier to make the ball leveled out like this, and I think this avoids all contact with the 10 as long as he doesn't deal with the lower right corner. Clean strike. He always knew he was probably going to end up with this shot there, just with the speed that he had to hit it at. A lot of guys feel more comfortable playing this 10 ball in the lower right because they can see the edge of the ball better. It's all preference. He's going to play it to the lower left. And this is a huge out for Gorst if he can get the 10 down.
Yeah, you got to clap for Gorst there. I mean, what an unbelievable series of events.
Yeah, there's no doubt he really put it down there.
But SVB put it down too.
He did too. This was a fascinating game, actually. I hope that goes on the highlight reel.
That whole rack should go on the highlight reel for both players. Every shot was tough. Nice graphics there. You see that, Freezer? Look at that. We got SVB with 18.
That's
Fedor
pretty cool.
with 25 on the TVs.
Yeah, that's
Brought to you by Railyard.
It's as good as it gets. And Gorst with a big timeout there. And his body language reading quite a bit more positive as well.
I'll tell you what, not the cleanest of matches, Scott.
Well, I don't think we ever.
Freaking exciting.
It is exciting.
It's actually probably more exciting this way than what it could have been and what I predicted it would be, which is just a run-out fest.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I never thought that would be the case, just because the build-up, these guys are human.
Look at this. He's going to get a nice creep on the 1. Is the 8 going to cooperate?
That's the ball that keeps going one rail down and back up. That is the ball. I don't know how you can adjust for that when you hit the break that good.
Well, I don't know how you adjust for that, but I think you got to try the other side. And and I'm not being critical of Fedor at all, but when you do something and you're consistently getting the same results, maybe you try the opposite side. So he's breaking, as we're looking at the table, he's been breaking from the left of center. Maybe he just tries to go right of center or something different, right?
Yeah, maybe he just feels better from this side, though. I mean, he's had good results. Is this a little firm? It is. I don't know. I think until something really changes, I think he's going to stick with what's got him where he is, because it's not always snookering him. It's probably like 20% of the time or 25% of the time. Well, I think less than that, actually.
Not as of late, though.
Well, it's pretty odd that cue ball was over there on the right side and the 8 still snookered him. That's a little unfortunate. I think his break is more consistent than what I'm seeing out of Shane's as far as accuracy and control.
Yeah, he's definitely had more success at depositing the balls in the side, but
oof. Yeah,
this is a little steep to get on the 6, right?
Yeah, I guess it's more natural. I was looking on a different screen. The overhead tells me it's pretty natural. He can just float this in, get real tight on the 6 if he wants. Yeah, nice clean hit there. Starting to feel real comfortable, you can just tell. Doesn't take a genius to figure that out. He's hitting the ball much cleaner. But I think all this has to do with the table. I think it's changed dramatically since early this evening. So I got to ask you, Jason, was that ball getting in the way? Did you ever notice it when Fedor was practicing his break? Was that ball going 1-2 up and covering the 1?
Nowhere near as frequently as it is now. Obviously, it's always there. There's some version of it, but
yeah, it seems to be there consistently with the Magic rack.
there we go. Big shout out, big thanks to our sponsors, Diamond Billiard Products, obviously supplying the table here. Also, Railyard Billiards, just outfitted with 18 brand new bar tables, supplied by Diamond. Perimeter billiard lights, giving the pool hall a fresh new look, lighting the place up quite well. Obviously, Ultimate Pool League storming through the U.S. right now, Scott. The 30-second shot clock, 8-ball, and then none other, Michelle Griffin, local realtor here in Louisville area.
Yeah, what a sweetheart.
Doing a ton for pool.
Yeah, she is. She's a great person. Picked me up from the airport, took us to dinner. She is doing a lot for pool.
Here we go, SVB to crack them.
Good Lord.
Ton of power. 8-ball went in like it had eyes. Is he going to get a look at the 1, or is the 7 going to be in the way?
He was pretty flat there, though, right? The cue ball didn't get a lot of air after contact. I think that's his real frustration. Typically, he's wanting his cue ball out there towards the center where he's going to typically have that cut to the top right. So it was flat.
This is pretty tough here. Where do you hide? Does he go all in on the combo here?
Well, it's funny. I mean, it was going through my mind. I don't think he does. But the 7's actually kind of in that big ball position where it gives him a much better chance to make it. I don't think he shoots it. It's crossing his mind, I promise you. But
where's the safe? Do you try to play the 9 or play the 1 into the 9 some type of way and get the cue ball up under the 5?
Or play the 1 past the 9.
Or do you
understand what I'm saying? You play the 1 past the 9 towards the bottom rail and just send the cue ball out behind the 9. Play the 1 up towards and just play the cue ball out. But tricky position.
Can you thin the 1 some type of way and get under the 9-10?
That's what he was looking at. Boy, it's got disaster written all over it if you don't hit it correctly.
Personally, I kind of like creating an angle to get the cue ball up under the 5 some type of way. He's going the opposite direction. He's trying to use the 9-10 as cover here.
Yeah, so he's going to use the left long rail, or thinks he can get to the left long rail, or excuse me, our top left long rail on our screen.
Is there any kind of cross-side bank? Is that available with the deuce sitting there?
Just the cue ball is so inaccurate. It's going to crash into something down here. I don't know that he'll consider that. I think the combo's a higher percentage than the cross side.
Ton of options here, none of which are very good.
Yeah, I don't mind this either.
Yeah.
If he's looking to just hit this into the edge of the 7 or into the 9. He could shoot that into the 9 and get an angle to come over behind the 5. That's okay.
That's what I like. The only problem with that is it flirts with coming to the bottom right corner, and if he doesn't wedge him up or weld him to the 5, then Fedor can jump out of there if the 1 lays up.
Yeah, you just don't want to fluke something in either. Snooker yourself.
I think he's going to go with the shot that I said originally, trying to get under the 5 ball here. Yeah, and he did just that.
And he's done
and look
great.
At this. That was the original shot that I said was the safe.
Look at this. The 9 ties up the 7.
Maybe a saving grace for Gorst.
Exactly.
No real opportunity to break it either.
Can you get there from here? Looks like the 2 is a big ball.
Yeah, he's going to have to go on top of the 2.
Yeah.
I don't like any of this.
Very, very tough. Is there any other way?
Do you tie up the 4-5 some type of way?
That's okay. I like that idea. He must feel good about it.
Oh, he got a bad double kiss for himself there.
Yeah, he made a great hit.
Well, Shane may be able to go up into the 9 right now. He may be able to shoot this 1 and just go up into the 9 and have a shot on the deuce. See it?
Yeah, of course. If he can get the power behind it, just move the 9 a little.
All he's got to do is go into the rail first, into the 9, right?
Yeah, and just ticky it out.
Just kind of nudge it out just a little bit. It's as good as any. It's as good of an opportunity as he's going to get in this rack to open that 7-9 up.
Yeah, I mean, the 7 does bank cross side, right? The 6 is in a good position to play position for the 7 cross side.
I just don't see any real downside to go at the 9 there.
Yeah, he just had to warp it kind of to get it there, but he was so flat on the 1. I don't know that just laid a little awkward. Yeah, I think he's going to go ahead and his plan is to bank the 7 unless something changes and he gets good to where he can open those up.
He could get an angle on the 4 ball here where he could go down into the 9 or into the 7 and then still get a shot on the 5.
Yeah, here he might draw towards the 9, but I doubt it. I think you.
He's taking the bank on.
Yeah, I think you've got to just play your percentages, and the 7's not frozen, so the bank is very realistic.
The other option is he could play under the 6 from the 5, giving himself an angle to go right into the 9 ball. He could stay under the 6 ball and just kind of where the 5 ball is.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in mind.
He's pretty much dead set on the bank now, I think.
I think it's the highest percentage, right? Just because of where the 6 lays.
Doesn't want to hit it.
He didn't want to run into it. Now it's gotten awkward.
He might have an angle where he has to go crashing into something here.
Yeah, but the problem is you go crashing into the 9, you might be left with something even tougher on the 7.
Does he take on the cross corner bank right here to get position on the cross side?
No, I don't think so, Jay. I don't think so. I think he'll just cut this in the side or into the corner. Maybe he's going to go into the 7 here or the 9, but if he does, he's really gambling.
Yeah, I don't dislike going into the 9. He's just got to do it at the right pace and make sure he hits the top side of it.
Yeah, he wants to hit it full if he does. So I think this shot is almost as difficult as the bank.
Well, yeah, because he's going to have to go on top of the side pocket, right? Go back and forth.
Yeah. It's just one of those shots most players aren't in love with.
It's definitely a favorite to make it, though, Scott. It's close to it.
Yeah, he's pretty clean over the ball.
Struck perfectly. Very nice out here.
No doubt to climb within 5.
This will get him halfway to the 40 mark.
And there you have it, folks. SVB within 5. He's always been looming. You know, and what Jason said a couple hours ago, you could almost feel the momentum change. There's a few things here and there that have kept Fedor in it, but it really seems like it's been all SVB, even though the scoreline doesn't really tell us that. It's kind of awkward or strange the way this has gone. But you get the feeling we're just getting started.
Tell you what, I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to call in sick on Friday. A lot of people weren't anticipating this match taking this long. It's going to go into the wee hours of the night.
Yeah, our job got a little more difficult. Bear with us if we're driving you crazy.
Big crack, 2 balls down, nasty kick. Is it going in the drink? It is.
And this is what Gorst needed to keep him alive, because everything was pointed SVB's direction. And look at the break. I mean, what a kiss he got there. Reminiscent of the kiss that Fedor got from nowhere into the left middle earlier, just from absolutely nowhere.
And just a perfect 1 ball, 2 laying up like it did.
It's enough to drive a man crazy. SVB goes back to his chair, holding his head. He is disgusted. I've got to reiterate it. There's no 2 players on the planet that want this match worse than these 2. I don't think there was any other matchup where either one of these guys wanted a match more than they want this match.
Wants to get kind of straight here. I think he's perfect.
Yeah, and there was another situation where he could have played the 4 to the lower left, but nothing wrong with what he did there. I like it. Just
You got to be precise.
A difference in patterns, right? Yeah.
If you're not perfect, you get on the wrong side of that 4, and all of a sudden it becomes really tricky getting on the 5.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of weird because I watch Fedor play a lot of pool, and I don't notice anything funny in his patterns. But today he's definitely gone out of his way to play that ball in the middle more. Obviously, pertains to the way the table's playing.
No good here.
Well, he's fortunate it's creeped out to where he can make it. Really quick, though.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of travel on the cue ball here, though, Scott. Just a few more revolutions and he would have been perfect, but now he's going to have to work the cue ball quite the distance. Is he going to use outside here and come 2 rails?
Yeah, I almost think you've got to hit this with outside just to slow the cue ball down. Otherwise, if you hit it with a flat ball or a high ball, you're going to be going back and forth, meaning up and down. You could collide with something. Yeah. At least with the outside ball, you can slow it down off that second rail. And there you go.
Well done. Still not out of the woods, though. He's going to have to work this cue ball a little bit as well. This has gotten a tiny bit awkward.
Yeah, you just get to feeling like everything's a little difficult for him.
Yeah, this is one that you could underhit and end up hooking yourself. You saw him pointing at the long rail right before the side pocket, so that tells you he's going to use some high inside.
Yeah, and I think he's never going to threaten coming short, though. I think he's going to hit this with some speed.
Just go ahead and touch the third cushion, right? Go ahead and hit the short rail where the 8 ball lays to guarantee yourself position.
He doesn't want to get straight. Well,
I think he has. I think he can still punch up a little bit, though. He can cheat the pocket a little bit, utilize the rail, get a little closer to the 9.
He might draw all the way back. I can't tell, Jay.
I just don't really like that. I think you can cheat the pocket and it plays easier.
Yeah, I can't tell. Yeah, he's drawn back.
Yeah. Nice stroke there.
But still awkward. It's just kind of been like that for Fedor. Kind of all stemmed from when he played the 4 and the side. I'm just being honest. Then he got straight there, and then he got straight on the next ball, and he had to punch to the 6, and he came up a bit shallow.
So does he go 2 cushions back and forth here, or does he go 3 rails forward?
I think it's a player preference. I think he's going to go forward. Just come above that right middle. You don't try and come below it. Yeah, just like so. He's just a little firm.
He's going to have a 50-yard line cut here again.
Yeah, and his timing seemed a little bit off there. Off his second stroke, he got a little quick.
I think he'd definitely prefer this than being under it, though. Pretty typical shot and rotation pool right here.
Yeah, but it just seems like he's putting himself through a little bit more work than necessary, right? And you've touched on that. Over time, that does get heavy. He looks like the one working much harder than Shane, to me right now.
Couldn't agree more. And he knocks it down. Gets him to 26.
And thank you all for tuning in and sticking with us. Jason and I doing the best we can for you. Jason's an absolute monster. I don't think he's left the chair since. Have you left that chair, Jay?
A few times.
I have to get up. My lower back tends to get to me over time. Heading into the wee hours of the morning. If you all get some time, go to Railbirds TV on YouTube. Check out some of the latest Derby matches. Some great ones, including Gorst and Pagulayan. I just covered that match.
It's another big rivalry in pool.
Yes, it is. Those two have battled it out multiple times.
Played a little bit different format. They played 10-ball break outside of the box. And they
with a wood rack, right?
With a wood rack, yeah. Some unbelievable matches between those two. Fedor sticking with the same, but he crossed over a little bit there.
Well, when he does that, it seems like he gets the shot on the 1. And that's what I noticed early.
And the 2's close to the pocket.
Yeah, so very interesting. And I think he's actually doing that intentionally. He's too accurate not to. I think he's actually crossing the face of that ball. Not too many people can actually do that intentionally, but I think he is.
Is he just going to have to take some distance and a cut on this deuce, or does he try to manufacture position some type of way? Or does he just take his medicine and kind of pull it back a little bit?
I think the 8's a problem for pulling it, like if you want to try and spin back above the 6 and all the way down, so that's a good question.
The problem is if you try to creep it up the rail, that 5-9 or that 5-10 ball are big. You got to get under it.
Yeah, you might just want to spin out of this corner tight below the 9 and take the long cut on the 2.
That's what I like. It's not the easiest of positions with the 1 hanging over the hole and the 2 as close as it is.
No, it's not.
It's a little tricky.
And the 8's the problem, really, for any power. So I think you've just got to gamble and take the cut on the 2 from where it is. And just come out below the 9 a little.
Yeah, I agree.
But
less is more here.
This is Fedor Gorst.
But guarantee yourself a shot if you're Fedor Gorst. Utilize your strength of being Fedor Gorst and just take the cut on the deuce here. Don't do anything special. Just pull the ball back straight.
Yeah, I think he wants to actually try and draw up past the 9. I don't know if that's there or not.
I don't really
I like this bridge more than what he was doing prior.
Yeah, the bridge is awkward too.
Yeah, well, he was on the rail, like above the 8, where a lot of things can go sideways.
Well, did you see what he did there? He's looking at cheating the pocket to the right side to create the angle that he wants. Potentially hitting between the 6-8 and going toward the 10. I don't like any of that.
No, I have to agree. It could work out for him. Now I think he's going back to what we initially discussed. I think you've just got to gamble.
Yeah, side pockets there.
He's gotten away with it. The fact that he didn't scratch.
But
because now at least he's got something defensively, but you've got to just take the long shot on the 2, especially with the position of where the 4 is. So he probably talked himself into that.
Yeah, even if you spun it with inside English from where he was at and he hit the 8, more than likely
you're
he's going to come
shot.
out with the shot.
Right. Wow, this is a great play. I mean, an absolutely great play.
Yeah, he's going to get rewarded here. He's going to be welded to the 9.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty big bonus. But he hit it real nicely.
SVB going to be looking at a 2-rail kick here. It's calling the deuce in the top left. This is an awkward 2-rail kick, too.
Oh, what a hit. Wow.
He almost made it.
What an absolute monster hit from there.
Did leave a shot, though. Natural angles leading him to the 4 ball.
Yeah, he's kind of got to roll it.
Doesn't have to be too perfect, though. You want to hit it, make sure you strike it clean and you don't roll it too slow. Undercut it.
Yeah, he'll definitely come out towards the middle.
Just get through this ball.
Yeah, I was going to say it's definitely missable, you know, and that's the payoff to making a hit like what Shane did.
I didn't really like spinning that ball. I like just getting through that ball with a high English and take what you got. He chose to hit it a little bit more full with some right-hand English and try to throw it. And at that range, it's always tricky.
Yeah, just not putting anything together, Gorst. Shane seems to be the one grouping the 2 games at a time, or every now and then 3. Fedor, well, he's just straggling with a game here and there, keeping that lead. options. You come to the second rail, or stay straight, come one rail up. You hit it really nice with a check English there on that ball. And that's perfect. Didn't try to get too close to the 8.
Big missed opportunity there for Gorst. Opportunity to get it back to 7 games, and now it's going to be 5.
Yeah, and you keep flirting with this guy in those situations. It's only a matter of time. Shane just looks like the better player the last couple hours to me. And I think a lot of that has to do with attitude and table change. And Boening really focusing on getting those balls nice and tight. You'll notice the ball generator at the top of the screen. That's the order in which they need to rack the balls in. Pretty cool. That was a big hit there.
Watch out, cue ball.
Watch out, cue ball. It's floating.
And he's steady hooked.
Yeah, he's fortunate that he's not scratched, to be honest with you. He's got the opportunity to roll out.
Does he roll out over by the 5 ball?
Just got to be a little careful. Fedor might continue or take it on and look at the bank.
Maybe just a little short of the second diamond. Kind of put him straight on.
But I think that's going to be the total difference in this match is, Shane, he's got such good power and such good accuracy, but I think there's just going to be those times where there's inconsistencies in his results with the break. And Fedor really is not going to have many inconsistencies. He's hitting them the same way just about every time. I think that's what's really going to show up in the long run from what I'm seeing so far after 47 games.
So yeah, he's going to push out just below the second diamond, like I said.
Yeah, and
he's pushing out above it
because he didn't want to leave the 1 automatic to the top left, right? That's what he was concerned about, is leaving the 1 to the top left. I think he went a little further than he meant to.
Take on the cut here, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But did he give it back?
What? There's an offensive shot here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he gave that back. The 1's not even froze. It's actually in a big ball position. Not that it's easy, but I'm really surprised he gave that ball back.
You knock it down, you get a shot on the 4, you take it, you don't, you duck, right?
Or is we could be misled, though, right? It could be much more difficult than it looks on the screen. That is one thing that's misleading, is where the camera's placed, and that's on all TV tables. Yeah, I actually don't think he's shooting at this. I think he's 3-railing the 1. And that's what he decided to do. I think he thought he might get below those balls. Good fortune, I think, for Shane that these finished the way they did. Can Fedor chip our right side of the 1? Maybe send the 1 off the pink towards the 9 and wrap the cue ball around up behind the 5? I don't know. Let's see if you can get the cue ball up behind the 5 here. Send the 1 over behind the 9. I don't know if that's laying right or not. That's what he's trying to do. He's got to rub on the 8. That's not going to help. Shane's going to have a look at this combination. He's elevated over the 5, Jay. Maybe a little bit. That was a mishit, though, by Fedor. And the 7's a big ball. As long as he makes contact with the 1 and the rail, the 7 should play. Yeah, like so. Van Boening off to the races.
And the airs are starting to mount for Fedor.
And Shane looking better and better. To come all the way around for the middle here. And you notice the ball is going in clean for Shane. He's aware that the table's playing different. And he plays to the corners.
Got the perfect angle here to just punch over. Let me draw over a little bit. Maybe a little straighter than what he would have wanted. He's okay. Oh, that one wiped its feet on the way in.
Yeah, like you said, Jay, I think he was a little flatter than he wanted to be. A little flatter than he wanted to be here, but the 10 in a great position. Well, I think it's the first time in quite a while. It's been within 4 since it was early on in this match.
SVB powers up, 3 balls down. Is he going to get a look at the 1? No.
This is the only thing keeping Gorst alive at the moment. But I think that's why we're all here. I think that's why there's still so many people in the building. They know this match is historic, and they know it's going to be close. The dynamic between these two players is so different. The styles are very different.
Where do you push out here, Scott? This is a tough one, too. Do you push out up by the 8?
Yeah, I think you've just got to go towards that top left side of the top rail.
And just know that you're going to be behind the 7-10 kicking?
Yeah, probably.
Or is there some way to come up here in the top or in the bottom right?
Yeah, I don't know how you can get to the bottom right, or is the 7 not impeding that? I mean, maybe you do and just push out, to a jump, like he's looking at here, to a jump over the 9 possibly.
Yeah, with the cue ball traveling the opposite direction of the deuce.
Right. Fedor hasn't been spectacular with the jump cue. He did make the 1.
He's made a couple nice hits.
Yeah, but he hasn't been himself yet this match.
Yeah, I mean, Shane made the jump shot of the match. That spectacular run of balls that he had. Fedor ended up winning the rack, but
Fedor did make a good jump on the 1 early.
I like what Shane's looking at down here, though, pushing to a jump behind the 4.
Well, and this goes back to what you're saying about his push-out game. He really thinks about it before he just goes up there and does something, and I think that makes a big difference. This isn't going to get there, though.
No, he's going to leave a shot.
Yeah, and a big shot, because this is doable. Fedor can come through this ball if he'd like and kill it with an inside ball, or he can suck 2 rails tight, but you might be worried about catching a piece of the 8. Sucking 2 rails tight.
He might even just be able to level out and just go with the high ball and take a little angle on the deuce.
Yeah, it might not be steep enough to where he can do that. That's possible. I think he's got to check it a little bit.
Just hate to introduce inside English here at this range, especially if you're not getting through the ball firm. You might wrap 2 rails like you suggested, but I kind of like just, see. Allowed him to hit it. What a shot that was. Very nice shot.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Does he have enough of this to stay on the right side of the 4, or is he going to slide over to play in the bottom right?
Yeah, I think he can definitely hold. It's preference, but I think he can hold. I think it's probably the better play for the pocket to take the 2.
Going the other way may make it easier to get on the 5, though, if he plays the 4 in the bottom right. So.
Yeah, and for him, I think it might be easier for him to make the ball and just come over. So he was kind of in between, wasn't he?
Yeah, he didn't. He let up a little bit at the end there. I think he was definitely playing for the bottom right. Now he's going to have to put a big draw stroke on this. Go over to the... Yeah, he's going to have to go over to the left long rail and then back out for the 5.
Yeah, I don't think this is too difficult. Should be able to hold this quite well. Oh, yeah, he's overheld it. He's kind of decelerated again. I don't feel like the cue ball's traveling as far as it was early when it was really wet.
It's just not as boingy or bouncy as it was.
And I think that's helped Shane, and it's hurt Fedor. When those conditions are at play, it's definitely going to favor the grinder. When the table cleans up, plays a little more smooth, well, I think it's going to favor Van Boening.
So he's going to have to cut this ball with some outside English and probably touch 2 cushions here, I would imagine. Go up and down.
Yeah, anywhere out in the center of the table, it's pretty straightforward.
You just don't really want to try to hold that ball. Just get through it. He's got to make sure he calculates the 7-8 combo. The way it sets, the 7 ball is going to want to go to the long, or to the short rail. So he may need to play that pace to where he plays the 7 in the top right, Scott.
Yeah, I think he's better off playing the cue ball out here towards the center, so he's got an angle to come over if he plays the combination. You don't want to be flat with the 7 or straight in with the 7-8 combination and then have to force something.
Yeah, you want to get it away from the 10 ball, right? You want the cue ball going away from the 10 ball.
Exactly.
He's got a good angle here.
Yeah, this is okay, but I think you're better off more towards the center where you're cutting the 7. We'll see what happens.
He's going to have to hit this pretty firm and punch it, I think.
Right, and that was kind of my point, because you might get to a point where you're not sure where the 7 finishes. And he's still pretty flat, like it's not straightforward. So he's got to worry about making the 8 first and then getting a shot on the 7.
It's like he may go through the 10 here. Are you kidding me?
Well, I felt like this was a problem with how he played the position to begin with. I thought anywhere out towards the center, you're always going to know that you get position on the 7. Now you just focus on making the 8. With where he was, he had to focus on both. And Boening to pick up the pieces and get within 3. And the timing is on for him. Everything going in clean, and it has been for quite some time.
And just like that, back to 3-game deficit. It's been all SVB in the late hours here.
Going on 12 o'clock noon over there in Hanoi, Vietnam. Going on 6 a.m. in London. In Arizona, where I'm from, 10 p.m. Here, 1 a.m. If you're over in Dubai, it's 9 a.m. And that break getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, and the 3 dresses up. Well, it just dropped. Don't know that that makes much of a difference because the 2's in a good spot in the top left. At one point, I believe Fedor had a 12-game lead. 11 or 12.
Tricky here, though. I really want to try to spin this with outside and check the cue ball up. I'd really like to get through this ball on the third cut here. Have to shoot it though. This guy here needs to use a little bit of left in the English. Try to hold the cue ball up.
Well, he's lost the cue ball here.
That's what I said. Lay a little fronting where you don't really want to use outside there. It's easier to miss.
Yeah, I thought he could just swerve it with some left, though, and hold it.
He could have. It was tough. He was trying to go
To the third rail. 1, 2, 3, and back out short of the 7. But pretty fortunate he didn't scratch. Once again, reminiscent of the break that Shane made earlier, where the cue ball hung in the top right. He got to push out. He ended up winning that game. So things going Shane's way now, but we knew that would happen if he starts playing better. That's just the way it goes. The balls know who's playing better.
Well, the balls know who's at the table. You know, when Fedor was really dominant with table time early on, for the last 2 hours, it's been all SVB at the table.
Yeah, it's a fact. He might make this. Yeah, I had a feeling he might come with the big long jump shot. Yes, he did. He's feeling it. He probably senses weakness from his client as well.
Definitely present.
Yeah, nice smooth float. Big time jump shot from SVB. Like I stated, fortunate he didn't lose that cue ball in the drink, but that's the difference. You just get a feeling this match is going to be tied up very soon. Unless something changes. SVB is on his way.
All right, let's see if SVB sticks with the power. Been really dominant here. Making up 10 games last few hours. Straight in on the one. SVB looking to go 3 rails here. He's got to determine if he wants to play for the corner in the top left or if he wants to just go ahead and try to roll through and take the 3 in the left side. A little bit of an awkward bridge here. And the cue ball's traveling away from the 5. So he's probably going to have to power up here. I don't know if he can hold it. Maybe I'll just hit a smooth draw stroke here and hold it in position. Maybe utilize bumping the 8. And he did just that. Made position to the 6 easier. Really felt like that was the shot to solve the rack. Generator. And we're within 1. And he missed both of the side balls, but did get the 4-railer to go. The 6 fell as well, straight in on the 1. And I'll tell you what, Fedor Gorst is in a position where he's going to have to take advantage of every opportunity that's presented to him the rest of the evening. He's made far too many mistakes and hasn't had the ability to punish any of Shane's as of late. SVB has really found the timing on the break.
South Dakota kid isn't going anywhere. It's a little short there, Jay. He might be able to just wrap around the top left.
Yeah, I think he can avoid the contact with the 9. That's the key, right?
Yeah, these guys like to use a little bit of that outside English to avoid the ball from skidding a little bit. Helps the object ball go in. And this is going to end up really good. About 4 hours ago, that ball would have been over here on the right long rail. Now, it's playing like it's supposed to. Shane looking at the 3 rail line on the 8. 10 laid up right in front of the middle. Folks, we are 3 balls away from a match.
Yeah, and if you look back, the big turning point was the 7-8 combo that stood up. It's cost Fedor 4 games already.
Yeah, and I felt all along he played that maybe a little questionably. I don't have a right to.
Well, you called it from the beginning that you wanted to be more in the middle.
Yeah, because then you just have to focus on making the 8. The position is automatic. But where he was, he had to manufacture both. Van Boening looking to tie this match up.
Oh, and it went anyways.
And he's going to tie it up. And a little bit of a smirk. He's caught that ball fat. Maybe a little mental issue there. Boy, there are some Van Boening fans in the building. And we have action. After 52 games, we are not surprised. We are all tied up.
Did you see that stat that's flying around on the internet? Fedor and SVB have played 94 matches.
Yeah, I have it here on my
Fargo
phone.
rated, and they're 47 and 47.
Actually, I think I was just looking at it. I can give it to you right here. I think that, Fedor is 57.9%, unless that's supposed to be 47.9%, and Shane's 58.7%. I think that's got to be. Anyway, they're within basically 1% of each other. But SVB looking to take the lead. He did not hit those square. Is this a chance for Gorst to set aside all the errors?
I mean, listen,
as of late,
you absolutely have to clean this rack up. And then you got to do something a little bit different on your break to try to manufacture some opportunities after the break. If you're Fedor, you don't clean this up, you may not get to 32 tonight.
Yeah.
He might not break 30 if he doesn't clean this rack up, honestly, because it does not look like if you hand the table over to Shane, you're going to get it back anytime soon.
Yeah.
He's found the break. Shane's found the break.
Yeah, and for Fedor, he's really just got to take it one ball at a time. And in my opinion, he's almost awkward already. So he's got kind of like that funny, awkward, straight angle. It's not going to cause him any problems. The 3 here on the lower left. Okay, he had a better angle than I thought. His pace around the table has looked good. But I don't know if that's good or bad if you're in the Gorst camp. Sometimes he plays a tick slower.
I think one thing I've noticed in all of the long races that Fedor has played, he gets going quick. And he plays better when he gets going quick. Allows himself to play. And that's one of the things, that's one of the arts of playing a race to 120 is sometimes you have to just let your arm and your training do the work, and you can't mentally drain yourself on every shot. And I feel like he wanted the match so bad early on, he was mentally draining himself on every shot, and that shows up when you get into the wee hours of a race to 40 and it's 26-26 and you're staring down the barrel of another 4 hours at least.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I touched on that same thing. I feel like, and see there, you could tell like he was anticipating that cue ball to just be on top of the 5, and it played pretty natural. I feel like the same thing, Jason. I think the quicker Fedor plays at times, when I've watched him over the last several years, the better he can play. And that's where you also touched on the fact that a shot clock subconsciously helps these guys. They don't even realize it. But it kind of forces their hand to get on with things.
Yeah, they always said, and actually one of the things that Dennis Orcolo told me is when he gets put in a really tough situation, he's going to overrun his mark here. He needs a bump, and he's not going to get it. But one of the things that Dennis told me,
yeah, he is really out of sorts with his timing,
is whenever he's faced with a really tough shot, instead of doing a ton of thinking, just get down over the ball and shoot it. Don't give yourself a chance to dog it. And
and Dennis was great at that.
He said, I've shot that shot a million times. I don't care how hard it is. I've played it, so I just get down and shoot it like I'm practicing instead of.
But I feel like Fedor is a little quicker than like his normal quick when he gets comfortable. I think there's kind of an example. He's going to chop this, whether I think it's cuttable. I don't know if it's out of frustration or not.
I mean, he hasn't been comfortable the whole time, that's for certain. And a lot of it has to do with his inability to get the break going. And that's where we've seen the free stroke going with Shane here, is he's had some success going on the break, and it's allowed him to feel more comfortable because he feels like he can string a couple together.
Yeah, well, Fedor's never felt comfortable at the table since the beginning.
Wow.
And this is going to release perfect.
Unbelievable shot right there. Put that on the highlight reel.
And this is also something that we've noticed with Fedor, right? I don't think it's a secret, but when his back is against the wall, typically he plays better when he's down. I've seen it. I watched it all through the World Championships in Saudi Arabia. It was fascinating. There's matches he just couldn't possibly win, and he'd win them. He always struggled when he had the lead.
Well, maybe he woke up a little bit, sitting there watching SVB put on a clinic. The lead was once 12 games and brought it all the way back to even.
Yeah, and Fedor knows what he's got to do to beat this guy. I feel like both of them are breaking well. I don't feel like, that ball's impeded Fedor a few times, but Shane's lost the cue ball, got some bad kisses, scratched, should have scratched. I think it's pretty even as far as the break's concerned, even though they're both breaking completely different.
All right, we'll see if Fedor can punch back here. So two heavyweights go at it.
Yeah, does he cross the face of the one and send the cue ball to the right? He's been getting a shot on the one a little bit more if the cue ball goes just right. Typically, you don't want to do that off the break. Oh, he's hit him dead square this time.
No dice, though. He's going to come up dry unless
Did he
the 8
fluke
goes.
the 8? Four rails.
And look at this. The 1 leads to the 2.
Yeah, he's got to get to the 3.
Does he put himself in a position to go 2 rails forward, or is he going to come backwards?
I like the backward line, but it all depends on where he's at.
Like you, I prefer the backward line here just so he doesn't flirt with the 6 ball at all coming out.
Yeah, I don't think it's really a problem, though. It all depends on what he likes. He's so flat on this one. It's a pretty big gap between the 4 and 6.
Can he kind of cheat the pocket here just a little bit, utilize the rail to get himself a little space with the cue ball?
Yeah, he might even go rail first and just float this.
He was able to pull it back just a hair. So he's going to come backwards from this angle, I believe.
He might come 2 rails out forward as well. He's got options. I think the backward play is right, like we talked about. I don't think there's anything impeding his path, right? But I think it's player preference here.
He is going forward.
Yeah, the only thing you could do wrong there is let up, I think.
And he actually got in a good spot here.
Wants to go heavy into the 9. Unless he can miss them all together and just come through the 9 and 10. I don't see anything wrong with just going heavy into it.
Yeah, I like that. The only problem is it potentially blocks the pocket for the 5. Obviously, it's available on the side no matter what, but
and he got a little bit more of that than he expected. He's going to be fine.
good thing he hit it with the right pace, because if he hits that a smidge harder, he's buried behind the 5 ball.
So this is where I think you've got to play the 5 in the lower right corner. I don't think you try to come all the way down for the side.
I think he's going for the side.
Boy, this is where you get in trouble.
Like you said, Scott, play that for the corner.
I don't understand. He's done this the whole match. I feel like you're just looking for a little bit more trouble because your cue ball's got to travel so much further. I can't argue with the guy that
he's going to cut this he's going to cut this ball on the side, right?
Well, he's going to try. I mean, you can't argue with a guy that's number 1 in the world, but he's dead elevated over the 9 here.
Let's see if he can get back in line here.
Well, he's got to come with the shot. This is not as easy as it looks. And he has.
Is he going to get a shot in the side? Nice recovery.
Still a little awkward. He's going to have to punch to the top rail.
From where he was at, he'll take it. That's for certain.
Absolutely. It just gets heavy, right? In my opinion, it gets a little heavy on you when you make yourself work that hard. I don't ever remember Fedor playing to the side pockets or going out of his way to play to the side pockets the way he has so far this match.
Is he just going to go forward 3 rails here? 1, 2, 3. Flirted with the corner there.
And he's going to fall dead straight on the 7. He's just going to have to stop. He's actually got an awkward angle going towards the left long rail.
I'm like you, maybe just pull it back just a hair.
And he is definitely making it hard on himself this match. That will change, I'm sure. Shane just seems to be flowing a little bit better. Nice clean strike there. His timing was on.
It just shows you the power of Fedor Gorst, though. He's playing. If he were to grade himself, I think he would give himself a D right now. And
Shane would probably do the same.
But that's what I'm saying. And he's about to be up 2 games. Hasn't really found the break. Not playing well. And he's still
he needs this to bounce.
To maintain a 2-game lead here.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. I don't think either one of them would grade themselves any higher than a D. But he made it happen. He fought through it. And he does take a 2-game lead. Listen, if you guys need a new cue case, check out OmegaBilliards.com. They sell Acme cases in all different ranges. They sell men's and women's. They sell 3-butt, 6-shaft, 2-butt, 4-shaft.
Omega also sells diamond billiard products.
They sell everything, but in talking to Mike Hong, he really wanted to push the Acme case, which I think is probably one of the best and most durable products, because I beat mine down pretty badly, and it still looks brand new after about 3 years.
And if you're Fedor, you really just want to hit one clean here and have a nice, easy run out. Get your arm loose, see if you can get going. Take some of that pressure and apply it back to SVB.
Yeah, and I think a key word there you said, Jason, is pressure. I think when this young man gets the pressure underneath him is when he really shines. That's why he's special. I mean, like we said, he was up 11, 12 games, and Shane ties it up at 26 apiece. And he's really come with it. Made it tough on himself, but he's come with it.
Nice square hit there. Look at the cue ball just squatting in the middle. He's going to get a nasty kick off the 7, but he's going to get a look at the 1.
Yeah, well, that was actually a good kiss, because I think the 5 would have snookered him.
Yeah, but what's he do with the 3?
I think it plays in the lower left. Once again, he's flat on the 1 to the top right.
The good news is the 4's hanging over the side.
Yeah, and the 3 does play, as you can see on the overhead, to the lower left. He's not in love with it. You're going to have to be accurate with the draw stroke, unless you decide to try and go rail first somehow. I think the 9's in the way for that, though. It's a little dangerous.
Really feels like the shot is right here. How can he get on the 3 ball in a way to make this rack play very simple?
Yeah, I think he's just going to draw it back, Jay. I think that's all you can do. It's not terrible. He's nice and tight on it, so he can control the cue ball well here.
You may even see him go 2 rails above the 4 and play it in the same pocket.
Boy, he likes these side pockets.
The only reason I say that, Scott, is just to get through the ball, you know. But he may not have the angle to do that. You're probably right. He's going to play for the side. Nothing wrong with it. Is he just going to go 1 rail here?
Yeah, it might go below the 10. I don't know how much he can hold it. Okay, he stayed above the 10. Even better for Gorst.
Yeah, very nice shot there. See if the endurance that he was referencing before the match comes into play here. This is where he needs it.
Yeah, and this does send a message to SVB. You know, Shane did put it on him pretty good there for a while, and the response has been pretty lively from Fedor.
Does he try to draw all the way back here underneath the 10? Or?
Well, I don't see any reason to. Just come towards the middle. All right. That'll work.
Likes to get close to his work, doesn't he? See him contact a couple cushions here. No, just 1.
Doesn't want to get straight. That'll work.
Do you think he goes forward here?
No, I don't know, Jay. I think it's easier to just kind of stun over.
You're right, he's going to draw over.
Well, a pretty big response from Gorst. If he can get these 2 balls down, especially from where he was at, it did not look good for him. Although I'm looking at Shane, and Shane looks pretty into it. He's not slumped really in any way. I know his facial expressions quite well.
Nice shot there from Fedor.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to be froze on that rail.
And he did.
This is missable. Just get through this ball well. Watch his Q-tip. When he's playing well, that Q finishes 4 to 6 inches past the line of contact.
Nice response from Fedor.
Very good from Gorst.
This is what we expected.
Yeah, the level of play has definitely gone up. I was looking this up the other day. Simonis cloth started in 1680. Now, they were like a tweeding company where they developed different types of fabrics and things like that. 1680.
1680.
That's unbelievable. Really. That's unbelievable.
Really is.
And they've morphed into what they are now.
Talk about doing a lot for the sport. I mean, I don't think you can find a tournament that they don't sponsor.
No, you're exactly right. You see their name on every pool table, on everything that they do. So it's everywhere. I think it'll remain at the forefront of billiard cloth for the next 100 years. It's pretty hard to duplicate. Big break here for Gorst. There he's crossed the face of the one, and this is where he's getting the shot on the one.
He's going to get another, I think, if the 4-ball cooperates.
Yeah, and he's got a shot on the one. This is where he's getting a shot on the one if he crosses the face. And you've got to believe that that's where he's aiming. I've never really seen a player do that intentionally, but he's personally won 29 games, and a lot of those games he's crossed the face of the one. Does he have a clean look at it, Jay?
I mean, I think he can make the ball just based on his body language. I think he's going to hit 2 cushions here, so you're going to see him back it up. He's going to hit just below the side pocket where he pointed, where he set his chalk down. Really all about getting on the deuce here. This whole rack. Nice cue ball control there. Did he get straight enough? Doesn't want to be traveling down toward the 10. Like to just be able to pull it back to the center table.
Yeah, he hit that ball really nice. I think he's almost about as good as he could ask. Like you said, just bring it back a foot or 2. Can he go forward and miss the 9, or does he have to punch over?
I think we'll see him punch. I don't believe that he would like to flirt with the 9 getting through the 4 smooth. See him just use a little bit of center left here and punch and go 2 cushions out.
I think he's okay, actually.
He did have the ability to go forward.
Yeah, the angle will mislead us at times, that's for certain.
Nice angle there. Lead him right down to the 9.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive response, to be honest. I wasn't expecting it. But when you look at what he did in Saudi Arabia, it was very reminiscent, right? Anytime a player put big pressure on him, he just shined. And I think that that's where you start to see the true ability of Fedor Gorst.
Needs this one to slow.
Looks pretty ideal. Seems like they've played 300 games today. Gorst on the verge of reaching 30.
Knocks it down. Like you said, what a response.
Yeah, truly impressive to see what he's done there. I don't think Shane's going anywhere either, though.
Is that 3 breaking runs, though? So they were tied up at 26. He won that rack.
I believe it is. He's gotten
Shane's
3
come
shots.
back.
Yes, I believe it is. He's gotten 3 shots on the one, very similar shots to the top right corner each game. He's gotten out each game. Starting with the first one where he was pretty flat and had to draw into a nice area for the 3. So it's been a definite response, sending a message to Shane. Shane just looks pretty stoic. I don't think he's really
just waiting for his opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think he's really affected by it at this point. But I think it was a must for Gorst more than it was for Shane, right?
Yeah.
Because of the way it was going. I think it was much more important for Fedor to show that response. Well, that's about as good as you can get. He's getting that consistent kiss there. He hit him firmer, so he made the 1. This is a little tricky now.
Can he miss the 7 on the way out?
I think he can, Jay. But we're just so used to expecting the 1 to be up there in the top right. I really didn't think there was going to be any problems, but now.
So you have the ability to shoot the deuce and avoid the 7. That's the key here.
Yeah, I think he actually does have an opportunity at missing it going towards that long rail. Probably check it with a pinch of inside. He might even shoot it. Yeah, I think he's got to shoot it with a pinch of inside and come back across. I don't know that you want to go long on this ball, do you?
No.
Being where the 4 is.
Yeah, if you come underneath the side, it's going to be tough to get a shot. He opts to just play the safe, and he gives up ball in hand.
Well, once again, he did get down real quick and just shoot, where it's uncharacteristic for him to do that. I've seen him do it once or twice. Not thrilled with that. Big error there. I also think the defensive play was last-minute decision, right? And he just got down and shot it, and we all make these errors. Pretty hard on himself.
I felt like he was on the verge of kind of snapping out of the funk and just couldn't keep it going.
Well, there was nothing wrong with the shot selection. I think the execution was obviously a problem, but I think he was just real quick once he got down on the ball. So I think it was a last-minute decision to play the safe. Typically what happens. Yeah, this might have gone a little further than he wanted. He's going to be a little funny over the 6 with a shake of the head.
Good news is he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. He can just poke this thing in.
Very clean. Pro side of the pocket. One rail up for the 7 in the same corner, I believe. He'd love to get where he is right this minute. That would be ideal. Is he looking at the 2 rail line? punch around. I think you flirt with the 9 there a little bit. I feel like just a pinch of inside coming back up towards where it's at now would be fine. Yeah, that's what he's done.
You gotten straight?
Yeah, he's gotten a little funny, hasn't he? I think he's got a slight angle to come out towards the center. Or is he going to pull it all the way back, Jay?
I think he's going all the way back.
Yeah, looks like it. He'll fool you with that big stroke, won't he?
Yeah, he gets down and starts whipping it around like he's going to let it loose.
Definitely fooled me.
This is a little challenging here. Side pocket can come into play.
Yeah, and he's staying level, so he's going to have a little distance on the 9.
Almost missed the ball.
Yes, he did. He caught it fat.
Played it with the proper speed, so that's why pocket sucked it in.
Most of these guys like to draw this ball one rail out. I think he's going to go forward.
Nice shot there.
Might have been a little too steep to draw one rail out, obviously. SVB. Within 3. All due to the lazy safety from Gorst. Shout out to my buddy Bernal D'Artez, Deadwood Custom Cues out of Texas. Quality custom cues that seriously just about anyone can afford. He makes a high-end cue. I've heard a lot of good things about it. Give him a look on Facebook. Deadwood Custom Cues. Well, we're going to get another look at this break. It's not lacking power, that's for sure. Three is down. 1 got a kiss, and it's going to dress up. He's going to have a look at the 1, and really, I don't see a lot of problems here. Anywhere out in the center towards the 2. He can wrap around for the 4. One, two, three. You can kill this straight up with a top outside ball. Everything really opens up here after he gets on the 5. Might be a little short. not happy. The reason he's not happy is he's concerned with the 10 and the 8, or really just the 10. Can he hold the 5, meaning just soft roll it in with an outside ball and play the 6 up in the top left? Oh, he's avoided the 10 nicely. Now he's over the 8 a little bit. Actually might have a perfect gap to bridge between. Which he does.
Landed on the perfect line there, Scott.
Yeah, it stopped on a dime, didn't it? The level of play's definitely gone up from both of these guys. Overamped. Almost forced to go to the lower left corner here. Perfect.
Back to 2. 30-28's the score after 58 games played. These players are separated by 2.
Yeah, and all a result, J. Diddy, of the safety not getting to the rail.
Yeah. It's costing 3 racks, maybe 4. Well, actually 4 if you count the one. Well, I mean, you can't really consider that he would have won that rack, but he's lost 3 since then.
Such a different dynamic with the breaker. One powering it, getting a lot of elevation on the cue ball. The other one popping it. A lot less speed, more control, but both very effective in their own right. The man at the table known as the best ever at this break, but he's mishit that ball. He's not going to be thrilled with the result.
Hello, everyone. Kyle Ferguson here with you, and joined by the one and only Stephen Wyatt, giving Jason and Scott a little break. We've got a great match so far, coming down to the end.
Yeah, this has really been something special, and we kind of knew that it was going to be this way, but we didn't know it was really going to be this way, right?
There's been so many up and downs here. Both players have had moments of definitely struggling and pulling ahead, and Shane's got out to a good start but kind of been pulling from behind ever since. But he's done a good job to close the gap that kind of got created there in the middle of the match.
Yeah, this is the proverbial boxing match. It's, you hit me a couple times, I hit you a couple times, and after, 6 rounds, they're both bleeding.
Yeah.
They're annoyed. Nobody's really winning yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think both players would have a lot to say about their own games, if we were to talk to them after the match here. It'd be interesting to see how they come back, adjust tomorrow. I know the table is definitely playing a little bit tougher at the beginning of the day. We've got storms moving into the area here, and this time of year in general, it's a little more humid anyways, but definitely a little more sticky and bouncy earlier in the day. It's kind of dried out as the night's gone on, and it's been interesting to see the players kind of adjust to that.
Yeah, the one thing I can say, and it's been like this every time I've been here, but the crowd here at Railyard is knowledgeable. They're smart. They appreciate when they see good pool, and they've been with us for several hours now. Really been enjoyable to see the crowd interaction. Letting the players know when they like what they saw, stuff like that. So this match has been great so far, and we're only we're not even a third of the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, here on the table, Shane's getting it done. Good shot on the 2-ball here, and I don't see any issues.
Yeah, this is a matter of just connecting it all together, trying to keep it simple, not doing anything too crazy, because you don't really have to. I'll tell you, though, Shane with that shot right there, that hard stun,
yeah,
I think he does that just about as good as anybody in the game. He's very confident when he shot that ball, and I'm sure Jason and Scott have talked about it. These aren't the biggest pockets in the world. The table does play a little tough.
Yeah, Fedor's played a few matches here and has always commented this is a 4 1/4-inch table. I believe he has a 4-inch table at home, and he thinks this table at times plays even tighter than that.
Yeah, that's saying a lot. But both these guys are used to small pocket conditions. They may be used to the felt being a little bit newer.
Yeah, I was going to say too, the cloth is 2 weeks old. That was a player request before the match. So this is about as forgiving as it's going to get. There's been balls go tonight that for sure don't normally go on this table. And so from here, it's only going to continue to get tougher.
Yeah, by day 3, we've seen quite a few rattles, but I think a lot of those rattles are really down to the player. Like you said, neither player playing at their top game. But I believe by day 3, this table is going to be unforgivable. But Shane seems to have found his stride here. He's kind of ended up in the weirdest spot he could land in.
Yeah, I thought when he hit that ball that he's landed on the wrong side here, and then when he walked around to see it, you could see his reaction.
Yeah, and this is one of those that when you shoot it, you kind of got to punch forward to get towards the 10. You could take your medicine and just roll it forward, but he hasn't had much luck with that. We've seen him miss some balls that he doesn't normally miss, and this is not a good.
It's gone from bad to worse here.
Yeah, obviously the bank is on, but he should be shooting this ball down the rail with a slight cut, not a crazy cut or a bank. Shane's showing a little bit more emotion than I've seen him show in the past. But at the end of the day, he's going to have to bear down, get down on this ball, decide where he wants to put it, and shoot it in the hole. It looks like he's going to cut it. This is going to be coming at you at Mach speed.
Wow, what a
shot. That is incredible.
It's up to y'all.
Well, and you really can't get any better than that as far as the shot. That was really, really phenomenal. And, guys, just a heads up. If you look here, Pool Action TV, doing the Texas Open 9-Ball Championship, 30,000 added. This is the oldest. I don't want to get it wrong. I think it's the oldest 9-ball tournament in the world.
So. Yeah, huge event.
The longest running.
Longest running, yeah. Ray always does a great job with that. Appreciate all the work he does. I've been a fan of Pool Action for a long time, and definitely want to check that out. And huge action always coming out of Texas this time of year. So.
Yeah, and if you've never been to Skinny Bob's, do yourself a favor. Check them out. Skinny Bob's is a really, really nice place. The owners down there really take care of the pool. So make sure you go check that out, and either go check it out in person or get the stream. And SVB down by 1 game with a big break. He's got balls down everywhere, but the one ball is in a nasty spot.
Yeah, you can tell. I think both players, keep in mind, too, we're 2 minutes from 2 a.m. here in the East Coast time zone. So,
and for those of you that maybe weren't here earlier today or haven't heard from the plethora of people that are, Shane walked in this building at 9:30 this morning and broke for 4 hours straight.
Yeah.
I mean, relentlessly broke for 4 hours straight. So he's been here a while. It's a long day. They know the score line. And they know you can't win it on day one, but, man, you can really set yourself up.
Oh, for sure. I'll tell a funny story about Shane. He won't mind me telling it. So he got in town. It was late Monday night, and he asked me what time the pool room opens on Tuesday. And I said, well, we normally open at 11. There'll be somebody here at 10 getting stuff ready, but, you just let me know whenever you want. We'll make it work. He says, no, 10's good. That's fine. So he calls me at 9. Says, hey, you over at the pool room? I said, well, no, but someone will be there at 10. He's like, oh, okay, I'm outside. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll be there in just a minute. So we run down. Well, then he asked before. He was there from 9 till I think it was 4 o'clock when Fedor came in. Again, breaking. He maybe ran out of rack every 10 racks. The rest were just breaks. Well, then I asked him before he left, said, when you want to come tomorrow, 9 o'clock? And he said, no, 10's good. Well, you know what he does the next day. He calls me at 9 o'clock, says, hey, I'm outside. You think, yeah. So it was every day this week. He was here at 9 o'clock till 3, 4 o'clock working. Come back in it's crazy the amount of work he puts in.
Actually, we had a great dinner last night with Miss Michelle, one of our sponsors here. Several people went out to eat, and I remember him asking you, hey, what time's the pool room going to open?
He did, yeah.
And I believe you said 10.
Yeah,
and
guess what time I was here?
I believe Tad said that he rolled in. He was outside at maybe 8.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, no, you're 100% right. Shane's drive is high, and he is all about his practice. Of course, we can't say that Fedor isn't.
Oh, for sure. And Fedor spent a lot less time on this table, but he was on a table for sure. I talked to him several times throughout the day, even when he wasn't here, and I could hear balls breaking in the back. I think Vitaly's in town. I think they were kind of sparring a little bit.
Yeah, really great stuff. Michelle Griffin Is that right?
Yes, huge thank you to Michelle and everything she does. She's a huge sponsor, not just of this event, a lot of things we do at Railyard, and not even just at Railyard, a lot of events all over. So big supporter.
Super nice lady.
Yeah.
It's really enjoyable last night.
Good shot here from Fedor, containing shot. I think Shane's definitely going to go for the short stick.
You know something? Neither player has really been great with the jump cue tonight.
No, there's been one or two shots. The rest have kind of been, playing for hits.
We've even seen balls come off the table, which we don't see very much, especially when they're not close to the rail. I mean, we've seen open shots come off the table.
Sure.
Shane wants to take another look at this. He sees something that maybe he likes or doesn't like. And he's a nice little trick there, putting the extension on his jump cue to give himself a little bit more angle. So, little trick there for all you fans out there. If your extension jumps on your jump cue, you can do a little trick with it, make it a little longer. Oh, man.
He's going to get away with it, I think. Is it going to sneak
I
out?
think it snuck out.
Did, yeah.
He couldn't have got any closer to that without actually making it.
Basically came off the face of the side pocket straight back.
That's a little wild.
It's 2. Just sit around and get all the alcohol.
Fedor can definitely see the ball, but he's really taking his time figuring out his line. This rack looks pretty straightforward, but there are a few spots that get a little tricky. Well, what a shot there. Another one that looks kind of simple, but to get that shape, to get the angle.
Yeah, and anytime you're stunning around like that, you mentioned it with Shane's shot, the same kind of situation there. Where you go into the pocket can really change the speed of the cue ball and the outcome. So to do it with such accuracy, maintain your angle, just makes the shot even that much more impressive.
Yeah, a lot of us amateurs, we can play that shot, but playing it with precision like these guys do, it just doesn't show up. Now that one, maybe not what he wanted.
Yeah, he definitely went into the pocket a little thick there. Took a little more out of the cue ball. Can he get between the 9-6 and then the 6-7 to play past the 9?
I think he can. I think if he's got to get close to the 9 to hold the angle to come past the 7-10, just like that.
Yeah, hit it really good.
Yeah, staying close to the 9, not hitting it. That right there, again, another simple shot another shot that looks simple that's very well played.
And I think that's maybe an indicator that I've noticed in this match. We've all watched Shane and Fedor when they're on a tear, and everything just looks so easy. And it hasn't been a lot of that tonight. You could tell that these guys are working, and I think that's just an indicator of, obviously there's a lot of pressure on this match as well. But just not being fully settled in, not being fully comfortable with where their game is right now, and you can tell how hard they're working to get there. I know based on the start time that they didn't think they were going to be spending this much time on each rack and playing for this long. So,
well, and it's a testament to these guys. When one of these guys, and any pro player that's just at the top of their game, when they really get into a groove, you'll see them take shots that we're looking at that and we're like, maybe I wouldn't shoot it that way, but they're so comfortable on the table that they just feel good and they hit it and it goes great. we have not seen that tonight. Sure. Both players have struggled, and they've been taking the simplest lines they can to ensure that they get the out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. Back at the table here, Fedor Gorst to break off. Shane is, he started off the 4-1 lead. From there, he lost it. He's never been able to gain the lead again. He tied us at 26. Fedor goes ahead from there. He had a chance to go 30 apiece. We end up at 31-29. So interested to see if Fedor can maintain his lead for the next, if you look at it, we mentioned at the time that they've been here. If you think about it, these guys play races to 9 a lot, or at the very most races to 11. So if you think about it, they're starting a whole new tournament match here. Race to 11, Fedor gets a couple on the wire. So there's a lot of pool left. I'm curious to see if Fedor can maintain his lead going into day 2.
And it's funny, I've been around these action matches like this, these one-on-one matches for couple years, and on day 1 it's the feeling out process of it's learning the table. Both guys are practicing on the table for hours prior to the match, maybe even days worth, but it's different.
It's never the same once the break happens.
But it's different when you're actually in the match. So usually it's a feeling out process, a lot like a boxing match. Feeling out process, figuring out where your opponent's messing up, figuring out where you're not doing too hot or where you're excelling.
So he missed that ball. If it goes, it's strictly due to table playing a little looser, but that ball definitely never goes on this table. Starting to show its head a little bit.
That's brutal. But day 2 is more of the maintain where you're at type of day, or the make a comeback day and pull ahead. But, we all know it comes down to day 3. There's so much action prior to day 3. And I can't say enough how excited I am to be here, because this is the biggest tin ball match in the history of ever, and I'll fight that with anybody.
Sure.
There's been some great tin ball matches. There's been some great 9-ball matches. This is the biggest one I can remember.
Well, of course, I'm a little biased myself, but I would go as far as to say I think this might be the biggest pool match in history. If you look at, at the time of like the Earl and Efren match, that was a huge match in and of itself, but pool is just so much bigger now than it was back then.
And it's different.
Yeah, it's totally different.
It's different, and a lot of the old timers, my dad included, will tell you that the new guys couldn't play on the old timers conditions. And the old timers, I don't think, could play on the new conditions.
Sure.
It's a fight in the pool world, but this is the standard that we play on, and it's a tough standard. Now, the tighter pockets, the newer cloth.
Yeah.
Jump cues being a big part of the game, stuff like that. So
well, there's just so much talent in the game these days. The level of talent is so high.
The level of talent here in just Kentucky, I had to play around with Hayden Ernst.
Yeah.
That kid, so impressive.
Yeah, he's headed to the Junior Worlds here real soon in New Zealand, I believe is where it is. But Hayden's definitely a rising star in the game. 13 years old, and if you go to, I think Windows Open has some videos of him at the Expo. He's running out on FSR, and you name it, on tight QTech, at the QTech booth, right?
Yeah.
And
on the Moscone table.
Yeah,
that won't be the last time he's on a Moscone table.
No, kid works really hard. We'll probably actually pull him into the booth at some point this weekend here. He's super knowledgeable about the game and loves it.
I was going to say, for anybody out there thinking, oh, you're going to put a 13-year-old on the commentary,
wait till you hear
his
this
pool
kid.
IQ is twice as good as mine.
Yeah,
by far.
Pretty strong.
It's incredible. This is This is getting down to it, 30-31. SVB breaking.
While Shane prepares to break, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors making this event happen. Diamond Billiards.
Greg was here earlier, right?
Staple in the game. Yeah, Greg was here for a while tonight. Always glad to see him. Perimeter Billiard Lights. We've got recently switched exclusively all perimeter lights here at Railyard. We're still in the... We've got, 32 tables here. I think we've switched 26 of them so far. We weren't able to get all of them done before the event here. But
it's the best lighting in the game.
Yeah, super strong. Appreciate Tony and all the work they're doing over there. Of course, Ultimate Pool USA. We're starting up Ultimate Pool Leagues here in Louisville and all over the country. Unbelievable new format that's coming out. Make sure you follow their YouTube, Facebook. They've got a lot of great content you want to check out, and I really think they're going to do some really amazing things.
Yeah, Jeremy Hunley and Adam Williams have really taken the notch up on this one, and if you guys haven't seen league play where the first place winner team is going to take home $100,000
in cash. Yeah,
just
pretty strong.
Scroll over to Facebook and give them a like. Ultimate Pool USA. It's a great organization. I'm super happy to be a part of it, and it's only going to get better.
Absolutely. Of course, it's hard to say enough about Michelle Griffin. As we mentioned before, unbelievable supporter of pool, supporter of Railyard and X-Pool as well. So we just want to thank her for all that she does. Anything you need, even if you just have a question real estate-wise, shoot Michelle a message. You will not be disappointed.
And if you come to town for Derby, or the mini derb, or these action matches that X-Pool puts on, go ahead and reach out to Michelle. Get a property.
She's pretty much like the Railyard concierge. I mean, if you need to know anything about what's going on here.
I'm just saying, it's not a bad investment to get a property here in Louisville. It's a nice city.
Yeah.
Turn it into an Airbnb, all except for like 6 weeks out of the year.
There you go.
I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to me.
Absolutely.
Between, Derby City Classic happening just across the river, the mini derb, and, these action matches like this. And then, of course, Louisville's just it's a nice place to be. The food in Louisville, Kentucky is top notch, and
we like to eat here, that's for sure.
I like to eat, and I'm saying it's definitely top notch. Look at this.
Great shot from Fedor. He called it in the side. Would have liked to have got a little more separation, possibly snuck behind the 8 or the 6, but he's not left anything easy for Shane.
Yeah, this is a big rack here for Shane.
I think he can get this one ball to the bottom rail and take the cue ball back up, but you don't want to leave easy gaps for Fedor where he can place an easy return. There's a lot of traffic in the middle of the table, which gives both players a lot to duck behind. So he definitely wants to get covered here.
He came up short on his last safety, and he's gonna come up
a window.
I don't.
Well, it's really close between the.
Let's look at this
between
overhead.
the 2-1.
Man, that is tight.
The 2-10. I mean, yeah.
Judging by Fedor taking his, I believe his extension off.
He won't tell what he does with that extension. So it's been called out on matches he's played here before. He has an extension that he puts on and takes off depending on the shot. And in an interview, we asked him what the reason for that was, and we were told that we weren't ready for the answer to that question yet. So it's yet to be determined.
I think I have a solid idea of what that reasoning is, but I'm not going to ruin it for him if that's a strategy. This is a jump bank. Oh,
didn't even get over the ball. When's the last time you saw that?
Something happened there. I think something happened with the contact because that sounded funny. It reacted funny.
Yeah, it sure did.
And I'm unsure why Shane took the back part of the extension off of his jump cue. I saw him do that earlier today on a longer jump shot, and
it's typically backwards.
Kind of questioning.
Yeah.
You know, I'm never going to question Shane Van Boening or Fedor Gorst for that matter, but you know, it's a tough situation.
We got the one and only, the Freezer, Scott Frost, jumping back in with us.
Thank you, Kyle. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Awesome arena, awesome venue. Everything's been great. These guys have definitely picked up the pace in the last couple hours.
Yeah, I think they definitely want to get to that finish line for tonight. I'm curious to see. We asked the players beforehand if they wanted, you know, the start time. Really, the match details were entirely up to them. This is their match. We're just here to help share it around. And I said, no, you know, we think 6 is okay. And I'm curious to see if they maybe want to back that up a little bit these next 2 days.
Yeah, we talked about it last night. I thought that they might want to change it after tonight. I figured that it might go a little longer than anticipated. And I think, like you said, it's based on what they want to do. But it's also based on how bad they want to win, and I think that's why it took a little longer than anticipated out of the gate.
Yeah, both players very eager to make a statement with this match for different reasons. Watch out, cue ball.
Yeah, he has done this multiple times throughout the day where he's going to the middle pocket, and I can't blame him there, but he's either overhit it or underhit it many times. I'll tell you what, Kyle, you guys have killed it with this arena. It looks absolutely beautiful.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun getting stuff ready for this one. We've had an arena here. Actually, our very first match we ever did was with Scott Frost and playing Fedor Gorst here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right after I ran a fireworks lot for 10 straight days in like 115-degree heat, and I came the very next day, and I was like, no excuse, but I knew I was up against it to begin with, but it was a lot of fun. Really had a good time. And Fedor, well, I hung in there for a while.
Oh, yeah. Pretty tough customer there.
You ain't lying. I knew it coming in, though. But I really enjoyed it.
But, yeah, as you're saying, we've tried to improve things as we go, as much as we can, and it's been a lot of fun. Done several matches here. If you're watching this, you'll have access. You can go back and rewatch all the content we have on xpool.live anytime you like.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the technology that you've put into this, the software is, I'm just being honest, it's as good or better than, well, it's better than any other streaming platform that I've been a part of, outside of, obviously, Matchroom.
Sure.
They've got a full production, but this is heads and tails above a lot of the other stuff I've seen.
Well, thank you. I
Absolutely.
Really appreciate that.
It's the truth. Well, Gorst back to break the balls, back with a 2-game lead.
So I've got to ask you, I know you and Shane are good friends, have been for a long time. Through this match, of course, Shane had the 4-1 lead. And from there, he's not been able to get it back. And he's tied at 26. Then he had a chance to go tied at 30, didn't get there. Had a chance here in this last. You know, what does that do for Shane? Do you think? Is it just tonight, or does that kind of put him in a different state for the match?
I think whatever happens from here, it's a positive note for Shane because of the comeback he's made. He now knows he can play on this table. They both were giving us, feedback that the table was playing real bouncy, and that's due to all the people, right? And that's going to happen anywhere.
Sure.
But I think he takes a positive way, and I have a feeling it's going to be close all the way to the end today. Fedor 8 games away. but his body language is completely different in the last 3 hours, even when Fedor will win 3 games in a row or something like that. So I think it's a positive for him. I think out of the two of them, to be honest, from the feedback that I've gotten, I think Fedor's been in the worst or the more negative mindset at times.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. And listen, I mean, they both have played for money off and on most of their lives, but Fedor's really not done much gambling in the States as of late, and he's played a lot of events on perfect equipment. So I think the table actually sharked him a little bit by the way it sounds. Even though the table's perfect, the conditions can change due to the humidity, the temperature of the room, the time of day, etc. Once he realizes that the table isn't playing anything any different than any other table, and I think that his positivity rises as well, and I think that we're seeing that with both these guys now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if you were to rate these players, obviously this is the match. These are the
match.
These are the two you want to see.
Yeah.
I think if you were to look at the ability for players to adapt, Fedor's better than 99.99% of the world, but he's playing Shane Van Boening.
I think these are the two guys at that too.
Yeah, and so if you look at, they both just came off the Euro Open, right? Playing very a different game, different conditions.
Yes.
And I think that maybe Shane's a little less phased by that than Fedor in situations like this.
I completely agree. I touched on that earlier. And let's be honest, results are results. Fedor had a great result in Saudi Arabia, right? But Shane had a chance to win the UK Open, European Open, just last week. So I think he was coming off a pretty good buzz there, even though he didn't win it. Listen, just to finish and the way he finished is saying something. So he took that as a positive. I think it's a really interesting dynamic, these two, because, and I've said it throughout the evening, both of them break completely different than one another. And I knew that was going to happen going in. So I think it's really an interesting dynamic. And as oddly as they break, or as differently as they break, to be as close as they are, it just tells you how great they really are, right? They really are at the highest level.
Yeah. Yeah, the table was breaking when the players were here practicing Wednesday. Shane was just absolutely crushing the balls, making 4 or 5. I mean, Actually, that day, he told me he was going to make 7. And I told him I wanted to bet on it, but I didn't really want to bet.
Right.
And so anyways, all that to say, he did that for, of course, 6 hours or something crazy. Fedor comes in behind him, and Fedor's literally just shooting the one ball on the side, or the ball on the side and the one ball in the corner.
One in the corner.
That's all he's doing. And I told him, I said, Shane was hitting those balls a lot harder. And he was like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
No.
And it's just totally different, I think, outlook on it.
Yeah, and it is. And I also think that has something to do with the newer era versus the older era. I mean, Fedor is very technical, very mechanical, also obviously extremely talented, but it just shows the difference in the player and the era of the player, in my opinion.
Sure.
I think most old school players, and Shane, you'd I guess put in that old school category, he's been around so long, are going to break the balls a lot harder than the younger guys when you're using a template rack playing 10 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, this is such a fun match for me because I started pool in 2008, which was when Shane won his. He was the guy, when I started playing pool.
And now here you've got him in your room.
Well, that, and of course, Railyard, we sponsor Fedor, so it's like, I mean, what more could I want,
You couldn't want any more. And I brag on you a lot. You've done so much for the game, and I just hope people really get to know you even more because you guys are doing a lot, not just because of Fedor, but you were doing a lot prior to that, getting everything going, so I think it's great.
Yeah, like I said, we have a lot of fun. I feel blessed to be in, have the opportunity to do that.
And the pace has moved up. Fedor is within 7 of day 1. SVB 10. Kyle, for the folks just joining, I don't want to bore you with this, but Kyle blessed me with the opportunity to get some sponsors to reach out to in order to take care of some of my pay, and I just want to thank all you sponsors for tuning in. Omega Billiards, Aramith and Simonis, KT Customs, TriStateQs.com, Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook, check them out, Deadwood Custom Cues, and Railbirds TV on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys for listening and tuning in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you could give those businesses some support.
Absolutely. Always appreciate all the sponsors. That's really what makes these events happen. There's so much that goes into to everything behind the scenes, and huge thank you to everybody that chips in on making this work.
They're everywhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Diamond Table, Perimeter Lights, Ultimate Pool, Michelle Griffin, X-Pool Live. It's all good. Gorst, within 7. Yeah, there goes the 9. Does he get the snooker with the 5-0? He got the kiss, but
Look at this.
every time he overamps, Kyle, the 1 drops. That's how accurate he is with the hit on the 1. Every time he overamps, the 1 drops in the top right. The problem is when he underamps or hits it where the 1 doesn't quite get there, a lot of times he gets snookered by the 5. So it's kind of a darned if you do, darned if you don't. Does the 3 play off the 10 in the lower right? Is it possible? Does he take the chance? Probably not.
You hate to throw a 3-game lead away just shooting at something you're not 100% on.
Absolutely. So what's he do, Kyle? Does he try to go up behind the 5?
You called it. That's the play.
I
I
mean,
think
you
he's hit this really well.
really can't do much better than that from where he was. That side pocket was a big pocket right there, those 2 points. Very accurately done. The speed was almost perfect. The 10 looks to be pretty close
Yeah,
to the
what's that
lower
shaping
right.
up to? We aren't playing early 10s, but Shane can call it and then continue to shoot if he pockets this.
That's exactly right. The 10 would spot, and he'd continue. Yeah, and that's what he's looking at. He's really got to catch it almost half ball, though, Kyle, the 3. I don't think the 10's going to throw down much because of the gap between the 3 and 10. So I feel like he's got to really catch the 3 thin in order to make the 10. And I think that's what he's aware of. He does have sideboards possibly with the 8. Oh, he went into it full. It's not going to finish where he wanted it. That's for certain.
Yeah, big opportunity for Fedor here. Keep the foot on the gas.
As I took my little break there, SVB's camp was talking to me about wondering if they're going to set the time a couple hours earlier tomorrow. I don't know if that's possible, and I'm sure it's between the players, but
Yeah, that's anything they want to do. We're not holding any stipulations on our end, so if that's what these guys want to do, we'll make the post, make sure everybody's aware, and that's what we'll do. We'll definitely talk to them right after this match, see how everyone's feeling.
yeah, they might want to shorten the race to 40.
Right.
Or they might want to lengthen it, knowing these guys.
Yeah.
One thing's for certain, Kyle, they've both picked up the pace.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they were both pretty uptight. The magnitude of the match, the hype, right, over the last 2 months has been pretty insane. It's really built up.
It really has, and I think that this is the pace they were expecting when they were thinking about how should we time this.
Absolutely.
And it just kind of turned into, well, man, I really want to make this happen, and just kind of drug on in the early racks.
Yeah, you could feel the tension, right? You could really feel the tension. In my opinion, I talked about it last night at dinner. I sat in between Fedor and Shane, but they didn't say one word to each other. They didn't look at each other, and I knew right away that this was not fun and games. These guys, and it's not the money. I know for a fact it's not the money. These guys want to beat each other. That's all they want to do.
Yeah.
The money comes.
A routine 8-ball and 10 for Fedor to extend his lead to 4.
Yeah, I think he comes around 3 rails. It's like so. Perfect speed.
Fedor Gorst 6 away from closing out day 1. Stop today at 40, 80 tomorrow, and eventually someone will reach 120.
Yeah, and there'll be a lot of talk after this match, whoever ends up winning it. There'll be a lot of talk. Who's next?
Yeah.
What's going to happen? I just get the feeling this isn't going to be the last time we see these two play. I really do get the feeling. I have a feeling it's going to be close all the way out. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
They might change the format a little.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know? These great players, though, they like to lengthen it out. They want to grind. They want the best player to win.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, talking with these guys over the last several months, getting things planned, they both 100% think they have the best of it and want to prove it. And
Absolutely. That's the beauty of it, right?
yeah, it makes for a great pool for us.
Absolutely. Notice Fedor up there, he's just wiping the cue off. That's what he's doing when he spins it against the rail like that. He's just cleaning it off, getting all the dust from the chalk or anything else off the cue ball. You can't hit him much more square, but he's short.
Yeah, it was just a touch flat, I think.
And that's that ball that snookered him every time when he hits him square.
Yeah.
And like you said, way to point it out, it was a touch flat. The cue ball did not get airborne. And if it did, it was minimal.
Shane's going for the short stick here. He's going to take this on, and I can't blame him. Where the 2 sits, everything's wide open.
Yeah, I agree. He's got to kind of land on the 1, though, I think, from this distance almost. Unless, boy, he's got to get up, and maybe he can get up and down before contacting the 1.
Make sure you keep that foot on the ground, Shane. This is not Buffalo's.
Yeah, I think he's a favorite to make it.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Very good shot. I don't see much trouble here. He can float this in. Just doesn't want to get straight on the 4 at any point. So once he gets to the 3, just make sure and maintain an angle on the 4 to come out for the 5.
Yeah, really the whole rack here sitting really pretty. Maybe 8 to the 9 could get a little funny if you're not careful, but likes of SVB, it's not going to be an issue.
He decided to come up and down. Got a little more distance now, Kyle. He's going to be elevated with the bridge hand over the 10 or the 8, possibly. Nothing drastic. Oh, and he's free of those balls, so he's good. Very clean.
Yeah, good confident stroke there from Shane.
Yeah, it's something I noticed a few hours ago. Jason and I were talking about it, and the balls are hitting the pocket on the clean side every time with Shane now, and his timing really seems to be dialed in. Fedor more so as well, but Shane, it was real noticeable.
Yeah, most players you can kind of get a sense just the way they walk around the table, how they're feeling. And I feel like Shane maybe a little more so than others. Not that he ever really sulks or anything, but he definitely gets into a rhythm when he's playing Shane Van Boening pool, you know.
There's no doubt. mentioned earlier, the 8 to the 9 could pose a problem. And this is it. He's just got to, I really think he's kind of got to stay below the 8 a little bit, but he might come above it. There's several ways to get to the 9. Okay, he's just going to be able to come 2 rails up towards it now. Maybe even just 1 if he wants to check it with inside. A little interesting there. It was like he was in between coming to the second rail or not. Left himself a little tricky, Kyle.
Yeah, a little bit of a tester, but the good thing about this is he's just got to get the ball down. I think the way the table's playing, he can just roll straight into position here. He does elect to go up and down. Good shot there.
Never a doubt. Just a clean strike.
SVB pulls us back within 3. 31 to 34 is the score. Late hours here at Railyard, coming up on 3 a.m. There's a few other things going on in the outer tables. I know local player Louis DeMarco's found a game. He's playing someone. Not quite sure the game over there. A couple other things on the bar boxes going, but pool all around here in Louisville for now.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people in here. Here comes the big thump. Nobody times this break better than the man at the table. He's hit him off center. He's going to probably get something. Well, maybe not, Kyle.
Yeah, off center and flat cue ball there. Definitely not the strike he was looking for.
A lot of that has to do with fatigue, right? Over time, people,
Absolutely.
They make it look so easy. We don't realize how difficult it really is to accurately hit that head ball every time with the same timing, the same accuracy. It's just a fraction of a lack of focus, and you can miss-hit that head ball and everything goes awry. Got some work to do here, though, Fedor.
Yeah, this is a tester no matter who you are, and especially at 3 a.m. after you've played 65 racks of pool.
Yeah, and I don't know what he does here. Does he just stop and take the cut on the 2 in the left middle? Yeah, nice. Not only stopped, he allowed it to stun forward a couple rotations.
He's going to need to develop something on the 6 ball here. If not this shot at some point.
Yeah, so what he's looking at there is just coming over towards the top rail, cutting the 3 into the corner and just splitting the 6 and the rail at the same time, kind of like a carom shot. Should open the 6 up and get on the pink. But first, he's got to knock the blue 2 down. Oh, well, that's a really confident stroke.
Great shot there.
From where he was, yes. Let's see if he elects to do that, Kyle. He'll hit this with some speed because he's got a lot of room for error with the cue ball. He just wants to split the 6 and the rail at the same time. He should get a shot on the pink in the left middle. At the same time, the 6 comes over, well, towards the 5, I would assume, somewhere in that direction.
Yeah, and this is going to make the play for the 7 to the 8 ball that much easier as well.
Yeah, now he can just float down. I thought he might get a little more out of the cue ball, but this is even better. Most likely have people watching from all over the globe. Good morning. Over in London, it's 7:45 in the morning there. Hanoi, 1:45 in the afternoon. Dubai, 10:45 in the morning. He's a little thin here, Kyle.
Yeah, he sure is.
So now he's got to come around, I believe. He's going to have to miss the 7 and the 10. Yeah, I thought he might float down there. He just didn't feel comfortable rolling it, I guess.
Yeah, I was surprised by that as well. This has definitely gotten way funnier than it could have been.
Yeah, big difference there in just dropping down. Maybe he was concerned about the 10. He's going to come 3 rails here. Yeah, very well managed. Yeah, he's concerned. He's kind of in between, right?
I was about to ask, do you try to hold this or shoot the gap of the 8-7?
Yeah, the only concern shooting the gap is if you catch the 7 going that direction, it could be bad. He could get behind the 8. If he misses the 7, he could get behind the 8. I feel like he can hold it, but he doesn't want to pinch it with the inside. He's afraid too many variables could take place in between the cue ball and the 6. But this is the problem. He's gotten a good bump, so he'll take it. I'm sure he played to go into that ball, but I thought he might catch more of the top end, and that could have ended up real rough. It worked out.
I think he definitely wanted to hit that a little more in the
face, right?
Yeah, between the rail and the ball there, yeah. In any case, it's going to work out just fine. 9 ball over the top left. Shouldn't be any issues here.
Yeah, both players just getting on with it now. It'll be interesting to see how they start out tomorrow. I do think that each day they'll start out a little better, but I also think the tension will still be at play each day in the beginning due to the people and just the build-up, right? Your adrenaline's going. Everything's a little bit tougher. Yeah, really good acceleration there. Didn't let up at all. Easy to let up on that ball and finish on the rail. Ooh, he caught the thick side of that.
See him watching it. Finds gravity in any case.
If you're just joining us, Kyle's hitting the generate button. Notice the 1-4-2. Notice the rack at the top of your screen. So when you hit that button, these guys are racking exactly that pattern that shows up. That's pretty cool. That tells us, even though they're using the magic rack, there's going to be no pattern racking. And that's a fact. Technology doing good things for the game of 10 ball here in Louisville.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool thing. I had fun kind of collaborating with the players on what we wanted to do with this. We knew we wanted random racks, you know, and it just kind of helps keep everybody on the same page, on the up and up. You don't have to worry about watching it yourself. You know what you're going to get every time.
Yeah,
which is pure randomness.
I think it's good for us viewers as well, Kyle. Just kind of keeps you in the game a little bit more. So he's had more luck when he crosses the face of the 1. When he hits him square like that, this 5 comes up and seems to snooker him.
Yeah, that's what
This
he's trying to do.
happens over and over and over when he hits him that square. And it's hard to believe. And what that ball's doing is coming to the bottom rail, shooting back up to the top rail, and then finishing right there.
If you want to know the story of accuracy with these guys, before the Euro Open, Fedor was here for 2 or 3 days. He had traveled around with Christina at a couple events, and he came in just to practice his break a little bit. And this was what was happening, and he was telling me how he was trying to figure out how to get this ball to stop going up and catching him. And that was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So, and typically you don't see top players cross the face of the one. And what I mean by that is, as we're looking at the screen, as they're breaking, the cue ball will come to the right a little bit. And every time he's done that, he's avoided this snooker after the break. And I think it's been intentional. But the body just doesn't want to cross the face of the ball when you're breaking them. You want to hit them flush. That's what the mind tells you.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a give and take. You bring the side pocket into play when you do that as well. But like you said, I think he plays that and wants the cue ball to jump to the other side of the side pocket so he doesn't have to worry about it, and the outcome of the balls
exactly
much better overall.
Yeah, so he might be going to the kick. Really wants to catch that top rail. Right where he just pointed. You don't have to hit this as hard as you would think. I think if he catches that top rail, Kyle, the cue ball is going to travel down here towards the red. But it's easy to over-adjust. Hit it too long.
I can't believe he played that speed.
Yeah, and you've got to understand, and I know he does, but he felt like he made the adjustment. It still shortened up on him. But when you're hitting it at that speed, really tough to judge how much it's shortening up. Fedor not thrilled with the result. Can't blame him. Big opportunity for the South Dakota kid to get back within 3. Notice the long bridge. Amateurs consistently try this long bridge, and it's so difficult. You'll very rarely see a pro player use a bridge as long as Shane's. Too many mishits on the cue ball. As far as American players go, Earl Strickland and Shane were really the only two that I can think of that really ever got away with it at that level. Obviously, Shane kind of a protege of Earl Strickland's as far as style of play. Always looked up to Earl. Even Filler, a natural firehouse or firepower, he's still pretty compact with the bridge. So it's a rarity to see the long bridge like this.
You know, some of my favorite matches I remember watching, as far as one-on-ones go, were Shane and Earl back in the Action Report days. Had some really good ones back then.
Yeah. Shane's always really looked up to Earl's game. Had a big impact with the extension on the cue, obviously. Earl did. And then Shane kind of really accelerated that move. The rest of the globe followed. Now a lot of these guys are going back to your regular 57, 58-inch cues, some of them with the 60-inch. But with that long bridge, I think the extension helps Shane. Allows him a little bit more cue to get a hold of in the backhand.
Neck and neck all the way to the end here. Scott, we assumed it was going to go that way. That's what we've got.
Oh, and this is a big square hit. Nothing yet. The one does fall. Late drifter. He's got a shot on the blue 2 in the right middle.
Might have hit him too well. Both side pocket balls coming a little high.
Yeah, I don't believe the 2 plays in the lower right, so he's going to have to smoke it into the right middle and draw above the pink 4. He's real good at this power. Just stun out 1 rail towards the center. Oh, and he didn't even have to hit it hard. Really clean.
Nice soft draw stroke there. SVB showing his control.
You start to get the sense that these last few games between these 2 guys are really important, right? Neither one of these 2 want to come into day 2 trailing. Even though we're talking a few games in a long, long race, for the mental psyche, I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, 100%. We've talked about it before. You can't win on day 1, but you can certainly set yourself up for
Losing
a loss.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, no doubt.
And I think at this point we can safely say both players have avoided that travesty. It's still anyone's game, no matter how we finish from here, I think.
Absolutely. Shane a little uncomfortable with where this is finished. Is he going to try and kill it and come back out, or just hold it? Yeah, nicely done. Eyeing it up to play the 7 in the left middle, but he can also play it in the top left. You didn't want it to rest all the way over there. This is steeper than he thought, Kyle.
Yeah. Caught that ball a little thicker than he wanted to, so he lost pace.
Not the end of the world. Eight, obviously very close to the top left, so he can float this in. Yeah, it was so clean. Well, he's gotten
A little thin here, right?
Yeah, exactly. If he catches, and he's shaking his head, so the problem with this is if he catches a piece of the rail first, the cue ball will straighten out towards the bottom left corner. He really wants to catch a piece of the 8 going in, just barely though. Yeah, and that's what he's done, and that's how the cue ball takes that line.
Excellent shot there. SVB, this 10 ball to pull within 2.
You're making it look easy. Yeah, might as well use up some airtime, but I got to thank the sponsors again, Kyle.
Absolutely.
My cue maker, KT Customs. Go to tristatecues.com as well. They sell a bunch of products. Q-Tech brake cues, Molinari gloves, Aramith balls. Also, check out my friend's shelter business, Aaron's Storm Shelters out of Oklahoma. Go to his Facebook page. If you're interested in building a bunker or a safe room or a tornado shelter, he is, in my opinion, the best in America. Aaron's Storm Shelters on Facebook. The man has, I think, 200,000 or 300,000 followers. One of the best in the business. It started by himself.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, and thank you, Kyle, and Railyard Billiards. Appreciate you guys for having me and hosting this event. I know you've gone above and beyond.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Like I said, happy to even have the opportunity. Been a lot of fun here, and we're really just getting started.
Well, Well, he's gotten away with it. He crossed the face of that ball unintentionally.
What's the 4-ball done here?
It's going to play, I believe, but the 3's a little funny with the 6 there. Does it play, Kyle?
It's really close.
Yeah, it is close. I think it goes. Just be the way the 4 actually hit the 1, the line it was on.
Yeah, Shane appears to be having a look like it does where he needs to go after this.
Question is the line. How thin is it? Can he hold for the 3-6 combination in the right middle? He might be able to do more than that. He might actually be able to get under this 3. He's going to go into the 5. He'll take it. It's not the end of the world. Didn't want to go into it, though, Kyle.
Yeah. 3-ball's not going to do much here, so... Well, I guess looking at another screen here on the overhead, he needs to be careful on how he hits the 6.
And he's also put the 5 in a little bit of a funny position. He's got some work to do.
But you don't want to overcut the 6 here because the 3 has a tendency to lay on that point. He's done really well there.
And he's avoided a snooker on the 10. Everything opens up now. Just gets good on the 5. He's going to be within 1.
Railbirds chirping down the pool room.
Yeah, does he draw up or just float 1 rail out? I like the 1 rail decision, but that's obviously up to him. I think he'll just float 1 rail out. Hard to go wrong there.
Yeah, good call and a good play. 8-ball goes on the side. Everything's looking pretty straightforward from here.
Yeah, and you can almost feel the tension in the room. It's starting to tighten up a little bit. I think everybody's aware of the fact that whether it's a 1-game lead or a 3-game lead or a 4-game lead, whoever finishes in the lead today will have a mental edge, I think, going into tomorrow, day 2. Nothing major. Obviously, it's more bragging rights than anything at this point, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. And honestly, too, I feel like no matter how this finishes today, both players are going to come in tomorrow with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. I don't think either player is happy with the way that they've performed 100% of the time here today.
Fully agree. I fully agree. I know the first half of this match today, neither of them would have given themselves anything more than a C- probably in their performance. They're so hard on each other or on themselves. But I'd say this last 3-4 hours, both of them have played quite well.
Yeah, it's definitely turn of the tide here at the end.
Oh, he's lost this a little bit. He needs a hop.
He's okay.
Oh, I thought he was going to end up under it.
I did, yeah. It looks like that for sure.
Turned out perfect, Kyle.
SVB says, don't worry, I'm all good. And he is pulled within 1, 34-35, our score.
Yeah, and he's actually mishit the break a couple times. But he's got so much power. His timing is so good. He gets such good action off the balls that he's almost destined to make a ball in the break. It's all whether he gets a shot or not. And it's been working out for him. funny. Sometimes you'll hit them as square as you can and just get a bad kiss. Something will come up in the last second and snooker you. When you hit them a little off-center, everything turns out perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Very confusing game at times.
Yes, it can be. That's why we love it. Well, this is a big moment.
Yeah, Shane's found himself in this position, and this is what I was alluding to earlier, where he's had chances to tie and even pull ahead and just hasn't been able to do so. I know that would be a welcomed feat
That's the
on his
square
end.
hit.
Yeah.
The one is going to clear everything. Dressing up nicely. Does the one pass the 7? It looks like it does.
Yeah, it does. I believe he's got the room there. Doesn't have to do much for the 2.
Floating forward, so it was tighter than I thought, or he just didn't like the line that he was drawing back on. Just going to take the distance. Doesn't have to do a lot here with the cue ball, Kyle. I think he could float over. He's got options.
Yeah, I think he's in really good shape here just to kind of hold right there. Perfect shape on the 3. Look a little funny to his eye. He's seen something on the crowd there, I think. Kind of took his eye away. Asked for understandable. Big moment here.
Yeah, it is a big moment. You can feel it in the room. I feel like whoever wins this game probably wins day 1. I mean, I just get that sense. Not probably. I just kind of get the sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so
Good shot there.
clean.
Nice confident stroke.
Very impressive. Going on, how many hours have we been going on here?
9 hours.
9 hours.
Is that right? Yeah.
This man is 40 years old. He just got back from the European Open.
Travels to the U.S. Open after this, so no relief, no rest for the wicked.
That's what they do. It's amazing. Big shot here. Doesn't want to have to roll it. And that's why he punched it. He's not thrilled with it. I don't think it's going to cause any problems, Kyle.
I think he goes ahead and plays this in the side still. Play
Yeah,
now.
he's got the option, but I like the way the cue ball finishes. If he plays it to the side, he's just so good at amping up, holding the cue ball. He can actually come past the side if he needs to. I don't know what the line looks like. Yeah, like so. The speed is absolutely perfect. You get the sense the pressure is really on Gorst
Yeah, I have to agree with you there.
from here. No matter what happens for the rest of this day, I think it's really going to lie on Gorst.
You know, I think both players, the goal of today, if you were to ask him realistically, was to be in the match, no matter how it finishes. But like you said, I think that the story of how they got here is different between these two players.
Yeah, exactly. Fedor was up 11 games, at least 11 games. I can't remember. Jason, I couldn't remember if it was 11 or 12. But at one point, he was up 11 games. So that does play into this, right? At least in Fedor's mind, it plays into it. So if we would have known this about 9 hours ago, they could have played a race to 5. But who wants that? Well, I can tell you it's a race to 5 now.
Shane gets these balls racked up. I want to give you a huge thank you to our sponsors in the arena here, Perimeter Lighting. We've recently switched all of our lights here at Railyard to the Perimeter Lights. Fantastic product. Tony and the crew. Diamond Billiards, of course. Best table in the market, in my opinion. We've got quite a few of them here.
Mine too.
Ultimate Pool USA. Great new league starting up. A lot of great content. Make sure you check them out. And, of course, Michelle Griffin. Can't say enough good things about her and everything she's doing. Not just for us here at Railyard, but for pool in general. See her name popping up a lot of different places. A huge thank you to them. SVB, 35 apiece, going to 40.
Flat again, but the 3 drops. He's got a good rub on the 1, so he's going to have a good shot to take the lead. And he's not thrilled with the break, but we were touching on that just a little bit ago. You can miss-hit the break and get a better shot than when you hit them good. That's rotation pool.
Yeah, you could see his frustration there. That was entirely with his own performance on that break. Obviously, the results, hard to ask for much more.
Yeah, you got a real nice flick to send the 1 towards the right middle. He's got some work to do, Kyle. 4 to the 5, 5 to the 6, but I mean, really, you get on the 6, and it looks pretty good. Yeah, the only thing he doesn't want to do here is go into the 4. So does he use a extreme inside ball and come 2 rails below it to come out to this line where his tip is now? Or does he try to draw with a low right ball and hold out?
Yeah, I feel like that's a tough ask on this table and the way it plays. I think I like the inside myself.
Yeah, he's just kind of almost a little straight to where he can use a high right, a high outside to just keep the straight line, because he doesn't want to end up behind the 6. With where he's putting his Q-tip there, I think he's using an extreme right and catching the ball first, digging 2 rails around below the 4, taking the cut, and that's what he's done.
Just a couple more shots here for Shane. Needs to fall on the 5 to get to the 6. As Scott mentioned before, the rest looks pretty good from there. It's going to be going back and forth here. It's all speed.
Yeah, and the speed looks just about perfect. He can go forward here and miss the 10. He's coming right up towards the 6. And it's been all Van Boening for the last 3 or 4 racks. Now he's got options. He can draw back a couple rotations, Kyle, or he can come all the way back and All depends on how he feels. He's pretty much straight in here. I don't risk coming past the 8 if I'm Shane. But he plays a little different than you and I.
A lot different than me in particular.
Well, and me. Don't worry. Yeah, continue to have a little shake of the head there. Hard to predict. He might come all the way back, knowing Shane. Yeah, and I don't blame him. Staying on the true side of the object ball the whole time. Now, it's just a matter of getting a good line to get to the 9.
Like you said, just wants to be careful how he shapes this 8 ball.
Yeah, he can stay out in the center of the table with the 8 and play the 9 on the lower right. Or if he chooses, he can draw below the 10 and 9 and play the 9 on the lower left. It all depends on where he finishes here. He's put more on it than he expected.
Yeah, this looks a little funny.
It's actually real funny. I believe, because of the side pocket. Now he's going to have to take a longer shot on the 9.
Yeah, no problem here as far as pocketing the ball. Like you mentioned, he has to go above the side. Gonna have a cut on the 9. It's just a little more work than what he wanted.
Is he able to avoid the middle pocket here? Oh, he was.
Oh,
but this is what's caused the
ball.
miss, Kyle.
And Scott, it's happened again at 35-35.
And you just mentioned it earlier. It happened earlier. He had a chance to take the lead, and he hung a ball up almost identically.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, this is no picnic for Gorst.
No, not at all.
Anytime the ball is this deep on these great diamond tables, you've got to find a thin edge to come off of it. Does he take a chance at going up somewhere towards the center of the table versus trying to get to the short side of the 9 and where he's at now?
You know, Fedor likes to play such accurate cue ball. I feel like he's going to come underneath this 9 and shoot it in the same pocket, just like this, but he's run into it.
Yeah, and that's okay. I mean, I can't fault him for that. You can't expect anything worse, even if you do clip a piece of the 9. Some would say he's gotten fortunate, but he actually hit the ball quite well. If he doesn't contact the 9, I think he's close to straight in. Yeah, I mean, the tension in this room is actually insane for whatever time it is, because there's another big match going on not too far from us. Wow. He hit that with a flat ball, no English, just straight low.
Yeah, what a play there. Fedor Gorst maintains a lead, 36-35. He's 4 away, closing out day 1.
And you've got a feel for Shane. I mean, I think he played everything right there. But he tried to kind of cheat the ball to miss that side pocket, Kyle. Yeah. I felt like you and I talked about it. I felt like he could just make the ball and try and punch out above the side and take the long shot on the 9 in the lower right. But he chose to get a little closer. And he just pinched it a little bit, held the 8 up. But you get a good look.
That's what this match means, right?
At what it means to these guys.
You called it. There's 2 crowds in this room. Another big match with Louis DeMarco going on a few tables down. But right now the action we're concerned about, SVB, Fedor Gorst breaking off. Rack 72. How about that?
No surprise. Big break here for Fedor. Well, he's really amped him. That typically says the one's going to fall. Nothing's falling.
Yeah, he's going to be dry here.
Yeah, and he hit those quite a bit firmer than he's been hitting them. Shane measuring up if he can use a piece of the 2 to get this one down. Boy, there's a straightforward safety, obviously, but you don't want to play that. The 1 is clearly makeable, but he's going to contact the 3. So a lot going on here, especially with the 9 where it's at. I don't know that he'll move the 9 at all with the 3. Yeah, now I think he's made a different decision. Yeah, look at this. Using the 2. That is not very nice, Kyle. Although, Gorst, I mean, he's got to be thrilled. He can catch a piece of this, and a lot of good things can happen. It looks a little more damning than it is, because he's coming to the bottom half of the 1 regardless, or that's his goal.
Shots like this, he's going to have a very specific speed in mind that gives him the best opportunity for something good to happen.
That's exactly right. And that's the speed. Wow. Great call, Kyle, and that's exactly what he had in mind. Shane maybe looking to see if he can get enough of the 1 to just nudge him right up to the back of the 3, but he is obviously not thrilled with it. He really can't do anything in this direction. He's got to go to the thin side of this ball. Whether he wants to come all the way down or just try and get him up under the 3, that's all in his hands. Yeah, he went right into the 3. Was he trying to use the 2 as cover? Hard to imagine. Very dangerous if he was, because he could have scratched. He's not going to like this. Gorst going to put him behind the 9. You want to get the 1 past the side or below it. Oh, he's mishit this.
That is pure fatigue.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. I mean, that was pretty straightforward there. I think that's actually Probably the most glaring error we've seen from Fedor today.
Chance for SVB here to pull level.
Oh, watch out, 7. He needs to clear it. He has, and this is going to be perfect. Great shot. Nice control. Must have used a pinch of high outside there in order to float it straight. Shane, not one to ever shy away from the straight in angle, if that is such a thing. But he is not one to shy away from being straight in. He has no problem amping. Yeah, notice the power. But boy, this is finished awkward, Kyle. Yeah, I wonder if in the last second he was worried about the 9. If he overamped, he'd get behind the 9. Maybe that thought went through his head. I don't know. Neither here nor there. He's got to come with one good shot. And he's done it. Yeah, he's done it. Yeah, just a quarter tip of right here. Cue ball will hold perfect, like you said. Well, the people, they're getting their money's worth, Kyle. Yeah, really nice. Stayed through that ball well. Yeah, and they're both also, you know, they can't keep it out of their minds. I know it is definitely there, but they're going to have to go through this 2 more nights. This is what they wanted. When it's all said and done, it'll be worth it for one of them. I've got to say, though, it feels like Shane's hitting the brake a little better as of late. Well, he's cut it to the wrong side again, but he's made a ball in the middle, which was the 9. But boy, I wouldn't want to have this one for the rest of my future. Can he lay the 1 down past the 10 and bury him under the pink and the 8? Is that angle on? He's looking like he wants to make this, so I don't even know if he's looked at the defensive play. If it's laying correctly, he can really bury him underneath that 8 or behind the 8. I think that's actually what he's doing, Kyle. I'm not certain. It's hard to tell. I apologize. Yeah, that's what he's done. Fedor not going to like this.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Cut off the side rail for Fedor. He's going to have to go up table.
Yeah, to make matters worse for Gorst, he's elevated over the 4 as well. This is no fun.
He's called this ball in the top right. He's going to be going 1 rail at this.
Boy, it's hard to believe he's going to hit it hard enough to make the 1 in the top right. I think any type of contact, a couple good things could happen, but boy, it's such a tough judge because that cue ball could either lengthen or shorten off that top rail. Any mishit with the elevation over the 4 will send the cue ball in a different line. So the back arm has to be steady here. Wow.
What a shot.
It does pay to hit him, and this is a lot better than ball in hand. So you've got to give Gorst some credit. That shot was much more difficult than it looked.
Yeah, it sure was. And as you mentioned, not only is it anything better than ball in hand, but certainly a little bit of a tester for Shane at this point of the match.
He does get up for shots like this typically. "72 games in, I don't know." He's not elevating, so he's going forward. Wow.
Right in the heart of the pocket. What a shot there. SVB.
Wow, very, very impressive. This late in the game, to stay that still over the ball. He's feeling good. Can he stay somewhere out in the middle for the 3? Come 2 rails up above the 8 for the 4, missing the 6. I just don't know if the 6 is in play. I think he can stay out in the center here. Let's see what he's thinking. Yeah, and that's what he's going to do, Kyle. He's pretty thin, though. He's going to really have to get into this with a low outside ball.
Yeah, any kind of contact with the 6 here can really change things.
And you want to watch the left middle. I don't think the scratch is on. I'm sure he's going to come above it.
Called it. He's watching it down, but it'll be just fine.
Yeah, he's glad that's over. Yeah, used the 8 to carry his line for the 5. It was always there. That's why he played the 3 the way he did. Now it's a matter of connecting the dots. One shot away, in my opinion, from taking the first lead for SVB in what seems decades.
4-3 was the last lead Shane had in this match.
So it was decades. And he's gotten off the ball. He's questioning his decision there, and I think that this is something we touched on earlier. That's one of many things that Matchroom does great is that shot clock will keep you moving to where, and Ultimate Pool's great at it as well, from what I understand. That shot clock will keep you moving to where you don't overthink a situation.
Sure.
Don't allow yourself to get that negative mindset.
Yeah, and I think the concern here, he's fallen in that in-between, whether he could go across the table or draw down.
Yeah, I think he's just got to commit to one of them. It looks like he's going to power.
Watch out, 7.
There's no way he got hooked here, I don't believe. Pretty sure he's open. Yeah, the angle of the camera might be misleading. But his body language tells me he's not hooked. There's no way.
Yeah, he's getting through to this ball.
Big moment for the SVB camp. Nicely done. Barring any miracles for Gorst, we have a new leader in the clubhouse, Kyle.
Long overdue in Shane's book, I know.
And you've got to give him credit. He's battled. He's been tested. He now has the lead.
3 away, SVB to close out day 1. It's been an absolute grind from start to finish. Shane took an early lead at 4-1. From there, Fedor turned on the gas. Got up to 11 or 12, somewhere in there, before Shane was able to close the gap and has now finally taken his first lead since that point.
Yeah, that's incredible, right? It's been that long ago since he's had a lead. Just tells us how close this match really is.
I think we are. I think we're in for fireworks from start to finish with this one. Both of these guys want it so bad.
The 5 is down. He's gotten a flick on the 1. It's going to finish tough. Real tough.
Yeah, he's going to be rolling out for this one. And it seems to go that way, right? You've battled back. You finally got there, and you just can't get it going your way, no matter what you do.
Never fails. And we've talked about Shane's push-out game. In my opinion, with his one-pocket abilities that are highly underrated globally, I think his push-out decisions, yeah, well, they're up there with the best on the planet. Fedor, a little bit surprised, because Fedor, in the right mind sometimes, or feeling right, would consider at least the 2-rail kick or the jump. Shane immediately Going to the 2-rail kick.
Yeah,
Good thing about this, Kyle, sorry, is if he catches the top side of this one, he's going to get a lot of separation. Okay, he's going to the middle. He can get separation even better this way. I didn't know if he could get enough of the back of the one here. Well,
what has the 1-9 done here?
Yeah, I don't think it's on. If it is, he's got to throw it. I know it's aimed a little bit right of that top pocket.
Yeah, however Gorst chooses to play this one, he's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, nice shot. I didn't know if he would try and get him up under the 6, though. Felt like that line carried a little bit more. Very good shot, though. I believe the 2 cuts off the kick beyond or behind the 8. Going 2 rails at this ball. A lot of good things can happen with the contact. And good things did happen. And this is a big jump here. He needs to draw this ball. He's been just off the mark. How's this going to finish? Jump cue's been just off the mark. Understandably so at times. That was not easy. So close to the 6. And Shane going to use the pink here, but where is he going to go? To the 2. Can he draw off of it heavy? And that's what he tried to do. He's gotten a rub, but I don't think there's a clean pocket for the 2. The 2-8 combination is there. Yeah, he's got to make a decision here.
It's a struggle all the way to the end, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it's either all or nothing, though, really. You've either got to commit to the 8 or figure something out defensively, but you can't fault him for taking this on under the circumstances. He's going to have to roll it softly, though, if he does. Very, very good, but where does it finish? Yeah, and the 2 is makeable here.
Yeah, I think he's in good shape. He'll be able to manipulate the cue ball around the table however he needs to.
Yeah, it was pretty thin, but the speed was just about perfect. It's a confident stroke. Took him all the way out, back and forth, got the most out of it. Had to hit that ball clean to finish where he did. Coming 2 rails around the 7. Looking to get within 2 games of day 1. Well, you can just feel that he is feeling it. Everything going in clean, has been for quite a long time. At this point, it's all about the break for Van Boening.
(38-36). Everybody check your score predictions. See how close we were. SVB really wants to get one down here. Not even just for the match, just to feel like he's still got it in there. Of course, we all know he does. Had a couple flat breaks and miss hits last few.
Yeah, and he's gotten away with it. Yeah, and that was flat as well. But he's getting shots afterwards. And I believe he's got another one.
1-7 shaped up nicely.
Yeah, and it's tight, but I think he can hold for this combination. I'm not sure. He might have to swerve a little bit, and if that's the case, the 1 might go up. If he can use a level cue without any English, then he can cheat the 7. Come 1 rail out, play the 1 in the same pocket, but I don't know. He's giving it a lot of time, so that tells me might not be straightforward. Yeah, well controlled. He is a little thin here on the 1, meaning the cue ball's tracking towards the low end. Not directly at the 3, but that direction. So he's going to have to put something on this. He'd like to play the 2 in the lower left if he can, because of all the traffic if he goes to the middle. And this is going to finish really good. A little further than he expected.
Yeah, he'll be okay here. Needs angle on the 3 to get to the 4 in any case.
Yeah, exactly. He could just pinch right there, maybe even hold and just take the cut, because the 4 is down here. We'll see what he decides. Oh, he was straighter than it looked.
SVB on a solid track to reach the hill for day one. Fun little historical tidbit for you, Scott. The last big historical money match, SVB versus Dennis. Guess what the score was end of day one?
What was it?
40-36.
Yeah,
In favor of SVB.
That was a crazy match. I believe SVB lost that match to Dennis. He had a big lead, and I remember it pretty clearly. If I'm correct, am I correct?
Yeah,
he had a big lead, and Dennis
Dennis made a
piled it on at the end.
Yeah, he like went into
Superhuman
existential
gear.
mode.
Yeah. Found a cheat code. Oh. Shane has found a cheat code. I don't think you can play much better than this. He is getting some luck after the break, but he's hitting them so good. That it's kind of expected. I feel like it's been forever, really, since we've seen anything of Fedor.
Yeah, I can tell you he's put his sweatshirt on in the chair over there. I think he'd be happy just to roll this into day two. Of course, any chance he gets at the table, he'll happily take.
Yeah, and I did mention it, 35 or 36 apiece. Whoever won that game, I felt was going to win the day. You could just feel how it was going to go for whoever won that game. And Shane, well, he's cooking.
SVB has reached the hill 39-36. He'd like to repeat that rack. Find a nice warm bed, I'm sure.
Yeah. A lot of you probably gone to bed and got back up for work, but thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for supporting the stream.
Absolutely, 100%.
Supporting these two world-class players. It's, we're getting a treat getting to experience this. They both struggled early for the first several hours. I think it was a combination of adrenaline, all the hype leading up to the match. I think both players have really smoothed out quite a bit. Tomorrow will be a different day. It'll be interesting to see how they start, though, tomorrow, Kyle.
Yeah, I agree with you there. As I mentioned before, I think both players are going to come back with, of course, not just a renewed sense of energy and willingness to get the grind on, but wanting to settle some of the frustrations they've had of day one.
Well, this could be a big moment. He's crossed the face of that one, meaning the cue ball shot to the right side of the table the last 3 breaks, which is typically a sign of fatigue. I know he's not intending on doing that. At times, I think Fedor is because he doesn't want to get snookered on the one, but they're hitting him completely different. Fedor just quickly down on the ball.
I think he's looking at the 9 ball here.
Yeah, he is. Fortunate for him, he's got backup with the 8. Shane does have an escape just above the left middle pocket. Kick into the face of the 1. What he decides to do with the cue ball from there is up to him. Or is he going to go to the jump cue?
Measuring his angle to come in from here, the distance from where he wants to hit to the rail. You take that same distance off the rail and aim your cue ball. Gives you a good sense of where you need to come in from. Shane's a big proponent of doing that. If anytime you watch him play, you'll see him do it quite a few times.
Yeah, he's looking to go to this rail here. I think he's got a lot of control being able to do this. Oh, and this is just how he's played it. If he catches the rail, that is very, very good.
Great shot
from
there.
Where he was. Fedor giving him the tap of approval. Pretty classy move by Gorst, especially this late in the game. I expected the jump cue, Kyle, coming into today to be a real factor for Fedor. And we know how it is. The jump cue is obviously, you're talking about millimeters, but he's been off with it for the most part, just not quite dialed in. I expect that to change for Gorst the next couple days. Does it change right now?
Wow, what a shot that was.
Yeah, what a hit. And he stunned the cue ball, so he is going to have a look at the 2. He might be able to hold for the 3. As a matter of fact, I'm almost certain he can hold for the 3. The young man has a lot of heart. Does he get out here is the question.
Man, it's such a big, I mean, in any other circumstance, it's almost a silly question to ask. But in this one, it's, it's such a big ask to grind and make it happen,
Yeah, he doesn't want to get flat on the 3, so he needs to come off that left long rail just a little bit. He doesn't want to get flat on the 3.
Bounce.
Well, that's like about as good as you can do.
Yeah, you called it right there, Scott. Great shot, great angle, and a huge confident stroke from Fedor Gorst there.
Does he come back here? I think he does with a low right ball. Oh, he had room to punch out. That's about as good as he could do from there. Got the most out of that. I don't believe the 8 passes the 9 in the top right. So he will need to find a pocket for that, most likely the top left. But for now, he's got to get the pink down.
I thought when he hit it, might be in trouble.
Yeah, and almost a weird sound in the cue as well. I don't know. Sounded like the tip was almost real hard. Just made a loud sound. I know he didn't put a lot of English on it, but he caught it too thick. Big opportunity for Shane to close this day out.
Avoids contact with the 7.
Yeah, really just staying still here and knocking this ball down. The 7 does lead to the 8 if you roll the 6 in. So really this is just all about getting the 5 down here. Center cup I don't know. He might even have a line to where he can just stop right there, Kyle, or rock forward an inch or so to come up one rail back to where he's at now for the 8 off the 7.
He was having a look, measuring up there. It appears like he does need maybe a rotation forward. It's hard to tell for sure.
Oh, that's perfect. He smells blood. Yeah, so from being 11 down to 4 winner is a massive swing in day 1 for Van Boening. But it's anybody's game. There's no doubt. Tomorrow will be fun to watch. Kyle, I appreciate you having me. I appreciate everybody tuning in, bearing with us.
Absolutely. Looking forward to tomorrow, as you said. Got a lot more action coming your way. SVB, 2 more balls to close out day 1.
And a great performance, really, overall, by both of these guys, giving it everything they've got.
And that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Shane Van Boening takes the lead and wins day 1 40-36. We're going to be back tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned to xpool.live. Facebook page, we'll let you know on the timing. We'll talk to the players here, kind of see what they want to do going forward. In any case, we've got a lot of great action coming your way. We'll have on-demand replays available anytime you like. Go back and catch anything you might have missed. Big thank you to our sponsors, Perimeter, Diamond, Ultimate Pool USA, and Michelle Griffin, as well as Regal Flooring. And RP helped us build out this arena, did a fantastic job. I want to give a thank you to Jay Diddy, Jason Sword, and Scott Frost, hanging with us all night long. That's going to do it here in Louisville for tonight. We'll see you all back here tomorrow. Get some rest.